I work as a ranger, and as you can imagine, we happen upon some very strange things from time to time. All sorts of things that I could tell you about. Things that members of the public would never believe. Things that I would have never believed without having seen them firsthand for my very self. One of those things is when we found a whole load of dead animals with no obvious injuries whatsoever. Upon closer inspection, we happened to come across 2 tiny puncture wounds on their bodies, but in random places. Sometimes the neck, but often the leg, stomach, anywhere really. And cause of death was always full and total loss of blood. The bodies were dry husks. We're not just talking small creatures either. We found deer, doe and bucks, moose, even black bear. We didn't have a clue what on earth could possibly be responsible. One of my colleagues threw the idea of a vampire, but he was rightfully laughed at. We didn't have a clue what on earth could possibly be responsible. So we ended up having a stakeout, trying to capture what was causing all of this devastation. We set up nighttime cameras, and a few of us made the decision to stay out too. At this point, we were more interested than frightened, and also, we wanted to know what was doing this. Around midnight, we heard a noise. We were all hunkered down, just waiting to see what, if anything, might come. Of course, the woods in the evening isn't exactly quiet, so we were just waiting to see what was causing the attacks. We were looking at the monitor, which was showing us the screen from the infrared cameras. We didn't want to get too close to where we thought the action was taking place, as whatever predator it was would be able to smell us and likely not appear. Well, something did show up on camera, but we have no idea what it was. It was large, a strong and sturdy mass by the look of it, appeared to have dark skin or fur, and was able to overpower the deer without any problems. We hadn't set any sort of elaborate trap, as to be honest. We weren't even sure if it was going to show, and if it did, where it would be. But we did have guns and a flare which we now shot up into the sky as a warning. It didn't react at all to the flare, so we shot off a couple more rounds, more to scare it off than anything. This it didn't seem to like, and it raced off. There were 3 of us watching this. 2 of us were veterans at this game, but we had a rookie with us too. The other and I were more than happy to observe. We didn't want to go chasing after this thing when we probably weren't prepared to protect ourselves. Whatever that creature was, it was easily able to overpower and drain large animals of their blood. If it could take down an adult moose, why not a person? However, the rookie must have gotten it into his head that he wanted to be some kind of hero as he charged off in the direction of the beast. Thankfully, whatever it was now long gone. Even with a firearm, I wouldn't have hedged any bets on who would win. And do you know what? It never came again. Whether it knew it had been spotted or not, or whether it sensed us there, we'll never know. But we never had another unexplained death. No more random puncture wounds, and certainly no more draining of blood. It'll be a mystery that we will never solve. My parents were high school sweethearts, living in Arizona at the time. Sometimes they would go horseback riding together, far out into the desert. They ended up buying a ranch too. But before all of that, they had a really messed up and traumatic experience. Just after they had gotten married, they decided to head out into the desert for a couple of days and camp out overnight. They each rode a horse and took a tent and supplies. They were used to this kind of thing and knew how to be safe. what to look out for, the best place to hitch up the horses, where there was shade and water, etc. At some point during the night, there was a tragedy, something which to this day they still remember and cannot explain. You see, when they woke up the next morning, one of the horses was dead, flat on the ground, no visible injuries whatsoever, but very much so dead. The other horse was just standing next to it, as if it didn't even notice or care. It was very unusual, since horses are generally very sensitive creatures. Both my parents are very light sleepers. My mom often ends up on the couch when Dad snores too loud. There was absolutely no way they would sleep through the noise of one of the horses being attacked. They were distraught, to say the least. It was my mother's horse and horse's neck. She noticed something. 2 little holes, which were barely visible, but definitely there now that she had seen them. They were deep, not just surface wounds, almost like something had drilled into the horse, or latched onto it. There was the smallest drops of blood. My mother refused to leave her old friend, so my dad ended up riding his horse home, then driving his truck and trailer out to collect Mother and hers. They asked one of their buddies, who was some sort of medical examiner, to see what could have caused the unusual wound and way of death. They were at this point thinking that some sort of poisonous snake had bitten the horse and it somehow had a heart attack, even though there was none of the usual signs like vomiting or frothing around the mouth. Well, it wasn't that. When their buddy performed the autopsy, he ended up calling in another colleague, as he was totally stumped by what he had discovered. He asked my parents, "Are you sure there wasn't any blood at the scene?" And they replied, "Nothing, not a drop." It would have been easy to spot, because you see, when the guy opened up the horse, it was completely dry inside. Not one single drop of blood was left, as if it had all been leaked out. When examining the wound on the neck, they discovered it was a clean puncture wound. Very well done. The only possible explanation of death was that something had latched onto the horse, somehow, without making a single noise or kicking up a fuss, and completely drained it of every last drop of blood. All the while, the second horse just watched, not being spooked or fussing. All done in total silence. Otherwise, one of my parents would have actually awoken. This story made the local newspaper. People began locking their animals up at night, keeping a closer eye on them. A couple even set up guard on their barns, armed with shotguns. Meanwhile, others began hanging crosses in their yards, or even burning sage. Rumors were rife, and one name kept coming up over and over, although my parents swore they never took much notice. Chupacabra. Was it really the blood-sucking mythical beast? From what I have read, it usually prefers goats, but hey, how do we know whether even cryptids can pass on a free meal when they just so happen to be passing through? I'm not saying I believe one way or the other, really, but it was the right area and right sort of time. What else could have caused that sort of injury and cause of death and leave absolutely zero trace? I had a really weird and pretty scary experience the other night. I was out, walking with my dog, and we were heading back from quite a long walk. I was feeling pretty worn out, and my dog was beginning to trail behind me. All I could think was putting my head down into my pillow. We live in quite a rural place, and there is a lot of space in between the houses. Several of my neighbors also have livestock, mainly chickens, a couple of pigs, that sort of thing. It was when I was walking past my closest neighbor, who just so happens to have 3 large pigs, that I heard a screaming, squealing noise. My dog began going mad, barking, trying to get off his leash. Mr. Jones in that house is old and deaf, and would likely sleep right through it, even if a coyote or something was attacking his precious pigs. He loved those pigs more than any person. Grabbing the leash tighter, I headed into the yard, thought I would be a good neighbor and go check on his pigs. I knew he wouldn't mind me being on his property, or so I hoped. I was just trying to be a good Samaritan. But I didn't want to spook the pigs anymore, so I tied the dog to a post and headed carefully over to the pen. Now, to be honest, I'm not sure exactly what I was expecting to see. It was pretty dark, of course, as it was around 1 in the morning. Listen, I work swing shifts, so my schedule is literally all over the place. So I try and get exercise and walks in when I can. But Mr. Jones keeps a porch light on, which was giving just enough illumination to the pen that I could roughly make out what was happening. Something was in there with them. I'm not a fool. I'd be out walking my dog, and I didn't have any sort of weapon on me. I backed away real slow, took the dog off his leash. I no longer cared about spooking the pigs. Here is a big dog, and my hope was that he would scare off whatever was in there. I didn't know exactly what it was. It looked kind of like the size and shape of a coyote, but it didn't look right. I told myself it was just fright. I was scared, and the fact that the pig pen was in shadows. Well, my dog leapt in and began attacking whatever this animal was. About a minute later, gave a yelp that almost stopped my heart in place. The thing, which was certainly not a coyote, jumped over the fence of the pen and raced off towards the woods at the back of his property, on 2 legs. I didn't get a great look at it. I jumped into the pen, as my dog was lying on his side, whimpering and dying. There was blood pouring out of his neck. I checked on the pigs. All 3 were dead. They looked like they had just fallen over and died. I wrapped my dog's neck in my sweater and banged on Mr. Jones's door. I didn't want to stay. I wanted to get home and make sure my dog was okay, but I had to tell him what had happened. The next morning, I went back to see him, and thankfully, the injury to my dog had been superficial, and after a quick trip to the ER animal doctor, he was patched up. The vet was a bit baffled as to that animal, since I told them about the attack, what could have caused the injury, as he said it was a very specific wound, 2 puncture marks. Mr. Jones, however, was devastated. The sheriff was called, and it was reported. When the sheriff came to see him and take a look at the pigs, he was just as baffled as the vet had been. They ended up asking the same animal doctor that I told you it was a small rural town about the cause of the death. The only injury he could find was 2 puncture marks on each of their necks. Cause of death, blood loss. Not a drop of blood left in anything. What did I see that night? Was this a person puncturing the neck holes? Was this some sort of wild dog that had the ability to walk upright? But what on earth sucks the blood out of animals like this? Is it true that vampires can be a thing? Or are there vampiric animals? Please, help me understand this. I am just trying to make sense of it all, and I honestly can't. So, I have to preface this story with admitting that I had been drinking when it happened. However, we are talking a few beers, down with my local friends. I wasn't wasted. Just a nice warm buzz. Best to be honest. It happened a few years ago, Now, and before I continue, I have never met any drinker in my entire life or known anybody that has seen things off of a few beers. I feel like that's important to note when I tell this story and people say, yeah, but you drank, or yeah, but you were buzzed. Again, alcohol, at least in that small of quantity, does not cause hallucinations. Not like this. As I said, I'd been down at the bar, and we had been chit-chatting and having a good time. Once it got to closing time, we all headed off our own way. For me, it was about a half-hour walk home from me, which I never minded. The fresh air was always clearing and invigorating. I have walked that route 100 times, day and night. And at the time, it was sometime in November, before Thanksgiving. I can recall it being very dark and cold, and I was walking pretty quickly. I do live in a little busy town, though, so there were streetlights most of the way, cars going past. It wasn't dead, even though it was roughly 11:30 p.m. So not early, but not in the early hours in the morning. But halfway through my walk, there is also an underpass under one of the main roads. They're never pleasant places. You don't want to hang around them. Not because I thought anything bad might happen, but they stink. Lots of trash. There might be a homeless camp nearby, I'm not sure. But I do know sometimes you get homeless people. They never give me any problems, and I feel bad for them. But they usually bring down a lot of bad things. Drugs, trash, drug deals, gangs, etc. It's a case of head down, hands in pockets, breathe through your mouth, and get out of there as soon as possible. The road above it is fairly large, and the pass is quite long, and of course several of the lights in there are always broken or seem to be flickering. Even in the middle of the day, it can be a bit spooky. So, it was typical that when I was walking through right, then less than half of the lights seemed to be on one, and the ones that were flicking on and off, like some lame laser show. I was less than halfway in when they all went out together, just for a moment or two. I stopped still, as they began to flicker again towards the other end of the pass, the end I needed to get to in order to exit. And standing there was the single most terrifying thing I've ever laid my eyes on. At first, I thought it was a person, because what else would be standing there, tall and upright, on two legs? A person, right? What I'm about to tell you now is going to sound very cliché, but the tunnels seem to get really cold. Yes, I have already said it was November, and nighttime, but the air went from chilly to absolute frigid. I could just sense that gut feeling, that instinctual, that something was really off about this person. But I had no choice. I had to keep moving, and the only way I was going to get home was to pass him, or them. As I got closer, the more weird I felt. My entire being was screaming, "Run away." And to be honest, as I said, although I was no means drunk, I think the alcohol in my system kept me moving and not running back in fear. They don't call it Dutch courage for nothing. Just as I was close enough to be able to make out this blurry and shadowy feature, the end light above him flashed on, and I got to see exactly what was in the underpass with me. He did look like a person. So far, he was human-shaped. I know that sounds weird, but let me explain. The first thing I noticed was that he was naked, and had almost white, pale, translucent-like skin. Hairless, very skinny, almost sickly. Think like a Holocaust survivor, on the verge of death, bones protruding out from under their skin. They looked visibly starved, as if seeing a pale, naked bloke in the tunnel in the middle of the night wasn't traumatic enough. Then what I will describe now will tell you why this was so bad. His face wasn't right. He, or they, or whatever it was, had tiny little black eyes, virtually no nose, and a wide gaping mouth that appeared to have sharp little teeth like a shark, and two overly sized protruding canines. That's right, canines, as in fangs, and his face was dried blood all over it, like there was some coming out of his mouth. And I could tell you, I stood there, gaping at him. I can tell you, I just stood there, gawking at him or it. I'm not sure now I could call this thing a him. I just don't know. Then, just as I actually began murmuring some sort of prayer, I thought it was going to kill me. But it sort of just flew away. I know it sounds weird, but honestly, just like in a movie or something, it shot straight up into the air and appeared to dissipate or vanish entirely. I ran out of there as fast as I could, all the way home, like my life depended on it, and it really did feel that way. What was that thing? I keep going through all sorts of ideas. I know some drugs can really mess you up, but as far as I know, they don't give you the ability to fly. As I said, it was a few years ago now. I can tell you that I never went near that underpass again. If I met my friends, I'd just get a taxi or an Uber home, not even bother walking. Not even in the daylight, unless I couldn't help it. I've looked through newspapers, online articles, anything, but I've never come across anyone saying remotely similar to this. Or maybe they have, and like me, have just been too scared to talk about it, through fear of ridicule, or fear of being called a liar. Either way, I know that I will never forget that night, and that thing I saw, I hope I never see it again. I wouldn't call myself an urban explorer. I would just call myself somebody whose curiosity gets the better of him when he sees places that look like they've been abandoned for a very long time. I don't take all the pictures. I don't make the videos. And I don't run the YouTube channel. I just see a dark hole, and some part of me decides that I can't go on with life unless I see what's in there. It amazes me how people go through their daily lives and don't notice the empty, dark places that surround them. It's like they just take it for granted, that there's no empty unused space around them, when actually, such places are close enough that at any given time for them to breathe on. I take the subway to work every day. Just about everybody around me has their nose buried in a book or glued to their phones. But I have a way of looking around, because there's bound to be a part of the subway that's no longer in use and that's waiting to be explored. There was one such place that I've been working up the courage for months to check out. I noticed it within 2 or 3 weeks of taking this new job, which required that I take the subway. You would miss it if you blinked. I couldn't tell if it was a hole in the wall or a door in the wall that just wasn't maintained. Either way, it was in a section of the tunnel that was supposed to have been off limits to pedestrians, which for me was a big, flashing red arrow. I eventually decided on a day that I was going to check it out. I packed a bag, and made sure I had a couple of functioning lights, got the schedule of the train down so that I wouldn't get squished, and then I went. The walk to the hole in the wall was a bit longer than I had estimated. I likely misjudged how quickly I was traveling when I was in the subway car. The adrenaline rush from wondering if I was going to make it in time without getting run over was oddly enjoyable, but looking back, it's not something I would want to do again. I'm happy to say that I reached my destination without incident. The only thing that happened was my heartbeat picking up from sheer excitement. There was indeed a door, but it looked like it had been torn off its hinges at one point in time, and half-heartedly put back in place. I didn't need a fraction of the tools that I thought I would. The door put up as much as a fight as a dead body. Shining my torch around, the first room I found myself in appeared to be some sort of office space. Desks and swivel chairs were glazed with dust. Nothing smelled out of the ordinary, besides the mustiness and stillness of age. The furniture having a slightly dated look to it. So, I made a mental note to keep an eye out for a calendar that maybe had been left behind. I was hooked. The place was mine, and I was going to uncover its secrets. The other rooms were similar. There didn't appear to be any accommodations for visitors. No lounges or anything where people would sit around reading magazines. I uncovered at least 11 rooms, and I was beginning to wonder if I would get lost. What I had found was turning out to be rather vast. Even with all these rooms, there was no papers left behind, no calendars, which was as inspiring as it was disheartening. It suggested to me that they were trying to hide something sensitive. And then, I went into one of the more rooms that was behind a heavy door, heavy enough to take care of a freezer. That's when the smell had hit me. Something had been rotting down there, and recently. Perhaps a rat or something. I tried to tell myself, but shining my light around revealed carcasses of wild animals, arranged in neat stacks. Foxes, squirrels, raccoons, feral dogs, cats, and even rats. I think I even saw something big enough to be a dog or a coyote. Some detail about the bodies was trying to reach me through my senses. I had to stare before I could finally put my finger on it. Each carcass had 2 neatly spaced punctures in it. Also, the carcasses that had clearly been there a while seemed to be well preserved, as if they had somehow been embalmed, which would mean that the blood had been drained out of them. That's when I felt my throat tighten. My senses ramped up, and my imagination threatened to conjure up perceptions where there was nothing to see or hear. I began to think that I could hear something matching my footsteps. There hadn't been an echo before, and then there was when I had discovered the stash of partially mummified animals. When I direct my light to where I thought I could hear the mimic, there was nothing. I decided to walk out there and not look back or stop for anything. That's when something behind me lunged and missed. When I got my light on it, I thought I was looking at a very scrawny, naked child. It was thin as bodies you saw in the photos of mass burials during World War II. Then, it turned its head toward me. It had a canine cast to its features, yet it appeared to be pink and bald. Its mouth hung open, showing 2 rather long canine teeth, a very long tongue, and an organ clearly in the habit of lapping. I realized that I had brought nothing with me to properly defend myself, so I tried to keep my light on it and back out of the abandoned cluster of rooms. The face it kept trained on me looked fearful, but it advanced on me with each step I took backwards. I wasn't afraid of me at all. It made soft hisses, followed by muffled clicks in its throat. Just as I had thought I might have cornered myself by not looking where I was going, I found the aperture back out into the subway. Checking the time was an afterthought. My only concern was getting away from the subway. It came right up to the doorway, but it seemed to flinch at the light. I made it back out without getting run over or bitten. That's probably one of the most horrific urban exploration stories I can share with you. I've been single since I was 16. I'm 37. I can't go around sharing my story with the public because it technically involves an unsolved case. In this day and age, any publicity can be turned around and made somehow into incriminating evidence. It's just something that I've been carrying around for a long time, and I need to tell somebody, even if nobody knows who I am. I'm hoping that telling it to you guys and your listeners, by extension, will help me to lay this to rest. I fell in love when I was 15. I think everybody knows just how white-hot teenage love burns. It may be shallow, but it's still intense. We both lived in a backwater township in Michigan. One of those places where you have a huge forest and 6 houses, just close enough to each other that somebody eventually decides that constitutes a town. We had been neighbors there all of our lives, and didn't even know it until middle school. We both couldn't look away when we first saw each other. Both of us spent our share of time outdoors, so it was only a matter of time, of course, that we would find ways of spending time together outside the classroom, without anyone suspecting it. Despite growing up all around those woods, there were certain parts of it that made me feel apprehensive. But this girl, she was fearless. She drove straight into thorns and poison ivy, and stuff that looked like coyotes slept in it, and she never got hurt or anything. I tried to charm her as a good old country boy, then came to find out she was more rugged and at home in the outdoors than I was. It was as endearing as it was embarrassing. I told her that we needed a spot where nobody would ever interrupt us when we were together. So, she took my hand and guided me to a corner of the woods that made the outside world feel 1,000,000 miles away. Almost a whole other world away. But it was near enough to have the rickety remains of one of those old-timey corn cribs. She had outfitted it just enough for us to be comfortable. It looked like a condemned structure from the outside, but cozy enough in. We had an oil lantern in case we got caught in the dark. Like all teenage relationships, there were rough spots. Some worse than others, but we got through most of them, all but one. And it was the one that cost me the most. I only had the backbone to go out to our special spot when she was with me. I just couldn't do it by myself. I felt like there were things in the thickets and the shadows, just waiting to get me by myself. She was in and out of there, all the time by herself, but I just didn't have it in me. Our parents were beginning to get suspicious, and to that, the fact that she thought I had my eye on someone else. She wouldn't let me explain my side of things in detail that I thought was necessary. So, we ended up arguing really bad and went our separate ways. She was not at school the next day, or the day after. The weekend came, and I spied on her house. I saw her parents, and I saw her little brother, but I did not see her. I wondered if she was camping out at our special spot. I'm ashamed to say that I was too much of a coward to make a walk out to it by myself. I wanted to, but no matter how I put my mind to it, I couldn't shake the feeling of some kind of presence in those woods, watching me the way I watched her house. I let Saturday and Sunday go with her, still missing. Of course, by then, the alarm had been sounded that there was a teenager who was unaccounted for. It wasn't safe for me to spy on her house anymore, and the whole thing hit the news. By Tuesday, I had worked up the bravery to go out to our special spot and see if anything had become of her there. She was there, and she was dead. I had hoped that she was just asleep, but nobody sleeps with their eyes open by that much. There was a notepad nearby. She had been writing me a letter when something interrupted her. It was a letter to me, and the page was only half full, and it ended in the middle of a sentence. There were no bruises, only 2 holes cleanly punched into her neck. Her skin was even gray and devoid of color. I got home, called the cops, told them what I had found. That was the day that my faith in humanity came to a screeching halt. I never dreamed that so many people would want me to be the bad guy. Not just her parents, but the rest of the town. The rest of the viewing area. Minds were made up that I was the one that had killed her. I must have done it in a fit of jealousy when I saw the note she was writing. When I made my defense with the strange injuries found on her neck, people acted like I was speaking in Latin or something. It just didn't register. Their anger made them deaf to anything that wasn't a confession of guilt. Just enough detectives and legal eagles had just enough brain cells to comprehend the fact that I wasn't responsible for her death, and I was ruled out as the killer. But the judge's verdict wasn't good enough for everyone else. I was all but completely ostracized. I'm pretty much a hermit now. I have been ever since that I could afford to live on my own. People are like unpredictable dogs. Yes, I've gone back to our special spot. I've done so many times over the years. A few times, I did it to offer myself to whatever had killed her, or whoever, to leave behind my body to the community. Then, I started getting the idea that I would kill the thing that killed her and present it to either law enforcement or possibly the Smithsonian's, depending on what I find. I've come close to bagging it a few times, and it's definitely not human. I don't think it has the mental capacity to understand what it has done to my life and my psychiatric health. That doesn't change the fact that I'm going to kill it. That's my reason for living right now, killing this thing. When I'm not drinking long enough to get myself together and go out there, I try to figure more about the thing. I'll get my way eventually. After that, I don't know what I'll live for. This was before you weren't allowed to smoke in bars anymore. I was at my favorite beer hole, where the smoke was thick enough to drive a nail into it. I was just beginning to get a real good buzz when my younger brother started blowing at my phone. His speech was so rushed that I was afraid that he had gotten back on the meth again. Turned out he was just super excited over something. All I could piece together was that I needed to come to his place as soon as possible. I was caught. I didn't dare tell him that I went out drinking without him. I couldn't dream of anything more important to keep me from going, so I paid up my tab and left. The trees and the telephone lines were black cutouts against the setting sun by the time I pulled into his driveway, and he was waiting outside for me, running in circles like a dog that needed to go real bad. I asked him what was so important that I had to drop everything and come running right that second. He gestured to me to follow him and didn't even stop to make sure I was following. He picked up an electric lantern and led me out to a small barn where he housed a hobby-sized crowd of goats. The goats were laying down, looking at us. I couldn't help but notice that they were looking nervous. My brother took me over to a couple of crates where a goat lay drawn out. I could hear the buzzing of a few flies, and I caught the whiff of death. My brother looked at me, as he was expecting some sort of reaction. Dead animals did not impress me, and I was starting to get creeped out by the eagerness that I saw in my brother's eyes. I asked him what this was all about. He told me to take a close look. I objected, on account of the fact that it was dead, and had been so long enough to clearly stink. He pointed to the animal's neck, held the lantern close in the goat's dark fur. I could see it. 2 holes evenly spaced, like something done by a large snake. I looked at my brother, who still looked like a maniac, about to peel out of a bank robbery. I asked him if he had found a giant anaconda or something. He shook his head, and he brought me over to another set of crates with a cage on top of it. My eyes still weren't completely adjusted, and I thought I had seen some kind of monkey behind those bars. But this monkey had no fur, had pale pink skin that was the same texture of the pleather on my steering wheel, and the eyes were wide open, coppery orange colored, and two long, hook-like canine teeth sticking out from the creature's lips. Then I saw those teeth, and it hit me. I waited for some hint that this entire thing was fake, but no. It blinked. It twitched. The skin around its shoulders and legs writhed as it was seized, with the instinct to flee, but could not. He must have been happy with the look that came onto my face. He tried to tell me it was something funny sounding, like a choopy cooby or something. I'm not sure. He said that he had lost several goats to it, and wasn't sure what to make of it until that point. So he put a hen in a cage, and waited, and just like that, he bagged it. He proceeded to dance around like a fool, and that was something he did only when he was under the influence. I wouldn't find out much later that he indeed had been getting back on the meth, and beginning to abuse other stuff. He figured that with the money he was going to make from selling this thing to the proper people, he could afford that lifestyle. Well, when you dance around like that, in close proximity, you tend to knock it over. And cages that get knocked over have a good chance of opening. And open cages tend to not hold whatever was inside of them, if you catch where I'm going. My brother knocked over the cage, and I saw the whole thing play out like it was in slow motion. The thing seemed surprised that it had a chance to get away, but I wasn't going to put my hands on it, and my brother's coordination was shot. It got away, and just like that. Brother screwed up and paid for it. Nothing dramatic. Since he tested positive for all the garbage in his system, nobody believed a word of what he had to say, and I didn't see anything like that little green gremlin sense. You're the only person that will ever hear me admit that, which is weird. And this is a story I've been keeping in, and I know by the way I write it that I probably sound like a storyteller. But this was my own personal experience. I've never in my life seen a creature that looked to be like that. It reminded me of some failed science experiment, something you'd hear about in a sci-fi movie, where they genetically splice things together to create a whole new being. Well, now that's a thing of the past, I hope. Back when I was in my early 30s, for a very short time, I worked at a very small ranch in southwestern Montana. Having only worked at this ranch for around 19 or 20 months, we had our handful of issues, the biggest being something that you probably won't exactly believe me. So I'm just going to tell you. What the owner called them was buffalo wolves, if that's even a real thing. I had never even heard that name up until his mentioning of them. He thought they were some extinct form of wolves that have been around for a long time. But I guess this was actually a much more advanced species of wolf than I had ever come to know. I had seen them myself on several different occasions, tearing into livestock, being smart enough to manipulate parts of the fence to make it seamless, like they had never even crossed there, or even as far as covering their tracks, like a stealthy thief looking to break and enter in. All these things pointed to something other than a wolf, something far more advanced in intelligence, something far more human-like. Like I said, after having seen them myself, I know too much now. I don't claim to be an expert, But whatever you want to call them, buffalo wolves or what, these creatures are real, and they share far more many human-like characteristics than I'd like to think. For starters, I saw them clear as day, stand, walk, and live on two legs, just like a human being would, having no problems maneuvering or walking around, acting just fine. They also appear to move down onto all fours, like that of a quadrupedal animal, again, having no problems ever shifting between one or the other. Also, in my mind, this presented an issue of balance. Most animals, I'd like to think, if not all, that walk on all four, simply can't walk on two. The balance of their body can't support two legs. But the way these animals' bodies were built, it was just so unnatural. Even the upper chest, the shoulders and the arms, looked far too human-like. Everything about this animal was wrong. I'm very fortunate that I have not had any personal run-ins, at least any that were up close or violent, thank the Lord. But the owner, on the other hand, had some personal accounts that he would never go into detail. He was always too scared to talk about it. Gee, I wonder why. Before I decided to sit down and write this, I thought I would educate myself, read up on other what they call dogman encounters, or even through some of your episodes. And while after listening to many of them, I guess I should say that I'm surprised but not surprised by all the similarities that I too experienced. Like I had mentioned, the intelligence. But I didn't deal so much with the aggressiveness as many of the other people that you talk about. But instead of seeing livestock slaughtered, I witnessed them stealing them and taking them off into the north end of the ranch, where they were coming through the forest. What happened to the livestock? I can only guess they were eaten. But personally, I was never tasked with going out and finding the cadavers or any remains. That was well beyond my pay grade. And I think the owner actually liked me, so he never wanted to task me with such things. I have no idea if he did himself. But any time that he knew these things were taken, or taking his livestock, he would just count that as a loss. He also seemed really apprehensive about doing any sort of self-defense against these animals, creatures, whatever you're wanting to call them. I don't know. Some sort of bio-anomaly, because I've never seen an animal that acted more like a human. I guess maybe if you think of an ape. But this was frighteningly smart. These things' overall ability to problem solve, think ahead, strategize, work in groups, and have a complete, actual understanding of the environment around them and how to work it to their good or their desire is just as frightening as it is admirable. I don't know if these creatures dwell in certain areas of the country, or maybe they're just a West Coast anomaly. Maybe they live on the East Coast. But again, after listening to many encounters, reading many encounter stories, they seem to be everywhere. Not just in one part of the US, but even Canada, Europe, Australia, even parts of India, I take it. I'm not sure what they are. I would think that they are some sort of common species of unknown animal. But maybe animal isn't even a term we should refer to them by, just because of how much like us they are. But back to my writing. And this is something that I witnessed firsthand. There were two of them that I saw, a larger one and a smaller one. The larger one wasn't as big as the largest one that we had saw, which I believe to be the alpha male. This one, I guess you could call a medium-sized one, was roughly 6 to 7 feet in height, pretty decent build, and the smaller one was probably closer to 5 feet, maybe a tad bit under, much more slender in build. I don't know how much younger it was, which I'm assuming was younger. They were both running in a group. When the big one, or bigger one, stopped and noticed it left tracks on the ground, it quickly did a hand gesture to the smaller one, alerted it down to the ground, and they both began intelligently covering up their tracks. At least that's what I assumed they were doing, considering there was grass in the way, and the soil was soft. If you were to walk over there, you would leave tracks in it with your boots. Well, the very next day, there was no sign of any tracks being over there. My boots did leave a mark, though, in the soft soil. That's how I know, and that's how I came to the conclusion that they were marking up their tracks at the time. When I saw them do this the previous evening, I wasn't exactly sure what they were doing, until the next day, when I realized they were indeed covering up tracks. How they did it, I'm not sure, because even as I stepped back and kicked dirt over my own tracks, trying to replicate any way that they could to cover up the tracks, it didn't quite fully work, and I don't have a great way to accurately describe how to cover up soil, at least the way these things did. But I will say that being as large as they are, there is no way that they cannot leave tracks. I'm only 200 pounds soaking wet, and even I left a considerable impression in the soft soil with my boots. These things, being much larger in density and mass, they had to know what they were doing. No animal I've ever heard of is able to go back and cover their own tracks. What kind of predators exactly are we dealing with? Well, my 19 or 20 months would be up, and I moved out of state, down to Northern California. I eventually lost contact with the owner, because I think he either moved or changed his number. I'm not sure, but I don't really want to go back to think about what he had to deal with. And we didn't really talk about the whole buffalo wolf thing a whole bunch. It was talked about sometimes and mentioned here or there. Enough that I guess you can consider it a topic at hand, but it was not a part of our daily activity or daily conversation. It was only brought up every once in a while, and very brief, if anything. Although there were conversations of concern here and there, enough that I knew they existed, after having seen them myself. I thought I would send this in to you, and add in my 2 cents of my encounter with these dogman animals, or creatures or beings. I'm not sure what you refer to them as, but either way, I know they're out there. I know they exist, and who truly knows what they are capable of? This was back sometime in March or April of 2013. It was just beginning to get springtime, but not quite. It was still pretty foggy and rainy, but not freezing yet, or at least it was past the freezing part. I was on Facebook and got a message from a close friend of mine. I hadn't spoken to him in about over a month, and we were pretty decent friends. We would talk on and off. Anyway, he had a habit of randomly inviting me over for a little get-together or party, and I always gave in. This night, it was roughly 7:30. He shot me a message, asked me if I was available to come hang out with him and a few mutual friends of ours. I said yes, told me to be there around 9, in an hour and a half. I got ready, and he lives about 25 minutes away from me, a little bit out of town where there's a lot less houses. Where his house is kind of up on a hill, surrounded by a bunch of trees. The front of his house is not like a typical driveway. It's kind of just dirt, with about 4, 5, or 6 cars parked out in front, and a really bright floodlight. You kind of pull off this dirty gravel road, right up to his house, and that's it. In the back of his house is a really large hill that kind of slopes down, where he has a large bonfire, and woods surrounding all of that. That's only relevant to include because, well, that's where we'd usually party and have fun, not having to worry about neighbors, since there were really none close by him, at least not for a half a mile in either direction. Now, going out to his house, everything was fine. It was a little foggy, but dark, somewhat clear skies, not rainy. I think it was a little wet, considering the time of year. I pull up to his house, and the floodlight comes on. As soon as I do, I see this large shape of a dog, the largest dog I've ever seen in my life, jump out from behind his Ford, right next to my car, off into the bushes. I was kind of freaked out. This thing easily was the size of a lion. You know, lions from Africa, like a savanna lion, something that could easily pounce and kill you. I remember pretty clearly jumping out of my car and running to the back of his yard, just because I was so spooked. I told him, and I said, "Dude, you have a flipping lion in your front yard." And he kind of looked at me strangely and laughed, thinking I was already drunk or something. And I explained to him what happened. Him and his sister, and a couple of our other mutual friends who were already there, were curious, but they kind of laughed it off, thinking that I was either playing a prank or just joking around. I kept going on about how serious I was, and what I saw did indeed happen. Well, they paid no notion to that, and kind of went on doing their thing. As the night went on, we quickly forgot all about the whole giant wolf-dog thing that I saw. At least, that's what the shape looked like. A giant dog. I didn't see any details because it was so dark. And the floodlight that came on the front of his house, which by the way is super bright, only gave details to a large silhouette. As the night went on, probably closer to midnight, I had drinking a little, but I was only buzzed. My friend who invited me over was beginning to black out. He's a much heavier drinker than I, and although I enjoy it, I prefer social drinking more. I've never been a fan of getting drunk. I like a buzz here and there, like anyone else, but that's about where I stop. My other mutual friends, who had later on arrived, they were all getting pretty buzzed too, somewhere between there and drunk. That's when we started hearing noises off in the woods in the distance. Between the bonfire and the entrance of the woods, maybe 200 yards. It's pretty large open space. I mean, you could easily go ATVing. I think there were woods and trees around here at some point, but long before my friend bought the property, it was all cleared and torn out. So it's just a giant clearing. Well, we heard all sorts of crashing woods and noises, sounding like a large animal crashing through the trees, making all sorts of noises. I didn't hear any howling or any other animal noises, just the crashing sound, like something big trampling about. I'm trying to paint this picture for you. Imagine the Hulk, and put him in the middle of the woods in a dark forest at nighttime. Imagine the noise he would make moving around, pushing trees over, stomping around. You would probably guess that there's some sort of heavy machinery going around. Well, yeah, that's just how loud it was. Except there was no machinery sounds accompanying it. It was just crashing, thrashing. And while some of our friends were mildly concerned, I say mildly, because their state of inebriation took over more control than their actual sobering concern of what was in the woods. I was the only one that really began to get nervous, and this went on for quite a while, maybe close to an hour off and on, and then suddenly stopped, along with all the sounds of the night. Crickets, even the wind. It was dead silent. Now, it was about 1 or 1:30 in the morning, and most everybody but I was pretty drunk. So much so, they were able to ignore any eeriness that was felt in the air. Sitting out there in the quiet for maybe 10-15 minutes, I made the announcement that I'm going to go inside, lay down, and that they should all come inside with me, that we should put out the bonfire and put in a night. Some of them agreed, my other friend being so drunk that he was pretty much out. Whatever. I know it was probably a mistake, but I left him out there. 2/3 of us, I would say, decided to put out the fire and go in, while the other few sat outside, still talking. They came in at some point, but I had fallen asleep. Luckily, my friend had a pretty large house, and a very large living room. Many places on the floor to crash. He had mattresses and pads all over, so it wasn't hard to find a spot to crash down on and lay on. I mean, he had his living room set up, so that way 10 or 15 people at a time could crash out. Pretty nice setup, actually, and it worked out in our favor. Not to mention the giant window panes all over the walls, meaning you could perfectly see out to the bonfire area and where all the woods was. Even though I was pretty creeped out and a little buzzed still, I decided I should try and fall asleep. And miraculously, I did. The next day, I had woken up. Everybody was inside. I was one of the first ones up, and decided I should head home. But I talked to my friend first, and asked him how things were going, and then I told him I was very uncomfortable the previous night. He said when he got up to go back in the house, since he was one of the last ones, he told me he had this intense feeling like something or somebody was watching him. He had looked around, but not seen anybody. But he told me that this sounds weird, because it coincides with what I told him, but that he felt like something or somebody was watching him through the woods. I asked him could it have been neighbors who were coming over to try and maybe play tricks on us, but he told me no. The only neighbor, who lives about a half-mile away in that direction, is an elderly couple. There's no reason they would be going through the woods over to his property around 1:30 or later in the morning. For what reason? This couple was at least 80. I think the man was in a wheelchair even. There's no way or reason that would be a thing. Anyway, I know this is probably a dumb story, but my friend totally got the creeps. We never did figure out what that silhouette of the large dog was, or what the crashing sounds were in the woods, but I can't help but find it awfully fishy that weird stuff happened to not only me, but him as well, and we both acknowledged it. Everybody else, though, seemed to downplay it severely. Like maybe they knew, but they really didn't want to know. Anyway, like I said, this was back in 2013. I've had no sort of experiences since then. It has really been the only thing that I've had that was weird remotely, and I've been out there many times since that day. Again, with nothing weird happening. So maybe it was a fluke. I'm not sure. Maybe we truly did encounter a dogman that night. We'll never know, I guess. I just hope that it never decides to come back. I'm really glad I found your channel, and while I've been debating about writing this into you, about the whole experience and wondering if it truly fits in with any of your stories, I thought, hey, why not? If you don't decide to use it, it is what it is. But if you do, I really hope your listeners can appreciate what I have to say. Now, let's back this up a little. The man in question is and was a good friend of mine. Up until around the end of 2016, died of a massive heart attack. Sometime before Thanksgiving, if I remember correctly. I'm not going to say his actual name, so I'll refer to him as Earl. Earl eventually found God, cleaned up his life, and became a pretty decent guy. But, pre-2000s, he was a bad guy to mess with. In and out of prison, sold and did a lot of drugs, did a lot of bad things, even murdered people. But his primary occupation was a pimp for at least 8 or 9 years. And during that time, he had some crazy stories that he shared with me. One being something about werewolves. Now, get this. So, at the time that him being a pimp, he ruled over, I guess if that's the correct terminology, a handful of prostitutes. He operated them in this really shady part of town, off in the outskirts, where it was a little bit more wooded, tucked away, but just as much a part of the city as any other part would be. Of course, with all the gang rivalry and gang banging, there would always be violence and, of course, drugs being sold. I should also clarify that if you're not familiar with slang, gang banging is not referring to an orgy, but actual gang activity, killing, violence, any sort of gang activity that you can think of, at least to my knowledge. While that was going around in plentiful amounts, there was also prostitutes going missing left and right. Now, on occasion this does happen. If you go to any major metropolis, and you talk to any pimp, which I hope you wouldn't do, because they are dangerous men. But sometimes prostitutes are kidnapped. Sometimes they're killed. They are in a way seen as property of other pimps, so it makes sense that rival pimps would do this. But there was a horrible, horrible reason for this. Some of the prostitutes, who were friends with the other prostitutes, kept claiming that they would see this large black dog with tall pointed ears walking on two legs, which they would refer to as a werewolf, keep coming after the other prostitutes, attacking them, and eventually, multiple of these prostitutes would disappear. At least 5 of them in this same little area all vanished without a trace. Before truly finding out what was the cause of this, he ended up serving a prison term and getting out. And shortly after that, it was about at the end of his gang life, which would mean he turned over his life completely afterwards. So that was just a closed chapter. He never did find out. And I'm just telling you all this to give a backstory to the reasoning. He told me it always bothered him, and he found it weird, that his prostitutes kept referring to the same description of what they were seeing. Of course, he would beat them, mock them, force them to do stuff on him, as well as other people for more money, because he thought they were trying to get out of it. But he just now can't get around the fact that they would use the same descriptions, the tall pointed black ears, the fact that it looked, whatever it was, like a werewolf. He doesn't really believe in werewolves or anything like that. He's just more haunted that they would go missing, all saying that they saw this same creature or thing, and wonders if there's a reason behind that. I'm sorry I don't know as much information as I'd like to. I wish I would have talked to him more about it. But when he had shared it with me, I always found it very interesting, thinking at the time that the idea of a werewolf was a possibility. Now that I know about the idea of cryptids, and that they do exist, and the whole phenomenon with dogmen, I almost wonder if indeed that's what they were seeing. I should also state that this period of him prostituting these girls out was somewhere in the 90s. I think 1991 to 99 is to be exact, but I can't quite remember for sure, but it was sometime around there. And I also want to say too that the area these prostitutes served in was somewhere close by to Chicago. It wasn't a sect of Chicago if I remember right. It was a little bit past that, but still a busy area, just a little bit more forested than a big city. When I was 17, I used to hang out with my buddy literally all the time during the summertime. We really had nothing else better to do. And I can distinctly remember one evening, we were bored. I think I had about $8 or $9, and I told my friend, "Hey, let's go walk to the store, get some Mountain Dews. Come back and we'll play video games." We did those things already, but for whatever reason, I was really craving a Mountain Dew then. I don't know why. So, he agreed, and we both walked down to the store. Now, the store was quite a bit of ways away, and you had to walk through this really sketchy long stretch of road that had thick woods on both sides. Being in California, at least middle to upper California, these were forests, like the kind of forest you see in the Pacific Northwest, not the shrubbery and loose woods that you see down in Southern California. I thought I should make that distinction. We had walked this stretch of road many times. I think it was a little over a mile, maybe a mile and a half. But we would go there often to get snacks, soda, and whatever stuff that a 17-year-old eats. Well, this time was really no different. And it being the summer evening, the sun was still out, and it was still beautiful weather. Active people walking their dogs, and cars going back and forth. It wasn't a dead road by any means, but there were fewer houses. I'm wanting to say all this stuff because I want to mention that this was a very lively area. Maybe not as lively as any downtown area, but there were people present, cars going by, as I just said. We were maybe halfway there to the store, when we heard strange noises off to the forest across the street. It made us both stop, look at each other, and question, what was that we had just heard? It sounded like a dog getting ripped apart, or something. Maybe like a cougar attacking a dog. I think after discussing it for a moment, that was the conclusion we came to. But it didn't quite sound like that. And living in California, I've had my fair share of hearing cougars, although I've only heard a few dogs. But this is exactly what it would sound like. So, we kept on walking, going back on our conversation of whatever it was we were talking about. Maybe 10 minutes later, we're now nearing the end of the walk, and we hear it again, except this time the noises are more distorted and closer, as if whatever it was following us parallel in the woods. This time, though, the sounds were different. It didn't sound like another animal attacking a dog or something. And when I mentioned it the first time, I mentioned the accompanying noises of a cougar making noise like a hissing sound, along with the whimpering and whining of a dog, even though they didn't sound quite right, not like you'd actually hear. I know it's very hard to explain, but when we got near the end of the walk and we heard these noises again, they were different. It's almost like the sound of a dog and the hissing of a cat or something like that was overlaid on top of each other. It sounded very large and very distorted, like playing through a lo-fi radio or something. And whatever it was seemed to sound really big. Like, imagine a bison making that noise. Something of enormous size. It's really hard to describe accurately. My friend and I just kept looking at each other, like, what on earth is making those noises? There were some passerbyers on the other end of the street, a biker, and a lady walking her German Shepherd, all three of which, including the dog, made glances at the noises and seemed to carry on. The lady, if I remember right, even had her headphones in, and I remember that she looked over too, signifying that me and my friend were not indeed crazy, and we were hearing something strange and out of the ordinary. So here's where the story gets even crazier. We go to the store, and we both load up on Mountain Dew, since being 17, you seem to think you're really cool if you drink Mountain Dew. I'm really not sure what my obsession was at that age. So we're leaving, and we're about halfway back down this long stretch of road. Keep in mind, it's probably somewhere between 7 and 8, in the midst of summer. 7 or 8, I think. And it's still sunny out. Cars are still going by. There's still people walking. It's still lively. It's California after all. The noises begin to even get more violent sounding, if that makes any sense. It sounded like a flock of animals being ripped apart, minus the skin-ripping noises and blood and tissues being torn. I don't know how else to accurately tell you. That's what it sounded like. Like you would hear a roar, and overlaid with that roar was what sounded like distorted dog screams. I don't know. My friend, when we ended up getting back, said that he might think it might be a skinwalker. But I don't know. It didn't sound far off into the woods, and I had never even heard of a skinwalker before. He ended up telling me what a skinwalker was. He's not native, but he does have native friends, and has heard of what they are before. Except we were in California, nowhere near any reservation that I am or was aware of at the time. Well, come to find out later that night, people in that area had reported seeing a large, strange, upright canine figure in the area. I know this because he called a friend of his, or maybe it was a family member, one or the other, I can't quite remember, and they were talking about the weird noises that we had just heard a few hours prior. He got on the conversation over the phone, and since his friend, or family member, whichever it was on speakerphone, he didn't know he was on speakerphone, was talking about it, and saying that yeah, the whole neighborhood's kind of freaked out right now. They're not sure what it was. And I almost motioned to him, asking if he meant werewolf. My friend mentioned the word werewolves, and he said, nah, that's not what it was. It's something else entirely. Some strange animal, we don't know what it is. And then the rest of the conversation went as normal. And since then, I've always had this thing that I do believe that werewolves or animals like that exist somewhere. Maybe a skinwalker, maybe a werewolf, I don't know. Out here in California, though, I wouldn't put it past me that something weird is out there lurking in the darkness of the woods. I'd like to start this off with a little bit of background information on me. I'm 30 years old. My name is William, and I have a sadistical love for the outdoors, hiking and going into hard climates and places that aren't exactly easy to traverse. I've never been one to go into a half-mile loop, something easily doable. I like to climb mountains, go into the thick, boggy swamps, any terrain that's pretty rough. Because of this, you'll usually find things other people will never see, which sets up for my story, which, by the way, I have information to back up my story, from the past, from things that I've learned from native culture. So, here we go. I believe there's a turf war going on. Oh, and one last thing. I also do believe in cryptids. I've had Bigfoot encounters as well as dogman encounters in the past, but I'll save that for another time. Anyway, I was saying, I do believe there is a territorial turf war between cryptids, specifically in the southern point of Mississippi. See, just a couple years ago, I was hiking deep in the marshlands, actually, right along the Pascagoula River, which is very southern Mississippi. It's pretty much out in the middle of nowhere, and this is where I saw the most horrible thing that I ever have. Even more frightening than my dogman and Bigfoot encounters. This was almost night. It was pretty dark, but you could still see somewhat, enough that I could see what was happening in front of me. I saw, well, it started off with screams and loud sounds, which prompted me to follow, off in the brush. I heard what sounded like screaming, not human screams, like a giant wolf or something like that, screaming in pain. It's hard to say. It sounded like something distorted, like animal sounds together, and I could also hear some sort of hissing, almost like a dinosaur roaring. Crazy sounds, I know. But then I peeked through, and I saw a scene straight out of a Hollywood horror movie. This large black dog, with sharp pointed ears, standing upright on two legs, massive bulging muscles, was being attacked by what I can only describe as half-human, half-Komodo dragon, I guess. It was very lizard-like. Whatever they were about halfway in the water, and they were fighting very violently. Then, in a split second, just by the sight alone, I knew that I was seeing a dogman, and it was fighting some sort of reptilian creature. This thing, the reptilian creature, reaches up in one quick motion and tears part of the pec muscle off its body, flesh included, leaving a gaping hole and blood pouring out. The dogman creature screams out in pain and lashes and bites down, tearing part of the shoulder open of the reptilian creature, covered in thick spikes and armor, or what it appeared to be. More like armor like an alligator has, not literal metal and steel armor. That thing screamed and hissed too. It continued to be a bloody brawl. I watched in horror for maybe 20 more seconds. I have to realize it was probably only that short. But time seemed to slow as I was watching the horror in front of me. They brawled for a few more seconds, and then, like a shark ascending up to bite into a seal, this thing jumped up and bit and tore out the throat of the dogman creature, causing the dogman to fall all the way back and fully submerge into the water, where this creature, that looked far more like a Komodo dragon and an alligator and a human in one, but more like a Komodo dragon than anything, grabbed its body and pulled it underneath. There was blood. I was so terrified watching this that I had completely urinated my own pants. I figured now was my own chance to escape. So, I turned around, and as quietly and as quickly as possible, ran back to where I had hiked from. If you want to verify my sighting yourself, I parked along Old River Road. It's still southern Mississippi, but a little bit north, and the Pascagoula River runs all through there. The brush is pretty thick, so good luck trying to traverse through it. After having 3 other separate dogman encounters, which I will send to you now that I think about it, I knew what a dogman was, and what it looked like. I also knew how smart and how powerful they were, what they were capable of. By the way, both of these creatures, or cryptids as you call them, are incredibly large and very powerful. This dogman wasn't no wimp, easily 8 or 9 feet tall, slender in the legs, but very muscular in the arms and chest. In fact, looked a lot like one of the other dogmen that I saw in Texas, but I'll get to that in another story. As far as the reptilian creature, it just flat out looked freaky, looked wrong. It kind of reminded me of something you'd see if you were to go to hell. Just evil, sinister looking. The way it had its spines on its back, and the way it resembled a human, an alligator, and very prominently a Komodo dragon all in one. It was just frightening to look at, and was also just a tad bit taller than the dogman. Probably not by much though, not by several feet, but it seemed to be a little bit larger, and was much more thicker and built, like a tank. And while this lizard thing appeared to take damage too, physically, it just seemed to have the upper hand and have more power than the dogman did. But the dogman did put up a good fight. Once it had fully submerged into the water very quickly with the corpse of the dogman, I didn't stick around to see what was going to happen. I booked it out of there and was happily gone. In fact, the entire thing seemed so surreal. It doesn't even feel like it actually happened. Seeing something like that is seeing like a hyena and a lion fight in the wild. Yeah, it happens. There's documentation of it. But it's more rare. But it wasn't until summer of 2019 where I stumbled upon your channel. And not too long after, you started releasing stuff on reptilian creatures that nobody else had. Talking about alligator men living in the swamps of the South. Although nothing you released or talked about sounds exactly similar to what I saw, the lizard-like creature. You're kinda in the same ballpark with the alligator man thing. An apex lizard-like predator that is half human, half lizard is definitely here in the swamps. This thing looked more like a horrible cryptid genetic experiment than anything else, which leads me to believe that there's probably cryptids all over the United States. Flying, reptilian, dog, possibly cat, because I've heard of people talk about werebears and werecats, although I have nothing to say about them. Never seen them or heard stories about them, personally of course. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's cryptids of all variety, and naturally, it would make sense that they would have territory wars, or come into squabbles here and there, which I can't believe I happened to come and see. But, had I not heard the screaming and all the commotion, I wouldn't have even been bothered to actually come and see what it was. I would have just stayed in the trees. However, there is some evidence to support what I saw does actually happen out when people don't realize it. For example, I heard a Bigfoot story a while back that somebody, forgive me because I don't remember the location, they were up in the mountains, possibly the Sierra Nevadas up in California, but don't quote me on that. They had witnessed, from a distance, 2 Bigfoots fighting to the death. One Bigfoot eventually overpowered the other, grabbed a large rock, and bashed the other's head in. There was also another one, where another person had seen 2 dogmen fighting, where the more dominant one, believed to be the alpha male, tore out the throat of the smaller one. So right then, we know these things do exist, and not only exist, but these wars between them also happen. Then, in native culture even, there's even talk. I'm talking about the Plains Indians here. There's even talks about their tribes going to war with dogmen and Bigfoot and dogmen also warring against each other. I didn't know these things at the time. Before I wrote this story out to send to you, I tried to educate myself as much as I could, listening to many of your reptilian episodes, just to see if I can find the creature that I saw, that maybe somebody out there would describe it as seen. But no. This also makes me theorize that maybe there are different varieties of reptilian creatures. You have reptilians that are shapeshifters, take the form of people, as you've talked about in some of your episodes, where people see people with reptilian eyes, who I believe are disguised as humans. Then you have the more cryptid creature side of it, where you actually see tall reptilian creatures, half man, half dinosaur, I've heard descriptions of, which might be the closest relation to what I saw, although I prefer Komodo dragon because it looks more like that than, say, a dinosaur. Then other people, which is the most common, have talked about a half-man, half-alligator, which I've already mentioned. That seems to be the most common. And then, of course, you have these large reptilian creatures that look more like giant lizards. There's also talks about tunnels and burrows being dug in the swamps. And if I'm totally honest with you, the more and more I listen, the more I've experienced, the swamps are just sounding like a less and less safe place to be in, to visit, to hike around, to thrash around in, to explore. I myself would not want to be caught off guard and be attacked by either a dogman or one of these reptilian things living in the swamps. For all I know, it's their territory, and has been their territory for a very long time. On the other side, there also seems to be a ton of dogman encounters and sightings, not even in just the New Orleans area, but also around Mississippi, the state that I'm currently residing in, which is scary. But again, it would support the evidence that there is a clear territorial war. And if you're not around in the deep parts of the marsh and swamp, you're never even going to know what truly goes on. Just like when animals duke it out in the middle of the wilderness, you would never know. As frightening as this really is, it's apparent that we are dealing with two apex predators here, both far more intelligent, larger, faster, and more powerful than any of us. I really believe we're no longer on the top of the food chain. We've been clearly outmatched, and I feel it's time to really learn our place. If these things are going to be having a territory war, who knows how long it's going to go on for? And ultimately, who knows how long it's been going on for? If the natives of the plains have talked about it, there might be a war between all of them that we don't even realize. This is not something we want to get into the middle of. You know, looking back on that moment, that felt like it lasted forever, or that time came to a slowdown. I regret not having my phone, because I felt like I was in a moment where I could have captured it on video. But I left most of my stuff in the car, considering during hiking and walking around, I don't want to risk damaging or breaking anything I have. Plus, I never stray too far from my car. Only a couple of miles, so I'm never bound to get lost and need complete rescuing. But this was just something otherworldly. Once I heard it, I could not turn away. And also keep in mind, there are people that live close to there. There's no way they did not hear it. These sounds were incredibly loud. The amount of decibels and volume were easily the sounds of two elephants fighting. I mean, it was loud. It clearly got my attention. And I didn't recognize the noises, or at least the style in which the noises were happening, like two animals fighting. The hissing and the growling and the howling. It didn't make sense, so I was pretty much obligated to go check it out. This experience has sure really made me reevaluate where I choose to explore, where I choose to go hiking, and when and where I go. I don't want to end up running into something else's territory, especially if it's a violent cryptid or very territorial Bigfoot. You just can never know anymore. Not after what I saw, and not after my several violent experiences with dogmen, Bigfoots, and now this. Peace be with you. I'm not exactly sure what I encountered, but the sighting of these things that weren't clearly human still haunts me. This is back in 2010, and I was in Colorado, bird watching. In fact, it was a beautiful Saturday morning, and I lived out on beautiful property with a large field off to my right. I was going to the bird feeder at the edge of my property, and out of the corner of my eye, I see three dark-colored creatures literally flying across the field towards my house. Completely panicked and terrified, I ran in the house and waited. My husband wasn't home, so I really had no weapons to defend myself. When my husband got home later, I didn't bother telling him what I saw, because he probably wouldn't have believed me. Then, a couple of days later, The following evening, I was birdwatching again, and as I went again to go to the bird feeder, I see these same strange 3 creatures flying towards the house again. Panicked, I run back in the house a second time, and I pull up my notebook and jot down exactly what I saw, what their descriptions looked like, because I didn't want to forget it. We didn't have a computer in the house at the time. Trust me, I know. Being 2010, you think everybody would be. There'd be other nights where, again, my husband wasn't home or was in bed, since he had to get up very early for work. I'd be sitting out on my porch alone at night, and I'd see strange dark figures emerge from the woodline and work their way slowly towards the house, almost creeping. I was completely terrified, unsure if I should go wake my husband or just stand my ground. It seems like every time I'd always look back, they would disappear completely into the underbrush, and I never got answers. One incident specifically really terrified me. I saw a few of these figures slowly approaching the house when they vanished. Shortly after, I see this large dark shape in the sky come right over around our property and start emitting these strange red flashing lights. It was like a plane, but much larger and much lower to the ground. It was almost kind of a diamond shape. I kind of went in and out of consciousness. My memory's very blurry, and I'm not exactly sure what happened next because I ran inside. It's a very strange experience. The next day, I became so violently sick, my husband had to take off work and take me to the hospital. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with me, but I nearly died twice, and I was confined to a hospital bed for 4 to 5 days. I believe that shape in the sky had something to do with it, although I'm not sure. The only other strange account I could possibly recall that I know of in my community is that a young woman, not too long ago, well, before I had my experience, was walking her dog on a sloping hill one evening when she felt something strange in the air, is how she described it, and she sees this large, emaciated dog approaching her. Instead of turning around, the woman said that she just continued walking, picking up her pace because she felt terrified. She said that in response to her picking up her pace, this thing also picked up its pace and began running after her. Now completely terrified, she went as fast as she could, back to the trail where she was on and back to her car, where this thing eventually dove off into the woods. But the entire time, this thing still continued to follow her, making all sorts of horrible growls and noises in the woods, like it did not want her there. She described the creature as looking like a starved dog, hunched over on 2 legs, incredibly ugly, and very frightening looking. We didn't spend too much longer living on that ranch, because me seeing these 3 beings would be a reoccurring thing over and over. Finally, maybe no more than a year later, we moved to a different state entirely. Normally, I'm not really a believer in ghosts, paranormal, UFOs, or aliens, but that experience, now 11 years ago, really completely changed my entire perspective on what I even perceive as normal and our reality. Lastly, let me go ahead and share some details with you that I had written down in my notebook about these 3 beings that I would see over and over again. They were tall, they were very dark, they almost had a very slender and human build, very bulky by the shoulders, and almost a reptilian-like head. Large bulky arms, too long for their body, with hands that were completely oversized, and long white claws. Their faces were very serpentine, but deep-set-in eyes, and teeth that were very reminiscent of a fish. Tiny, but millions of sharp little teeth. Could these creatures have been aliens? I'm still not exactly sure what this was to this day, so I'm hoping, since you're kind of the monster master here, you can kind of help me pinpoint exactly what it is. I'm just hoping you'll respond back to me, and in an exchange of emails, can give me some much-needed answers, because what I saw just doesn't make sense. Alright, let's get to the story. I won't bore you with long, unimportant backstory details, so, to cut to the chase, me and a good buddy of mine We're exploring and hiking up in northern Colorado, not too far outside of Boulder, in the general vicinity of the Rocky Mountain National Park. I think closer to Red Feather Lakes, if we're trying to get an exact location. And at one point or another, during our several day-long hike, we had found the mouth to a very small cave. It kind of led at a 45-degree angle down into the ground, so the opening was big enough, and we weren't properly equipped, but we thought, what the heck, might as well explore what we can, and deviate from our already out-of-schedule hike, because we were supposed to be back a day or so before, but we were having such a good time that, whatever, our family could suck it up. The opening led to a rather small chamber, maybe 20 feet across and 10 feet tall. Tall enough that we could both stand up in. We thought it was pretty cool, and since we didn't have a map of any of the caves around here, him and I are both aware that there are many uncharted little caves all throughout this mountain range, even if these caves are so small that they're not even considered caves. And I know you gotta be careful, because some of these could be considered dens. We kinda shined our lights around, looked around casually, didn't see much, didn't notice much. We were just thrilled to be in here, until we shined our lights a little further, and saw that it dips down about another 45 degrees, down deeper into the earth. Debating on whether we should go further, because we only had flashlights that weren't that great, and we didn't want to stray too much away from the light outside, bleeding into the first chamber. We decided, what the heck, let's go a little further. We felt a little adventurous, so we press on and go down to this next little tunnel, and now it's almost completely pitch black. But this next portion, this next chamber, opened up much larger, to a chamber that we couldn't even see all the way across. Due to the angle at which we were at, it sloped down even further in this large opening, kind of like a mini cliff, and our light would not shine all the way down to the bottom, so there's no telling. My buddy picks up a rock and throws it down there, and you could hear it kind of boom, 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 all the way down to the very bottom. It sounded like at least a several 100-foot drop. I guess not uncommon to find tunnels and caves like these. We stood there for about another moment or more, figuring that we certainly did not have the equipment to scale this. We just decided to cut our losses and headed back to the first chamber. As we're exiting out of the first chamber, back out into daylight, we hear this sound coming from within the cave. It sounded like a dragon. I mean, I know that sounds pretty crazy of a description, but I can't think of another description to use. It would be the stereotypical sound you would hear from some sort of large prehistoric reptile used in a Hollywood movie, I guess. At least, that's what came to my mind, and my friend's mind too. We heard this loud squawk, roar type sound. My friend and I both turned to each other and give each other a look, like we're in complete disbelief, and a look like, did you hear that? Or was that just me? Are we crazy? We both look back, but don't see anything, and we hear the sound of something approaching, something big, coming into the first chamber. I mean, it couldn't be too big. The opening to the second chamber to the first was maybe 10 feet tall by maybe 6 or 7 feet wide, but we could hear something big moving, and when you look into the mouth of the cave, it only allows you so much light, so you can't see all the way to the entrance to the second chamber. We decided it was probably best not to stick around and find out, so we got out of there quickly and walked about maybe 500-600 yards into the thickness of the forest, where we could hear the sounds, those same exact dragon squawking sounds, I guess you'll call them, outside, probably back the way we came, back by the entrance or the mouth of this cave. It's definitely had a lasting impression on my friend and I anytime we're in the woods. I'm not saying at all that dragons exist or anything like that, but it did sound like some sort of pissed off large reptile. I don't know. I'm just glad that we didn't stick around to see what it was. I can only imagine. Call me crazy, but I could have sworn, a month ago, me and my girlfriend, while walking on a dike, saw this strange reptile-like creature, hunched over, crawling out of the storm drain, right near our house. My girlfriend and I like to take hikes on the dike often, since it runs several miles all up and down the river, and to our left is a large storm drain opening. The only people that ever go down there is other teenagers, people who do drugs, and maybe graffiti. There's really no point in going in there. It's just that, a large empty storm drain tunnel that leads out to the small river. As we were walking by, somewhere I think around April 4th or 5th, we're just walking and having conversation. She looks over and it's like, "Hey, look, check that out, Braden." I turn and see this thing that's all white, but kind of like a pale green, crawling on all fours out of the storm drain, like it's struggling to move. Then, it just kind of plops down and quickly scurries off into the brush. My girlfriend and I were both like, what did we just see? I'll try and describe it to you as best as I can, because it was daylight. Even though a little bit of overcast, we still got a pretty good look at it, and even saw its face. Its skin, though, was hands down the weirdest looking. It kind of reminded me of a large blanket draped over its skin that hugged tightly, like its skin was all interconnected. There wasn't a distinct arm and leg. It was all like webbed together, if that makes any sense. And it had these dull kind of white spines protruding out of its back. I don't even know if they were poking out of its skin, but they were bony and lumpy. The head was just like a person's, but it had these little nubby bumps all over its skull. It was more green on the head, and it had scales from what it appeared. The face was flat, the eyes being very big, sunken in, and would appear to be yellow. I couldn't see a mouth, but I can tell you it did not have a snout, so I didn't see any lips, or a nose really, not at the distance we were. It even had a tail too, that was very similar to like an alligator's tail, except not as spiny. The whole experience, whatever we were looking at, was freaky looking. It kind of reminded me of something you'd see off Star Trek, like some reptilian alien race or something. I don't know. My girlfriend isn't really into sci-fi movies like I am, so to her, it just freaked her right out. She always refers to it now as a failed science experiment, or some sort of creature that broke loose from a lab and escaped in the storm drain. Oh, and the size of this thing. It was easily the size of an adult, which is one of the reasons why we were so freaked out. And it moved so awkwardly, like it wasn't comfortable moving in the position and the body that it was placed in. It was not fluid and smooth at all, like it had stiff joints or something. I don't know. Even just thinking back to it creeps me out. What surprises me too is we were maybe only 40 feet away from it, and we had a clear view of it. Had it looked up, it would have looked up directly at us, even though we got a pretty good look at its face, its body, everything, and it just quickly wanted to scurry off and hide, as if it knew it was vulnerable and exposed. Me and my girlfriend have since walked that dike and have not seen it again since. And now, sometimes, we'll kind of dare each other to go down to the storm drain to see if there are more of them, or that thing is back there. Anyway, talk about a strange experience. I honestly... In late April of 1937, a Ute Indian by the name of John Walker says that he encountered a night monster spider that spoke and warned against entropy while it wound its claws around him. According to the Sioux Nations, a skinwalker can act as a bear, a wolf, or a coyote, even a fleshwalker, or a moon-illuminated skinwalker, a subcult of skinwalkers. There have been reports of many moon natives. Commonly, the Sioux and the Ute refer to these humanoid spider-like beings with multiple arms and distorted faces with large fangs. While not necessarily resembling that of a spider, half man, half spider like you would think from the name, it's actually been called a night spider for many who have seen it. Many believe, like skinwalkers, that these are actually a derivative of skinwalkers or shapeshifters, originating of the practice of shapeshifting and dark magic. While rarely talked about, there are several reports of seeing these strange arachnid-like cryptids for years and years, often much more rare than people would like to talk about. These have been known to be spotted by a well-known explorer of cryptids, Richard Freeman, more often than not in obscure and deserted areas all throughout the country, although it is doubtful they can be caught, as they quickly dart back into the night after fleeing from an encounter. I can't be certain as to what tribes and cultures of natives have their own experiences with these beings, like they do with Bigfoot and dogmen. Again, I'll state that these beings are dangerous in their own right, but I believe they are a sect of skinwalkers that use their dark magic to contort their bodies to evil-looking things. During the days of the Blackfeet and Sioux Wars, a Sioux Indian by the name of Little Coyote claims he was sucked up into the sky by the spirit of a skinwalker. He claims he was sucked up into the sky and somehow ended up in a dark cavern, is how he described it. Surrounding him in the cavern were these night spider creatures, what he described as half-man, half-beast, with multiple arms, black hair, and huge fangs all over their face. Terrified, he managed to break free of the trap. The question remains is that he was sucked up into the sky, but yet somehow pulled underground. Is it possible that he was abducted and then, while unconscious, placed underground? We don't know. Although there have been sightings of cryptids, night spiders aren't talked about all that much. Not as much as you would think. This was years ago, and I'm still terrified by what I experienced this night. This was from another world, and I've heard of skinwalkers, and seen this coyote thing come onto our field multiple times, but never did I imagine I would encounter anything like what we saw, like what my brother-in-law would refer to as something called a night spider. Before I get more into that, there would be mornings where I would see this tall, upright walking coyote thing kind of just hanging around our field, like it was always waiting and watching for the next opportunity to do something. It was incredibly unnerving. It would always just be crouching down in the tall grass and watching. There had been a couple of times it tried to make moves on some of our small dogs and livestock, and it did. They'd go missing. Our entire chicken coop was taken, along with all the chickens in it. It was a small coop and not wired into the ground. Anyway, one morning, I look off to the left into the field. I don't see anything. I look to the right into the field, and I see this skinwalker creature that's staring back at me. Off in the distance, I see it almost every couple of mornings. It's out there and I want nothing to do with it. The same thing happens to my brother-in-law. He's very devout in the Navajo way, and he doesn't believe in what we call skinwalkers. It's like he's forced himself to confront this thing. One morning, he's out there in the field and this skinwalker, faceless, sneaks up from behind him, real close. How did it know my brother-in-law is Navajo? How does it know he's a spiritual man? It's like it puts thoughts in the mind and does what it wants. He wasn't saying that, of course, but it's just a powerful energy. It was about as hideous as you can imagine it being. It grabs hold of my brother, and he's screaming prayers in Navajo, and this thing takes complete hold of him, dragging him back while subduing him. After it gets to about the edge of the field and lets go of him, it flees off, continuing to pray and shout. I'm not sure what my brother-in-law said, but it must have worked. The skinwalker had let go of him and fled off into the woods nearby. Right after he was freed, he's going crazy, telling me to never encounter it, never go looking for it. Although I don't go looking for it, at least I do my best not to. I try and keep my distance from these things, if you understand. Being a traditional Navajo has a purpose, but a lot of Christian religions are more open. Part of me understands because it's validation for a lot of Navajo way practitioners to accept. That's there I mean. There would be a lot of people not believing without visual proof. You know what I mean? Like, when I first saw it in the morning, I would tell my father-in-law and my wife's father what I saw. They'd say that I saw it 2 days prior in the same spot. As it started getting closer, I'd tell a friend, and he'd say how he saw it 2 days again. Some people aren't really into that, or understanding the Navajo way. So, I respect that everybody has to make up their own mind. Now, the following couple of nights, this thing comes back, but it's much scarier than before. The first few times that we'd all seen it, it tried taking my brother-in-law, and it was in its coyote form. I say coyote form because that's the only way I can accurately depict what this thing looked like. When it came back the following night, or a few nights later, it looked something akin to that of a night spider. If you don't know, night spiders are a branch of shapeshifters under the skinwalker umbrella, and they specialize shapeshifting into these abominable beings. Instead of wearing animal skins like traditional skinwalkers, they use their dark magic to contort and turn into these hideous beings. They usually have multiple arms and large claws on each hand, deep sunken and black eyes, large black fangs protruding from their chest and mouth. They crawl more on their fours than they do walk around upright. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of these cryptids, but that's what I've heard them referred to as by many of the natives. I had no idea they were even a thing until I saw one with my own eyes the following night, as I'm about to discuss. So, I'm outside at night, pondering the day, having a small glass of whiskey that I just poured myself. I hadn't even taken into consideration that, well, I'd only had maybe 1 or 2 sips off the glass at the time, and I see this thing approaching from the field. The same spot where this creature disappeared the day before with my brother-in-law. I immediately knew it was this creature, but I did not recognize the form it was in. I just knew deep down it wasn't a good thing. As it came closer, even with how much light there was that night, I saw enough to horrify me. Immediately after its appearance, I went inside and woke up my wife. She had this big comforter over her, so I couldn't exactly see her face. I asked her about it first, and she's like, "No, there's nothing. You've just been drinking. It's the shadows." But I pushed that aside and wanted to make sure that she saw it too. I wanted assurance that I was not crazy, but she refused to budge, so I'm like, okay, screw it. And I go grab my 44 out of the closet, step back onto the porch, and in that moment, I nearly soiled my britches right there. 10 feet away from the porch, this thing is just standing there, like it was standing its ground on a contested territory. I got a good look at this thing. It looked like it came from the pits of hell itself. It was maybe slightly more taller than 6 feet, and it looked exactly like the night spider that I had mentioned. It was challenging me, and so I slowly pulled out my 44 and aimed it right at the center of this thing. I felt like I couldn't pull the trigger, like this thing was controlling my body. I felt myself tense up and had this paralysis coming over me, shooting through my body. This creature slowly smirks at me. I felt like I couldn't pull the trigger, like this thing was controlling my body. I felt myself tense up and had this paralysis feeling shooting all throughout my body. This creature smirks at me slowly, and I felt myself losing total control of my body. My hand, with the finger still on the trigger, starts to turn my 44 inwards towards my chest. I'm frozen and can't fight off what is going on with my body, as this thing is practically controlling my own muscles. Just as I am putting the 44 right against my own chest, against my will, the loudest gunshot I'd ever heard goes off, and this thing gets shot right in the chest from behind and lets out a horrible scream, like you wouldn't believe. Instantly, I feel my muscles relax and I drop my 44. This thing starts screaming radically and begins running off into the night as my brother-in-law came to me. He felt something was wrong and came just in the nick of time, like some sort of crazy sixth sense or something. He had shot this thing nearly point blank right in the back, comes rushing over to me to make sure I'm okay. Let me just say that as I'm recalling these events, I'm trying to do my best not to make it sound like some crazy fake story. I want to express it in a way that it's terrifying but also does the story justice. And this thing was somehow nearly getting me to kill myself via mind control or something. This is where my brother-in-law, who, by the way, like I stated, is full Navajo, and told me about night spiders, what they are, and how they had this horrible ability to take possession of anybody they target, to make them do their evil bidding. He much refers to them as physical demons that have a form and shape. Anyway, there's not much else to add, but I wanted to say this before I had never ever really heard of a night spider before. Whether it's that of a skinwalker or whatever, they're extremely dangerous beings that should be kept at a distance at all times as best as you can. Feel free to email me if you have any questions. I'm sure I've missed some details here along the way. I have a friend that I've known for years. He is both Native American and an avid hunter and outdoorsman. He has experienced his share of strange things happening to him, but they do not fit entirely with a lot of the stories told of true skinwalkers. However, one particular time, I was shown some odd things that he said followed a strange encounter. He goes on some pretty strange country with very steep and rugged inclines. Elevation around 7,600 feet. One time, it was following a summer butchering, and he was down in Apache country, which is just below the Mogollon Rim. He was tracking a wounded deer that jumped into some dense brush, and after a couple of hours, he reaches the top of the catchment basin many hours later, after running and tracking. He then comes across a small cave with lots of old potsherds, which he examined at length to determine the condition they were in. Then he found some clay-like images that had seemingly been made either by pressing the trenching into the ground or by applying water. He told me that the more he left them alone, the better they would get, so he would like to go back there at night. Unfortunately, he's not been able to go back. I promised him I would not divulge into any of these secrets of his, and to the best of my ability as an investigator and explorer of these phenomena, that is my promise to him. He has also had some other very strange happenings around the local environment. Usually, buffalo will trample along with the deer, and he said that only a few times did he actually catch either a creature or see its image not fully formed or a fleeting shadow. It is all very difficult when he tells me this to comprehend, but reality is, he is telling them the same as I'm about to tell you. The most horrible sighting he had was when he was walking about at nighttime, and claims he saw a creature unlike anything he's ever seen before. He described it as to have several arms with large black claw appendages, large black tusks on its face and its chest, ink black eyes, and covered in long hair. It moved at an extraordinary rate of speed, and to be honest, he isn't sure what he saw. I mean, at all. It was like a mixture of both human and animal. Not like the whole werewolf thing, but this thing had appendages and tusks and eyes. Not quite humanoid, but not quite werewolf-like either. It looked different. It had long appendages and huge black claws. It was chasing him while he was in his truck. He said that it kind of reminded him of a large spider, but it was also like that of a man, with the way it ran, and it had this horrendous scream. After it lapped him entirely, it quit screaming, and he said he could just hear its movements in the brush on the side of the road as it was trailing away from him. He turned on the road, drove off, and he tells me he has never been so scared. I asked many questions of him because this whole thing just didn't make sense to me. I have since, over the course of about 2 to 3 hours conversing with him, seen him turn ashen white over his recollection of this event, and he said that this particular one was the creepiest thing he has ever experienced. He goes deep into Native American stories and how this figure is known as a skinwalker, or so he believes, and that this particular one is a very, very dark and powerful one, and there actually used to be a sect of them that guarded Indian villages. He also told me that what he thought that night was not a traditional skinwalker, but a witch who was far more powerful. When talking to me, he used the actual word his tribe calls them, and out of respect,
I won't use the word, so I'll just say skinwalker. He said these beings were something else altogether, and they were not just skinwalkers. He also chased by something just the other night, what he believes to be the same creature. It could be another kind of spirit that was chasing him, but before I relay the story, I'll let him tell it from his perspective. He tells me this, and I quote, "I was walking through the Native American res grounds and mountains and heard what sounded like a loose metal sheet. A big Ford dump truck on a dirt road can do this with the right gravel. So I stopped to listen for it. I couldn't hear anything for a bit as my heart seemed to want to rather speed up or implode. Something cool was blowing past my legs, and I stood still, trying to sort this out. After a minute, I walked with the current, and I slowly began to hear the metal noise. I realized that I was not near any of the roads in my area, just meadows. I hear something large running towards me, and when I shone my light, I saw it was the exact same creature as the night that it chased my truck. I turned and ran. It ran away, though, rather than give chase. I have been having thoughts of it over and over as I recall this experience, almost obsessively. Then, he tells me more that, interestingly enough, this is not the only encounter he has experienced around this area, and he has told me of a time that he was very young. He had gone to go hunting with his uncle, had come across a large buck. He was in a tree and his uncle was on the ground. His uncle and him were talking, and the buck made the same grunt as his uncle made. These skinwalkers are said to be very smart. They know things. They imitate sounds and people and see into the minds of people. His uncle drew his attention to this thing, and it began shape-shifting right in front of them into this large, beastly man covered in animal skins, and begins levitating. This person or being levitated away, like it just went up in the sky. Very slowly, but they never saw where it landed. He never heard anything from this at all, and it all happened so quickly. This is just a small list of all the things he's gone through. I'll see if maybe I can have him reach out to you, personally, and you can email him, or even interview him. Okay, so a few months ago, we were coming home from taking a friend to Phoenix. It was probably 12:30, 1 in the morning. I turned off on a road we usually take around to see if anything was around. We get to a waypoint that we usually use as a turnaround point. We shoot handguns out there all the time. 22s, typical plinking things that we do. You point the guns down a range, they shoot, you shoot them off, whatever, that's it. So, we got out to this point already with a friend that stays at another ranch with us. And it's about a half mile to about 1 mile into an area. This is where we go all the time. It's pretty safe. It's another friend's property, actually, and we've never had any issues. There's also a lot of old ATV trails all around the area. Before we set anything up for night shooting, we started hearing these creepy sounds off in the dark. Now, me and my brother are both shining our lights around asking, "Did you hear that? Am I just hearing things? What is that?" This wasn't normal stuff here. We've heard things in the night like coyotes and just strange noises, but this was something else entirely. Like clicking noises and just strange sounds. So, desperately, we start looking around and try to identify the source of these strange and bizarre noises. When my brother, I hear him start cussing and running back to the truck. I turn to look and I see this thing running at him. Creeped out is a huge understatement here. Whatever this was had multiple long limbs and had these massive pincer-like things on its face and large black eyes. It was running full force. I took a couple of shots at it myself. We get back in the truck, make it a couple miles down the road, hauling butt, and we're stopped by a cop who showed up because he was convinced we were shooting off into people's property. Our plans here were to go and have fun plinking, so we had to be careful not to tell the officer that we had seen this creature. He would have thought we were on drugs or something. We didn't just shoot out illegally, and he kept trying to make that the issue. So we got into a little bit of a gun argument, which here in Arizona, I don't know, it's not California-like, that you can do this and you can't do that. We're not saying that this is all. We all know the laws are just as is. Firearms can be very touchy here. They don't include recreational shooting, which we have a lot about here, a lot of hunting. It creates issues apparently, and we held back from saying anything about the encounter with the cop. I mean, that's the thing. How do you prove a skinwalker? What I believe we encountered that night, how do you prove they exist? How do you prove that we were a bunch of people who go to shoot and enjoy this stuff for fun, without looking like we were out to cause mischief? Again, I assume it was a skinwalker and not something else. But I don't know. I'm speaking from ignorance. You're the so-called expert here, so maybe you can help. My parents always owned a bunch of land, and they have roughly 100 acres. They only ever used a couple for their own horses and for everything. There's this one part on the tree line that we've been seeing a lot of evidence of some sort of animal in our backyard. Like, whatever my grandpa goes to take care of it, it just disappears into the woods and can't be seen from our backyard. We've tried to relax about it and began hunting, but without any luck. It was just doing some stalker stuff like in the movies. So, I got told a couple of weeks ago that this creature has killed my gang's cow. This thing, whatever it is, ate all the guts and whatever that was inside the cow, leaving the body to kind of dry up. But the calf was still perfectly intact, just dead. The chickens will even try to chase it away, I guess, if it gets too close to our house. I guess that's why the coop and everything about them is gone. I know for a fact it hides in the woods. I know it does. Whenever the dog looked away, we could see it stand up and stay, even though before that it could not be seen, and when it did, it would run. It's looking more and more like a skinwalker every day. I've read enough stories online to see that many people deal with things like this on a daily basis. I think that's what I'm dealing with. Our livestock, when we put them out, they start acting super timid and scared. We know this thing is around. There's no denying that. We proceed to hear these weird screeches and growls all throughout the hours of the night. And when it does, the glowing yellow eyes never fail to accompany them, and livestock always go missing after. We're scared. Help me. We had been driving for hours, holding up against the late night traffic for close to an hour and a half. It felt like rush hour, and the miles melted under us in a slow motion, as if we were traveling through a dimension where time and space was distorted, and the speed of light was no longer a constant. At the same time, that same car that had been tailgating us pulled up alongside. At first, I was awestruck by the fact that there seemed to be something wrong with the driver as they zoomed past by, but I didn't think much about it. Once we made it out of the city, the fog around us seemed to clear up a bit, but only for a brief few moments. From the distance, I see some lights flashing. We keep driving, but at a slower pace out of caution. I was hesitant to pull over when I see this large, what I can only describe, now hear me out, as a demon come barreling towards my car from the darkness. It was this 8-9 foot tall monster, piercing dark eyes, razor claws, and skin that was gross looking, like it was dark and leathery, and it had large pincher-like fangs from its face, jet black eyes, and it even appeared to have multiple arms all down its back. It came rushing at my car head first, and I had to swerve out of the way just enough in time to ensure I did not crash around another driver in the oncoming lane. I have no idea what I just witnessed, but I now know that this was no person in a costume, it wasn't some escaped gorilla, it wasn't anybody or any animal I had ever seen or known about. I should have called the cops. I didn't. I just sat at the side of the road, trying to process what just happened. What did I saw? As this is going on, I see it again in my rearview mirror, this time further down the road out of the fog. It was coming in my direction, chasing my vehicle. It was too close to make me feel anywhat comfortable, so I quickly pulled up out of that spot and I started driving at breakneck, very illegal speeds to try and get away from whatever this being was. Look, I'm sorry I'm terrible at writing my own story down, but that's the basic premise of what happened. It was a chilly, foggy evening here in southwest Washington. I often took my children out biking here in the evenings to get a quick bit of exercise before they settled down for the night. I wasn't looking forward to this run for the usual reasons. Not only were there no close bike paths, but the air today was chilly, and the fog had been pretty thick for most of the day. It was enough to disrupt visibility, not just of the nearby branches and shrubs, but even other people. I didn't like that. As a parent, I preferred clear and total visibility. There was always a reason to be a little concerned, but this evening, something felt different. Something was off. We were out for maybe a half hour when my daughter, angry at her sibling, lashed out and punched him. They had been fighting all evening up until this point, and I had just about had enough. Angrily, telling them enough, we turned around and headed back as punishment. The only thing left to do was now set our sights towards home. I turned and took lead, and a look of shock was on my face. I tried my best to focus on the darker part of the path, and I found myself looking at what I can only decipher as one thing: a single roadside reflector. The low light caused it to kind of stand out on the side of the empty blacktop road. As I'm looking up and just kind of taking in my surroundings of the ever-dimming light, I see movement off in the brush next to me. A creature gazed back at me, tall, hunched over, with multiple legs, and these large, bulbous black eyes staring at me. We all pedaled as fast as we could down the road. I told my son to pick up the bike, and we hightailed it out of there soon after. He didn't speak for long, and only when I asked him if he saw anything like Mommy did. His big poor eyes told me everything I needed to know. He saw it too, and pointed down the road, saying it was that thing just down there that he saw, and it looked like a spider monster, is what he said. I have to assume that this was our warning. I don't know why it's so hard for me to trust my gut instinct in retrospect. In any case, I wasn't proud. I'm sorry if this seems frazzled and all over the place, but we don't bike in this area anymore, ever after this incident. And to date, I have no idea what we saw. I was outside with a group of friends on vacation in Maryland. At the time, I was a Marine sergeant stationed in Germany. We had spent the day outdoors burning stuff we didn't want, and at about 2,200 hours, we had decided to go to our cabin. It was on a mountain about 5 miles west outside of Cumberland. At the time, our memory was that we started to hear some popping that sounded like light firecrackers around 2,300 hours. I had a counter with me, and I heard no clicks, and so I didn't think much of it. From the beginning, we heard this noise, and it sounded like a herd of goats running. It started getting closer and closer, and many of us were kind of like, what? And we get to the top of this hill, and we're doing some night hiking, just for fun and giggles. We had flashlights, and of course, we're all very curious to find out exactly what we were hearing. We had been hearing strange noises, and so we shined the light in the direction of the noise. And lo and behold, this thing lit up. All of us gasped, including I. This being, what is now fully illuminated by our lights, was unlike anything you could think or see in a movie. It was clung to a tree like some sort of tree spider or something, but also looked very human. It had dark, dead, leathery-looking skin, several arms that clung to the tree, and these massive black claws in each of its hands. That's how it clung on so well. The face was smaller, but had these giant inward fangs. They reminded me of giant teeth that were black. as soon as I shined my light on. I just knew that what we were dealing with in the moment, in my time, wasn't human at all. This was something very different altogether, and I'm ashamed to admit that even me, with military experience, fled in fear of this thing as we all did. We all went running for fear of this creature coming after us. As I was running, I was slipping and I fell. I looked up and the thing lunged at me, but barely missing me thanks to some thicker brush near right where I fell. I quickly was able to pull myself up, but I knew I didn't have a lot of time to separate myself from this thing. We managed to escape its grasp and lost it after we ran a bit further. All of us terrified and out of breath and unsure of what we had just encountered. For the longest time, I thought it was an alien. I mean, I've never heard or known of a creature like this in my life. Unfortunately, at the time, I didn't know what we had encountered. And it wasn't until years ago when I found out the definition. It was something called a night spider, I guess. I learned it from an old native shaman when I arrived back in Germany. I'm glad to know that this is now becoming a known occurrence of what this thing probably is, although I've never heard anybody else ever talk about this creature. A lot of people think that this specific account is fake, as seeing as sightings like this can be rare. I wanted to come out years ago with this, but I never had solid investigative case to back me up. The case and evidence was for all of you that want the truth. I know this is real. I have no reason to make this up. Please make my details anonymous. Thank you, What Lurks Beneath.
I was in my 20s. My fiancé and I had set up a small camp set up just off the main campsite, up here in the beautiful Ozarks. The camp area included a few trees and had stone fire rings around these nice, intricate fire pits. We had been there for about a week with some friends and their kids, enjoying an uber-long camping trip. The kids had been playing in the back of our camp area and had ran up to the front of the camp. All of a sudden, the kids began yelling. The friend that was with them said that they all ran up the hill and hid underneath a picnic table. He said that he grabbed his children and ran up to the main campsite. They were all scared and shouting about something big coming after them. We thought they were playing around and didn't think much of it. My fiancé and I were out by the campfire when this happened. I was working on a wood carving, and she was sitting beside me. I looked up, and she just had this strange look on her face. She said she wanted to show me something. She had been meaning to talk to it about me now for some time. I was like, okay. And so she brought me back to a tree that was about 20 or so feet out, the furthest spot around our tent and camping area. She pointed to a spot far out in a rather medium-sized field just a short distance away. She points to this lone fir tree in this small meadow. She says that she saw a strange creature observing her a few nights prior at that distance. She had a double take because of what it looked like, she said. I wasn't sure what she was getting at, but as she was describing it to me, she says that she believes the kids had seen it too. She said it was standing on two legs and was huge, that it had multiple arms and huge claws and these giant fangs, almost like an upright spider or something, she described it. She says that it was up and close to the tree, and its eyes were glowing. She says it was most likely bald, but had small specks of hair the lower you went down onto this thing. It was kind of hanging onto the tree, and it was standing next to it like it had just come down from it. So, we walked back towards the fire, talking about what she had seen off and far in the distance. I hear this ear-piercing scream, unlike anything I've ever heard before. Call it cliche or what, but the way my wife reacted to her showing me what she saw was alarming. Then, I hear this. It didn't sound like it was from a known animal that I have ever heard. That's what's creepy, is we all heard that scream come from the same direction that my wife saw the thing in the small meadow, staring at her just a couple of nights before. Just further off into the woods. Shortly after, we heard that and sat back down by the fire.
The kids come running back up, all pale as a sheet of paper, saying they saw a monster on the way back from hiking, out in the woods near close by. They were all scared and went on to describe what they saw in vivid detail, matching exactly what my wife had just told me prior to these kids coming back. To make a long story short, after that happened, I had to get everybody settled down and calm. We never did hear anything like that again high up in the mountains that night. There was a lot of commotion with the kids being scared of what if, and if this thing might come back, but we never heard any more noises. We stayed up late around the campfire after everybody went up to their camping spots. I had my big buck knife with me and I was using it to carve another wooden piece. We didn't hear anything and thankfully the night went quiet. I was able to sleep. We were only about 20 feet from the campfire. The thing is around where we camped, and I've heard of Bigfoot and UFO activity, but never paid much attention to it out here. I'm not saying what my wife saw and what we heard was a Bigfoot necessarily, but I firmly believe her that she saw something. The same thing that made that noise. We had a lot of Bigfoot stuff happening on that trip and never saw anything else besides the one encounter. Now sometimes, when I sleep at night, I'll hear that same scream in my dreams come piercing into my head at night. I wake up in cold sweats sometimes. It was really scary and out of this world.
This is a two-part story. The first part details this alien craft, which we saw, and leads us well into part 2, where after that, my family and I were stalked by this strange arachnid-like creature for months. This happened in late September of 2006. Myself and a group of friends and family had gone to New Mexico desert to ride around on four-wheelers and have a good time. At this time, I was 16. We had camped out all weekend and we were ready to go home. It was roughly 10 o'clock in the morning. We all get back to the parking lot area. We had our trucks all lined up, and we're loading up the truck that had all the food and everything we needed. We were basically just getting ready to leave, and the rest of the group was going to be on their own. We had to ride back to Flagstaff. I was sitting in the back of the truck with my cousins, and we're looking up in the morning sky. Then, we noticed a star or orb that wasn't moving. Then, right across from the horizon, there was this really bright white light that was moving back and forth where it was at. It looked like it went down and I couldn't see it anymore. Me and my cousins saw this thing and were all amazed at what it was. We speculated it was a UFO, but we weren't sure. Then, after it had disappeared from sight, all of us, my parents and family included, began hearing this incredibly loud humming noise coming from up above us. It sounded like a plane or something, maybe 400 feet directly above us. Only problem is, when you look up, there's nothing there. All of us were very confused and perplexed by this, and none really knew how to explain away this. Okay, that's weird. Let's just continue with our journey back to Flagstaff. The humming eventually fades away, and we're en route to get back on the way we needed to go. This is right when we end up seeing something straight from the movie Independence Day. It's almost like it instantly appeared. And my way to explain this is that this ship or craft had to have been cloaked. That's the only way I can explain it. We're on a stretch of road that we're the only ones, and that humming mechanical noise comes back. We're looking around to see the source and figuring maybe it's just a plane flying overhead. Well, we're all looking ahead and above, and all we see is this thing at the same time passing over us. It would have been impossible to see this thing just over our car, and not anywhere else in the sky. Hence why I say my opinion that it was cloaked. It was this massive black cube, several hundred feet thick, and maybe hundreds of feet across. Just a massive cube right over our car. It didn't make any noise except for that loud humming sound that was more static-like than ever. I will tell you this, that thing was not a blimp. It had tons of lights on it, and it was huge. It was very strange, and all of us saw this thing in the truck.
We're in total awe and screaming and yelling at each other in terror and excitement, being like, "Can you believe this? What we're seeing? Is this some sort of government craft?" After a moment or two of hovering, just vanish into thin air. It was the hot topic for easily the next few hours, the rest of the way home, as we had no idea how to possibly explain it away. Anyone who knows about motherships knows that the US government has been watching them for years. They have stuff like this in the US government bases. I will tell you that I'm not crazy neither. So, anyway, we were also all sober. Nobody was under the influence of any drugs or substances or alcohol. And I should mention that this craft stayed there for a few moments, then quickly shot directly vertically up and out of sight. Now, this leads us into the next part of our story. After the whole UFO thing, the energy around our house really began to change. My parents began fighting all the time. My siblings and I fought constantly. It felt as though the peace within our house had been taken. You could just feel there was some sort of shift in the atmosphere. I'm not saying the changes took place immediately, but shortly after this sighting. Then, within a couple of weeks, this strange arachnid creature started trying to break into our house at night. I call it that because, based on its features and the way it behaved, I'm not sure what else I should refer to it as. It was not a person, I'll tell you that much. And it was not a bear or dog, or animal that I know of. It could have been some mutant. One night, I was watching TV, thinking about playing some PS2, when I see this thing coming up to the house from the sliding glass door. I see it coming, and I'm like, is that a large dog? Thinking to myself because of how it looked in the dark approaching the house. And then, I see it's actually not a dog, but something else altogether. The way it was moving around on 6+ feet. Let's just say it was kind of like slithering. It had a human body and multiple arms, and long, singular claws that dug into the ground to pull itself along. The head was human, but with 2 eyes, and a mouth full of black, sharp teeth. It looked arachnidy, if that makes sense. It was pretty scary, I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, my reaction in the moment was nothing like how I'm describing it. I'm cool, calm, and collective. But in the moment, I began screaming and ran back towards my room from the living room. Bam! I hear this thing smack against the sliding glass door, and what sounds like trying to break it down or open it with great force. After a few moments, it stops altogether. My parents weren't home this night, just me, and I decided to keep it to myself. Well, the next few nights, I guess the same thing tried to breaking into my parents' room, trying its hardest to pry open the window, but it could not. It scared my sisters and my parents to death, as I guess they got a pretty good look at it. This happened several more times over and over, until finally, after a few months, it just stopped showing up altogether. Then, about a month later, my dad suddenly passed away. Our family was devastated, and I always look back at this scenario and can't help but wonder if what we saw and experienced had anything to do with his passing. I'm a local journalist, and my job is relentless. I had spent a lifetime chasing down truth from rumors and following news that would frequently take me out of my hometown of Troy, Michigan. In 2014, the editorial team asked me to follow a story from Detroit. Normally, I would jump on any opportunity to leave home, but at the time, I had a strange feeling holding me back. And part of it was due to my uneasiness driving after my shoulder surgery, and partly due to listening to my colleagues say that Route 75 is a paranormal magnet. I was pacing outside my boss's office, thinking of some sort of excuse to not go, and I noticed Frank packing up his desk. He was moving to another job outside of Troy, and that meant my chance for a promotion was maybe finally here. So, I decided to swallow my anxiousness and take on the story. I called my dad and asked if I can take his car, to which he replied, "Young journalists are not paid enough on their own yet. Detroit. Well, I can come along, and I'll stop at your Uncle Sean's place," my dad had answered me. I cringed from the inside, but agreed. We don't have much in common. I'm a timid antisocial. He is outspoken and loud. However, I really wanted the Detroit store to help me with the promotion, and the road trip would probably mean a lot to him too. Neither of us had any commitment after work, so we headed right out afterwards, straight down Route 75. He tried churning up some conversation, but I was tired and wanted to be fully awake the next morning, so I started to nod off in the car. Detroit is not far from Troy, but every second felt like an hour. I do not remember when I actually fell asleep. Probably when Dad started telling strange stories of strange creatures that had been seen lurking near Troy at nighttime. Maybe I should have been paying attention to this part. Not soon into the trip, I heard a loud thud, hitting my head on the car window as I was leaning towards. "Hey, are you up?" my dad said. "I think I saw something." "Probably. It was nothing," he whispered. I shook my head, no, and just answered in murmurs. It was dark. We were no longer on Route 75. I remember making frustrated remarks, but his attention was completely elsewhere, his hands gripping the steering wheel. "You were asleep. There was an accident on Route 75, and I knew a way to bypass it over here by the fairgrounds and the cemetery." I rolled my eyes as I reached in my pockets to open the map on my phone. I tried to unlock my phone, but realized it was completely dead. I was so fixated on reaching Detroit that it had slipped my mind to charge it before leaving. The car kept moving along, but then it seemed to slow down. I opened my eyes wider, turning towards my dad to see his eyes wide open and staring at the rearview mirror. I still remember the look on his face, his jaw hanging down. He kept driving ahead slowly, but his eyes were glued to the rearview mirror. Not knowing what was going on, I asked him to let me drive, while Dad kept asking me strange questions, not stopping. I asked him again to stop the car and switch seats with me. He was hesitant at first, but finally agreed. I got out of the car, and soon after getting out, a noise from off in the direction of the cemetery caught my attention. I was looking around to find the source. I scanned the horizon looking for whatever it was, and what I saw was nothing like I could have ever imagined. What I was seeing was a dark-haired, furry, wolf-looking creature, huge in size, about as big as a fully grown horse. I squinted my eyes, thinking it was a play of the light, but the bright yellow eyes that were staring back into mine were definitely real. Even though the creature was at least a few hundred feet away from us, his incredible size was clearly noticeable. Its presence behind our stopped car, looking towards us, was just something I could feel, even that far away. I'll never forget the feeling I had when I first looked at it. It was majestic. It had a sense of undeniable power. I felt it could make anybody feel shivers down their spine and make their hands quiver, just like how I felt in that very moment. However, I'm a journalist, so I decide I can capture this beast with my camera, show people what I saw. I very slowly moved my hand, reaching for the door handle, while also reaching for my camera. In my hand, I was moving slowly enough that I would not be noticed by the creature, who was still a distance away. Unlucky for me, I was wrong. The beast howled a cry at the most unbelievable spectrum and rose up back on its two back feet. Its muscled body was now easily 9 feet tall, and its dark fur made it seem even more ominous and horrifying. However, the strangest part of this vision was the creature's human-like build. It was striking. The only typical wolf features were the tail, the sharp set of paws at the end of each limb, and the snarling wolf head. By this point, my dad jumped inside the car to the passenger seat, and I had moved across the driver's side. He quickly helped me open the seat door and yanked me inside, yelling me to hit the accelerator. At first, I was in shock, but as he pushed my knee and slapped me to my senses, I shut the half-open door, pressing the pedal to its limit, without ever looking back in the rearview mirror. My hands were gripping the steering wheel, white-knuckled. I was still shaking as I drove away and tried to process what had just happened these past 1 to 2 longest minutes of my life. My father saw it too, and he knew what he saw but could not verbally acknowledge it. As far as I'm concerned, I hope it's the first and the last time I catch a glimpse of the notorious dogman of Michigan. I've had a lot of unusual things happen to me in my life, but nothing so peculiar as that May 19th, 2017, when my husband and I visited the Lizzie Borden bed and breakfast here in Massachusetts. What was supposed to be a spooky fun trip turned out to be the most frightening night of all our lives. And it wasn't the house that left a lasting memory, but what happened afterwards that really stuck with us. I was always fascinated with the supernatural. My husband was more of a skeptical type. I convinced him to come with me to one of America's most haunted sites to prove to him the existence of ghosts. We made a little bet. If he saw something he logically could not explain, well, I could go buy some new clothes and he'd have to accompany me on some other historically haunted places. If nothing ever happened, well, he appeared to be staged and I would never bother him with my paranormal fascination ever again. I knew I'd win. I could feel it in my blood. So, we started on our long drive down the highway to Fall River, Massachusetts. When we got to the bed and breakfast, we traveled with a small group and a very knowledgeable tour guide. We were able to see every room in the old Victorian home. Supposedly, the site was famous for a double murder from 1892. The daughter of Andrew Borden, Lizzie Borden, was suspected by many to have been the culprit of her father and stepmother's murder. But the court let her go, assuming she was innocent. After her court victory, she immediately sold the house. It was later turned into a bed and breakfast, but visitors were so often spooked. We stayed in the John V. Morse room, where Abby Borden was actually found murdered. We left the door shut, but during the night, it mysteriously popped open on us. I could feel the negativity in the air increasing. The temperature in the room had dropped considerably. I knew we were definitely not alone. My husband just groggily said the door had clearly not been shut tightly, and the airflow in the room was to blame for the door opening, not ghosts. He did complain, though, of the room being cold. As we sat up in bed, debating who was right, a shadow traveled across the hallway with no body accompanying it. We both clearly saw it, and I could tell from the look on his face that he was now a believer. We looked at each other, rushing for the exit. We only briefly stopped to pay for our stay before heading into the early morning darkness. We fumbled with our keys as we hurried toward the vehicle. That's when we saw it. It was a good way to describe this being. Half man, half dog, with the head of a canine. The creature was literally lurking around the barn that had been reconstructed into a gift shop. I couldn't speak. I was too stunned. Instead, I tugged on my husband's sleeve, and he was super focused on getting our stuff back into the trunk. He did not even notice that thing was standing upright on 2 legs. I took a step back. I didn't even mean to do it. It was sort of instinctual. I wasn't sure if what I was seeing at first was new, or maybe that something science had been experimenting on, or perhaps something mythical that man had not yet known about. I whispered to my husband as this canine-like creature plopped down on all fours and stared at us hesitantly. My husband, who was still traumatized by the sight of the ghost in the bed and breakfast, wasn't even noticing the creature approach us with a sort of wild curiosity. I bravely stepped past my husband and could now see the creature's vibrant, aggressive, intelligent eyes. Its head looked kind of like that of an Australian shepherd, and it was amazing, but frightening all at the same time. It kind of had like a mane, if that makes sense, and its arms and body was so muscular and wide, I couldn't imagine much standing in his way. This thing was utterly terrifying, but it had spotted patches of black all around the back, and its gaze had me rooted in place. I kind of wanted to lean forward to get a better look, but just then, my husband slammed the trunk, and the creature jumped off and ran to the back. I was kind of annoyed, and I turned and flashed my clueless spouse a look, asked what he did, if he saw that thing. He only shrugged, having clearly missed the whole thing. So we both climbed into the vehicle and began our long drive home. I could never get the encounter out of my mind, and even went with my best friend on vacation back to the same bed and breakfast, just hoping to see the creature that had been lurking outside this barn just outside the view of others. We both saw some strange things we could not explain, not to mention all the paranormal activity surrounding the property. But sadly, like I just said, the dogman wasn't the only thing. Though I never did see this creature again, this was also near a wooded area, and it was one of the strangest experiences I've ever had, and definitely one I will never forget as long as I live. It was late October 2017, close to Halloween, and I was living in New Hampshire at the time. Some friends and I decided to go to one of those big city Halloween parties, except we later figured out it was for teens. I thought it was going to be lame like all the other parties I'd been to in the past. Man, I could not have been more wrong if I tried. That Halloween night will stay with me for the rest of my life. My costume was pretty lame, but my mom had made it for me, and I did not want to hurt her feelings, so I wore it regardless. My friends were all dressed in way better costumes, but oh well. We were all ready to kick back and have some fun for the rest of the evening. There was just one catch. We had to cut through a notoriously creepy cemetery to get to this party. It had seemed to stretch on for miles. To me, it looked like a sea of endless tombstones. I really appreciated the eerie atmosphere, though. It was perfect for something strange to happen. My friends and I were all striking poses in some creepy old granite mausoleum with a bunch of columns in front of it. The place looked really old. They all waved to me to join them in their photo shoot, but my eyes were fixed on something different entirely. And that's when things got really weird. As I got closer, peering out from beyond the shadows of the mausoleum was a pair of bright yellow eyes. It was as if they were silently beckoning me, curiously and almost in a trance from their glow. I stared past my friends and continued to close the gap between myself and whatever it is. As I got closer, I can make out a snout and dark gray fur. A low, guttural growl escaped its smoky gray muzzle. It didn't sound like a growl of malice. It was more like some kind of restless discontentment. Its head slowly peeking out of the shadows. Under the bright moonlight, I could see it much more defined. Its body covered in fur and a head to its collarbone. But the upper torso was completely human, yet almost triangular in build, with its massive muscle arms that all seemed to thin out, right down to the waist. From there, the body became canine again. Its long and fluffy tail stood erect behind it, as it decided whether or not I was friend or foe. I held out my hand like I would any new dog I was meeting for the first time. I took a few hesitant steps towards me, and then stopped just as quickly, Under better lighting, I could see the bits of medium brown fur hidden with the gray-black strands. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I mean, part of me wanted to touch the fur on its head. And the yellow eyes were horrifyingly captivating. They were wild and kind of evil, actually. It was strange. So I kind of seemed locked in this trance, like it was capturing its prey, and I felt nothing except going towards it more and more slowly. This thing came towards me. I could see the reflection of the moisture on its black nose. I knew this was much more than a person in a costume. But even though it was vicious, it had not yet attacked me. It was more intelligent than that, like it was planning on something. Suddenly, my boyfriend motioned to me with his arm, as he called over to me to rejoin the group. I gasped at the sound of his voice. It must have startled the creature, for it froze in place and analyzed where the sound had come from. Very intelligently looking, mind you. Its ears kind of twitched and it rushed back into the shadows. It was terrifying. This thing did not belong in this realm. People might turn into some sort of strange experiment or something. I don't know. I was relieved. Who knows what it would have done to me had I actually made my way to it. It's almost like it mind-controlled me. I almost wonder if there's more of them. I mean, there had to have been more than one for it to physically exist. I thought about it the rest of the night, but never told them what exactly I saw. I mean, something like that on a Halloween night? How many people get to say they experienced that? I just remember how incredibly bright it was that night. That's the only reason I saw as many details as I did. I thought I saw that same familiar gray-black-brown of its body slipping into the nearby trees, but after squinting, I couldn't exactly see, not without the proper lighting. That was the last time I ever saw a strange creature, at least like that. Later on, though, I would eventually tell my friends about what I'd witnessed. My boyfriend just thought I was imagining things, and just saying, "Yeah, the darkness played tricks in your eyes. You're being too dramatic." And maybe my friends thought I was trying to set the mood for spooky fun. But one thing's for sure, I'll never forget that harrowing account. Never. I used to be a canvasser for a consumer protection organization. For those who don't know what that means, a canvasser is somebody who walks around town, going door to door, knocking on strangers' doors, with a clipboard to ask for donations or spread awareness for a specific cause. The cause we were all working on was pipelines, and the governor's lack of commitment to limit pipelines and new oil and gas infrastructure in the state. As you might imagine, it's a tough job, both physically, because we each walked about 10 miles a day at work, and emotionally, because the most common response to our knock was a shut in the face. Also, I've been threatened with a gun. I've been hit on by a clearly naked person, and I've had the cops called on me more than my fair share. But honestly, I kind of get it. We're interrupting these people at home without their permission. And yes, as late as 8:30 at night. We're strangers, and I specifically am a rather large bearded man. I wouldn't harm a fly, and I consider myself a rather jovial, carefree person. But random people don't know that when they see me walking up to their house. So again, I get some more of their extreme reactions to a certain extent. One night, though, I'll never forget this. I got the crap scared out of me. I knocked on a door, and nobody answered. Next house. I knocked on the door, chatted with the nice guy for a few moments, and although this did not result in any donations or anyone signing up to become a member of my organization, I always appreciated nice small talk chats to break up the monetary perpetual rejection. Finally, I came up to one of the last houses on my route. It looked like it used to be some sort of old Gatsby-esque house, but it had fallen into disrepair. I knocked on the door, and in an instant, it swung open. This woman with large, glassy black eyes and a face full of wrinkles, wearing a white nightgown with messy white hair, was staring at me. She stared at me so intensely it felt like her eyes could cut right through me, leaving a hole in the sidewalk behind me. Her eyes were lifeless. I gulped audibly. I didn't even know until that moment that was the real thing people do when they're scared. I managed to open my mouth, but just barely squeak out a "Hi, ma'am," when the door swung shut in front of me, so hard I thought it might break. While this might sound like a normal encounter on paper, there was something so intense, so unnerving about that woman's empty stare that it sent me on edge for the rest of the night. Honestly, I would never tell my boss this. I just filled out the rest of my sheet saying everybody else was not home, so that I would not have to keep working. I took out my phone to watch YouTube or maybe text my friends. Anything to take my mind off that woman. But I had no signal, so I decided to just walk around a bit. As I walk along the empty streets, I realize there's something creepy about the suburbs when you're the only one on the street and all the house lights are off. When it's quiet and still like that, you realize you were just exposed. Every horror movie you've ever seen comes back to you, and you imagine that Freddy Krueger is right behind you, posed to attack. I kept walking down these empty streets looking for any sign of life, so that I'd feel better. I knew my boss was not backing me up, and I'll tell you what, that scared me. It was the longest 20 minutes of my life. I turned a corner and saw some houses with their lights on, and decided to head that way. Like I said, I was done working for the night. That lady definitely shook me up too much to have any real motivation, but just knowing there were other people awake calmed my nerves. It's not real protection, but it's psychological ease of mind. I was walking towards the houses and already beginning to feel a little bit better. That's when I heard a ruffling in the trees alongside me. My heart dropped. I decided to pick up the pace, and to my horror, the ruffling followed me and picked up its pace too. I considered running, but the rational side of my brain took over, and I realized that whatever this was probably just an animal, and that if it was an animal, it could easily outrun me. So my best bet was to make myself big and make loud noises to scare it off. I have no idea if this works for every predator, but that's what I went with. I got up as big as I could with my clipboard in my hand and yelled, "Ugh!" towards the trees. To my shock and absolute terror, the creature in the woods raised itself up too and made itself bigger. And in that moment of horror, that's when I got my first real look at it. The first thing I noticed was its paws, how huge they were. And my first thought was that I royally messed up with this bear. Then I saw the fur. It was kind of dark and not really like a bear's. So I started to calm down, thinking maybe this was just some sort of big dog. But then it raised its head above the small brush. That's when I realized this thing was a wolf. Well, not a wolf. It had a wolf's head. But it also had that unmistakably man's body. At first, maybe this was some sicko wearing an advanced wolf mask, like in the movie Saw or something, but it opened its mouth, and I clearly saw saliva dripping out of its mouth, and the deep shine in its eyes. I realized in that moment, this was no mask. This was somehow a creature with the body of a human, and the features of a wolf. I was too scared to move. The wolfman creature took one step towards me, and my first instinct was to hurl my clipboard at it. I will never, to the day I die, stop being grateful that my clipboard made contact and promptly distracted this creature for a couple of seconds. It seemed distracted and kind of grumbled, and you bet that I took that time to run as fast as I could. You know what? At that point, screw my job, I don't even care. So I ran down the street, got a good signal, called my boss, and told him, "You need to pick me up now. I don't care. This is urgent. Come here now." Well, thankfully he listened. There was more than enough urgency in my voice for him to accept what I was telling him. But even when we got in the car, I never told my boss what I saw, and he never asked me. But he knew something was up. My body language and the look on my face told me everything. I quit my job a week later. When I was a kid, I went on a class field trip to celebrate the 100th day of school. It was a tradition in our high school that every year we'd all vote on a list of places to go. Whichever place got the most votes. In my year, we chose Glacier National Park. I remember literally running home the school the day they gave us the permission slips for my parents to sign. They signed, of course, and I couldn't even sleep that night. I was so excited. I had to start mentally preparing. All I could think about was hiking and being out in the trees and mountains and all the amazing wildlife. Of course, I was just a teenager, so the idea of bears was appealing to me rather than scary. But I really wanted to see elk and moose and wolves. All the fun stuff that I did not have a chance to see growing up in the relatively populated Columbia Falls. In case you couldn't tell already how bored I was by everyday life, after handing in my slip, I spent days pursuing online retailers, looking at hiking gear and everything, watching documentaries and countless YouTube videos. What turned my interest from a spark to a full-on explosion was the announcement that our school was going to hold a bake sale to raise money for us to stay there overnight. I was ecstatic. Little did I know that I would see something on that trip that would not only ruin my love for the outdoors for a while, but also sent me to therapy for years following. After months of anxiously waiting, or maybe weeks, but certainly felt like months, the day arrived, obviously, and I could not sleep the night before. I just had to keep double-checking, triple-checking, making sure everything was packed. I made sure to bring extra film, got my sunscreen, my bug spray, and kept thinking about all the wonderful adventures we'd go on to as a class. And as you can imagine, the trip was kind of a letdown. Of course, the park is gorgeous, and eating lunch amidst the mountains was insanely cool. I'll never forget that. But the trip was mostly educational. We learned about all the different stuff, the difference between deciduous and coniferous trees. We learned about the mountains and the different layers of rock and soil that likely went into their composition. As an adult looking back on this trip, this actually does sound kind of interesting, and I've gone back and looked up some of this information again. But as a 14-year-old, every science fact spouted by our teacher just robbed me of little hope. More hope that I'd end the day by riding a bear or making friends with a group of elk. As the day wound down, light turned into night, and we all had some free time to goof off. Play our Game Boys, whatever. I didn't have many friends in class yet since this was my first year, and I was coming from a middle school a few towns away, and my family had just moved. Anyway, eventually, dinner was ready, so I sat down next to this kid, Brian. We kept chatting, and he introduced me to his friends, Margaret and Pete. I recognized the girl from around school, but I had no idea who Pete was. Turns out he sat behind me, and Brian and I just never noticed him. We ate dinner, and as soon as the plates were cleared and everybody was back in my free time, we ducked out and made our escape. Margaret stuck out first, and she was almost caught. Next was Brian and then Pete. Finally me. My heart was racing as I evaded the menacing teachers. I had never done anything this daring before, which is why I was so excited to even just step foot in a national park. We were grouped just a few yards away from all the other kids. In retrospect, we were definitely still within eyesight, but we felt like four little Indiana Joneses, trekking our way through the wilderness. To any kids listening to this right now, I cannot stress enough, this was a stupid idea. and we could have all been seriously injured, and no adults would have known where we were to help. But we were young and dumb. Once we're sufficiently far from everyone else, and giddy, we turn on our flashlights. Sure enough, we were kind of lost. We were exhilarated, but, as kids do, completely failed to make a plan. That's when we realized something was wrong. We turned a corner, and we saw something that scared the crap out of all of us. Nobody would believe us, but what we all saw was real. We saw a creature with the head of a wolf and the body of a man. At first, I thought it was somebody wearing a mask, but it let out this deep growl that sent my heart racing and my brain into panic mode immediately. That's when Brian shrieked, and luckily, that was enough for this thing to turn around and sprint off into the woods. Except it didn't run away. It was following us, coming after us as we ran, hiding in the woods for cover, but still staying right with us. We could hear it sprinting and its heavy thuds as it galloped alongside of us, probably waiting for the right opportunity to reach out and grab one of us and cover. That's when I saw brief flashes of its hind legs, and where I expected to see its paw come out and grab one of us, I saw some kind of misshapen foot-paw hybrid. We all kept running and eventually made it back to camp without anybody being grabbed or snatched or eaten. Nobody had even realized we had left. I know my encounter's short, but to this day, whenever we talk, which is rare, we will still talk about that night, what we saw, and our shared struggle that nobody will believe us. This happened just outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I have never considered myself to be superstitious. In fact, I have taken to building a career on the breaking down of this world's superstitious elements, having studied and worked in the fields of anthropology. Yet, despite this, one particular encounter that I had as a child stands out in my memory, never fading. One that by all accounts borders on the supernatural, and in the least, will go without explanation for a long time to come. I was a young girl when it happened, just 10 years old, and it was a Saturday, November 20th. I was with my best friend at the time, a young girl named Cindy, and we decided to spend our entire weekend at Penn Museum to research a school project. Cindy's father was a curator at the museum, and he gave tours on ancient civilizations, which granted us behind the scenes to the ancient Egyptian artifacts. We were also happy to be with a treasure trove of knowledge. Although we were young children whose passions lied elsewhere at the time, all the artifacts and knowledge that they had on display were truly awe-inspiring, and it could very well have been prompted by my interest in science. As Cindy and I decided to make full use of our time in the museum by exploring as much of all the exhibits as we could. It was already dark outside when we finally settled down in the ancient Egyptian exhibit and began to work on our projects. Actually, the museum was already closed to visitors, and Cindy's father urged us to hurry it up so we can make it home in time for dinner. I was staying near the museum in a small apartment with my mom who would work in the city. My school was also nearby too, so it was convenient. Cindy's father asked whether anybody was coming to pick me up, and I told him that my mother would come to pick me up. He seemed reluctant at first, but eventually agreed to let me leave the museum. I gave our project to Cindy for safekeeping and headed out of the museum, ready to go home. And although it might seem dangerous for a young 10-year-old girl to be walking around the streets of Philadelphia alone at night, it was something I had done before this incident, so I figured this time it wouldn't be any different. There was a rather big stretch of forest that I would have to cross in order to get home, which did worry me a bit. This was dark after all, but it was private land and it was near the university, which meant there's a lot of patrolling security in the area. I mean, I figured if something happens or somebody tries to mug me or hurt me, I figured I could flag down somebody. So I almost immediately picked up on a very strange smell, one that reminded me of a wild animal. It kind of smelled like wild dog or something. I don't know, like wet dog and stink. Anyway, I couldn't tell exactly where it was coming from, but since the patch of urban forest was near Penn Park, I figured it could have been an elk or deer. Maybe the owner of the land was trying his hand at farming. But as I progressed further, the smell became much more pronounced. As I went so deep into the property that for a second, I forgot I was in the city. And as I made it halfway through the property, the smell now soon turned into an actual sound I could hear. It started with twigs breaking underfoot and some crunching. I could tell whatever it was making the sound was rather large. I paused for a second, and whatever was making the sound seemed to pause and sync with me. I looked around in hopes of seeing what was making the noise and giving off this awful feral scent. I caught a large silhouette in the corner of my eye. I focused my head toward it and almost fell flat on my back when I saw it. A couple of feet in front of me, a 7-foot-tall, monstrously built creature, covered from head to toe in fur. Its head was that of a wolf or a canine, with the rest of its body like that of a well-built man. It almost resembled that of a silverback gorilla, in body of course, with the head of a wolf. I literally couldn't figure out what I was seeing. The whole time I was watching it stood totally upright, like a man would. And as I picked myself up off the ground, this thing proceeds towards me, which in turn prompted me to bolt towards the nearest point of exit. I had far too much adrenaline going through me. As I came hurtling towards the nearest street, a car pulled up alongside me, and it was none other than Cindy and her father, who said he had followed me in his car when he saw me walking alone, but that I entered the property with the trees before he could offer me a ride. I told him what I'd seen, and although I could see he didn't exactly believe me on what I had seen, we did call the police to investigate. In turn, they tracked down and contacted the owner to confirm that there were signs of some sort of large unknown canine on the property, although nobody could say for sure. Perhaps one day, with the tools I've acquired in training and practice in archaeology, that mystery is something I could finally answer. I arrived on 4/20 at a rental cabin 2 miles from downtown Leavenworth in Washington State. First night, I heard a woodknock, as we're going to be about 10 p.m. Did not think much of it, rather than it being odd and startling me. Next evening, we were in the hot tub, about 8 p.m., still light outside. My husband heard 2 woodknocks. I discounted it, stating likely deer. About an hour later, he went out to our car and heard another knock. At this point, I started to think maybe it was a Bigfoot, but actually hoping not. I went to bed around 10 p.m. and shortly after, I got into bed, still wide awake, and I heard a loud rock hitting the side of the wall behind my head. Then, heard another less loud rock sound hitting the wall of the bedroom next to me on the same wall. In the morning, I went out to see if I could find the rocks, and believe I did. There are not that many rocks on the ground, and the ones that were embedded into the ground. 2 rocks were lying on top of the ground and did not appear that they had been there long in the weather. There was a bigger rock on my bedroom side, and a smaller one on the other side. A follow-up investigation report was done by BFR investigator Jeff Sidebottom. Spoke with the witness, and she seems very credible. Her husband was also a witness. April 20th. They arrived at the Bear Paw rental cabin near Leavenworth, Washington, on April 20th. The weather was hot and clear. The cabin sits higher up on a hill than the ones around it. There are 2 hills in the back that form a V shape down to the bottom behind the cabin. They went to bed around 10:30 p.m. The witness described hearing 1 loud distinct woodknock. April 21st. Weather was 70 degrees or so, sunny. They were sitting in the hot tub and playing some jazz music a bit loud, and she heard two loud, distinct wood knocks. She believes these were within 50 feet or so of the hills behind the cabin. They would go to bed around 10 p.m., and around 10:30 p.m., a large rock hits the side of the bedroom wall. They were sleeping in separate rooms due to bad mattresses, and a large rock hit the side of the cabin on her husband's bedroom wall. The husband claimed he could hear something rustling loudly in the woods behind the cabin. He looked and saw two deer come to the base of the V, made by the hills, and then bolt back the way they came, as if spooked by something. That morning, the witness found a few rocks on top of the soil, while the others were embedded from sitting so long. Around 8:30 p.m., they were sitting inside and she had her back to the wall when a large rock hit the living room wall of the cabin. April 23rd. The weather was cloudy and a bit cooler now. The husband put apples out in different areas and did some wood knocks and tried some calls. They said no activity at all that day or night, other than seeing some wild turkey. April 24th. Weather was rainy and cloudy. Virtually no activity. April 25th. The deck was scuffed up near the hot tub, which sits next to a game trail. Part of the deck is wood, and part is tracks. She said it looked similar to deer hooves, but deeper, and the ground was dry. There was a fresh gouge out the back deck, and there were claw marks everywhere. Some were thin and long, and she described them as 4 per print. The husband had heard some scuffling or something on the deck that night, but never looked to see what it might be. When you enter Kingman County from east on 60th Street, our encounter was on the first bridge you come to. This creature was on the west bank, just north of the bridge. By the way, this happened May 17th of 2021, not even a month ago from this reporting. It was also pretty thickly wooded right there, but surrounded by farmland. I'm handicapped, so I can't walk to where he was, but my son could, but I didn't even think of it. It just happened a day before yesterday, and it's been raining at the time of writing this. A follow-up was done by BFRO investigator Matthew Moneymaker. I spoke with the witness, Patricia Parcel, and her son Adrian. She is 65 and lives in Belmont, Kansas with her son. They have lived in Belmont for 2 years or so, and lived in Kingsman before that. This brief sighting occurred 2 days ago, 5/17/21, right around 6 p.m. Her son was driving her back home from a doctor's appointment in Wichita. She spotted the figure as they were crossing the bridge over the South Fork of a river. They both saw the figure briefly, but she got a better look at it. She estimates it was 150 feet away from the bridge. He estimates 200. It was on the north side of the bridge and west of the river. It was across from the small island Visible. The location of the intersection signs is half a mile west of the bridge. She and her son both say the water level is higher today than it was 2 days ago. More of the Sandy Creek bank was visible then. The figure was standing on the riverbank, out from the tree line. It was only a few feet from the water. Right now, the spot where it was standing is completely underwater. She cannot guess the height of the figure, but both witnesses say it was a reddish brown and distinct from the green tree line behind it. She is certain it was covered with fur, and she says she could definitely see its arms and hands. The hands were darker in color than the body fur. She had heard about 2 other BFRO reports on or near the same area river over the past 20 years, so she would look for Sasquatches whenever driving through here. She thought she had seen a similar figure in roughly the same spot previously, but did not get a good look at it while passing the bridge. This time, she got a better look at it. There was nothing like a stump or debris in the area. The county road crossing this river is the type of back road in Kansas which may only see a few vehicles each day. Her son says that locals driving these roads do not drive faster than 50 because there are so many deer, it's unsafe to go any faster. This location seems like a prime spot to look for tracks, etc. It was dark at the time, and I was living on a road surrounded by woods. This was back in 2000, in the fall, in New Hampshire. I went out to take my dog for a walk. At the time, our driveway connected to a dirt road that ran up the side from the main road. We walked to the end of the dirt road, and along that road is a tree lining of woods. As we began heading back, I looked over and noticed a tall figure staring at me just at the edge of the woods. I couldn't make out what it was, but it was definitely taller than 7 feet, standing erect on 2 legs. I also noted that it had orange eyes. I started walking back down the road towards my house, and when I would stop, it would stop and look at me. I would walk some more. So would the thing. And then, once I stopped, it would stop. Now I was really freaked out. So I yelled for my dog to run, and we sprinted towards the house. That's when I finally got inside. I looked down our driveway and across the road at the tree line. The figure was still there staring at me. I told my father, but when he looked, he saw nothing. It must have left by then. A follow-up investigation report was done by BFRO investigator Matthew Moneymaker. I spoke with the witness, Michelle Goodwin, by phone. She was a teenager at the time of this incident. She no longer lives in the house mentioned in the report. She says the area now has many more houses than back in 2000. Tanglewood Road has been extended as well. She said the figure was a silhouette, but definitely not a bear. It was simply too tall and walked on 2 legs the entire time that it paralleled her. It was not more than 5 to 6 feet into the woods from side of the road. I asked about the eyes and whether they appeared to be glowing or just reflecting light. She said the eyes seemed to be glowing dimly, which is a common feature of many nighttime encounters. The color was somewhere between orange and yellow. Although she became more frightened as the stalking continued. She said the figure was not otherwise aggressive or hostile. She knew very little about the Sasquatch Bigfoot subject at the time. It was only many years later that she learned more and realized the figure that paralleled her in the night was likely one of these creatures, by process of elimination. Alright, here we go. I've had several encounters, so here's the first one. I was walking with 2 friends, looking for one of the friend's brother, walking down the abandoned Lake Champlain and Moria Railroad track bed. It was approximately 1:30 a.m., June 25th, 1989. That's when we heard a god-awful screaming noise coming from over the bank on the south side of the old rail bed. Metal was being ripped and thrown. Over the bank, there were a series of junked-out cars, some Subarus and an early 60s Chevy station wagon. One of my friends uttered the obligatory, "What was that?" and the noises ceased, almost like it hurt us. The next thing we heard was the sound of something very large breaking through the heavy brush of the woods right below us. Before we knew it, it was up the bank and standing in front of us. In the dark, I could not see it, but I could tell that it was huge. There was a smell, as well, almost like crossing a dead skunk and a deep bog. Nasty. My buddies took off, leaving me, because I was slow to react. I mean, I was scared, but sort of curious. The thing, whatever it was right in front of me. I could feel its breath, hear it breathing. I was only there for a second or two and then started running. The thing took off after us. I could hear its feet on the gravel behind me. It stopped chasing us just as we broke out on the road and headed up the main street. I chanced to look back, and I could see its shadow just inside the brush. I'll tell you this, whatever it was big. A lot bigger than a man, and I have never seen a bear move like that. The bank it climbed was over a 45-degree angle, loose gravel and stone, covered with vines and heavy brush. We tried climbing it the next weekend, and it took the best of us over 5 minutes to climb. At the time, we never bothered to look for tracks, but one interesting note that I stated above is that there were junked cars on the south side of the railbed, one of these being an early 60s station wagon, a big, heavy car. My friends and I had been in that area the week or so before, and the car had been on its wheels. The weekend after the occurrence, the car was on its roof, pieces ripped from it and scattered around. That really scared me, and I haven't been back since. The second encounter I had, that was just as strange as the first. Me and a buddy of mine were cruising in his 85 LTD station wagon, as the ultimate touring vessel, as it were, just out of enjoying the late summer September weather. It was a beautiful September night, the 23rd, 1993. We drove up this four-wheel drive tail to the point where everybody parties. Every hick town is one, and the trail heads for Westport, New York. He wheeled the car around and parked with the rear facing the woods, the nose facing down the road that we just came in on. We were just talking about the town, friends, plans, just stuff. I happened to look out the back, and I could see something coming up behind the car. The LTD wagon had huge taillights, and there was no guard over the license plate light, so the back of the car lit the area up pretty nicely. This thing was big, black, and had its arm out like it was going to open the door on the driver's side. The part that scared me the most was the fact that the rear hatch of the wagon did not latch. It kind of just moved around, thumped and when you hit a bump, that sort of thing. It was one of those things Matt was always going to fix, but you know how us men are. Never did. Anyway, I looked at Matt and asked, "Did you lock the doors?" Calmly, almost deadpan. "Something's about to open the door." Matt slammed the gear shift into drive and we took off out of there. I looked back and the thing stood up. It easily had to be over 7 feet tall. I mean, we're talking huge. Its eyes must have caught the taillight's glow, because there was a red flicker in them. We never stopped until we got down to Port Henry, which is about 6 or 7 miles away. I live in a rural part of New York, just outside the blue line. I know what bears look like. I know how they behave. Each one of these encounters was no bear. I still don't know what to call each of them. It seems to fit the Sasquatch theory. But why in the middle of nowhere? Where I live, they already had the tourist hook. Lake Champlain. Each year, people with out-of-state plates flood the little town looking for the elusive critter. It's been almost 10 years since my first encounter and a scant 5 since my last. I'll tell you what, though. I still have no idea what exactly chased out of the woods we played in. The first encounter, though, we just had left Richie's house, went out looking for his brother. We were looking for his brother because he had gotten in a fight. He had arrived home just after we went out looking for him, though. We were also all very sober. For the second encounter, Matt and I were driving around, just cruising, looking for something, anything to do. Sober again at that point, as I want to make mention, I don't drink or do drugs. In August of 1996, myself and 6 friends were camping at Pine Pond in the lower Saranac Lake region. It was around dusk, and my friend and I were fishing in our canoe. The other members of our party were at camp preparing supper, about a quarter mile away, through the forest from our location on the canoe in the middle of the lake. My friend and I were speaking openly, not attempting to be quiet in any way. I was scanning the northern bank of the lake, which I knew quite well. That's when I noticed a strange shape on the edge of the woodline. It was about 50 yards away. Immediately, I pointed it out to my friend and he spotted it instantly. The shape was 3.5 feet off the ground at its highest point. At first, we both thought it was a black bear standing broadside, but after a few seconds, I realized that was not the case. We started to row towards it, somewhat cautiously. Just as my friend whispered, "It's a bear," the thing stood up. It had been crouching there on its feet, like a catcher from a baseball team. This thing, what we thought was a bear, had to have easily been 7 feet tall, and was very dark brown in color. Its face was hairy, yet fleshy around the upper cheeks. Its eyes were both dark in color, but clearly visible, and had a brightness about them. Upon talking afterwards, we both agreed that what we saw, the movements of its head and hands, it stood there for what seemed like 10 seconds looking at us. It tilted its head slightly, as if it were sniffing the air. As if this all wasn't strange enough, we then heard the snapping twigs about 50 feet behind it. The creature turned its torso to the left, looked to its side. Then, it immediately turned back towards us, then spun 180 degrees around, darting into the woods like a cat. We heard the sound of movement for about 10 more seconds. Lastly, nothing. To this day, I'm unsure what made those noises. After staying put in the canoe for about 10 minutes, my friend decided, against my wishes, to paddle to the spot on shore and investigate for tracks. There were only 2 discernible markings in the sand, which were obscured from pivoting its feet when it turned around. The whole experience was very, very upsetting, although I can honestly say it did not attempt to threaten us in any way. It was scary. That night, I did not sleep 1 wink. I was so focused on every little noise that I heard. And the next day, we left. The other people in our party are convinced we saw a bear, but I'm telling you, it was no bear. A follow-up investigation report was done by BFRO investigator Paul Mateja. The witness and a friend were in a canoe fishing when they saw a dark object approximately 50 yards away along the northwest shoreline of Pine Pond. They thought it was a bear and began to row towards it. When they had closed the distance to about 40 feet, this creature stood up. Immediately realizing this was not a bear, they stopped rowing and paddled backwards. They observed it for about 25 more seconds. However, details of the creature's appearance were rather vague because it was standing in the shadows and light levels were low at that point in the day. The report states it was about 7 feet tall, but in retrospect, the witness believes it was a little less than that. It was very similar in size and moved in a fashion similar to the creature seen in the Patterson film. The witness is not sure what was making the noise behind the creature. It did not seem alarmed at all by the noise, but rather seemed to know what it was, and it was at this point it turned and left. Pine Pond is about 10 miles from Lake Placid, host of 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympic Games. I didn't have an encounter exactly, but we are the owners of a camp in a remote region of the Adirondack Mountains. The camp is only accessible by hiking to it. There rarely is ever anybody around our camp. We have found strange things that have occurred. The first, in fall of 2002, we went hiking for the day. When we get back, and we found a small pile of rocks at the back door. They were neatly stacked with a stick coming out of them. These rocks were not there when we left. They appeared to be deliberately stacked. We understand that these could not have been easily made by a human, but there's never anybody around up there, the fall of 2003. One night, around 7:30 p.m., dark, my wife and I went outside with two dogs. We smelled something very strong and musty, like nothing we smelt before. It wasn't the dogs or anything we could remotely identify. The two dogs got very antsy and begged to go inside right away. This was very strange and freaky. Now, these dogs are generally not scared dogs. They also are large dogs, about 80 pounds each. We had never seen them act this way, ever. When we bring them out at night or day, they run all over the woods. And this night, they wanted nothing to do with that. Almost like they smelt something that scared them. Number 3. The same exact thing happened. I went outside around 9:30 p.m. to relieve myself. While I was doing that, I hear a large, heavy stomping behind me. The stomping was loud and heavy, as if something was fleeing. But the strange part is it sounded like it made 4 to 5 bounds, then stopping. I heard nothing else after that. I looked around a little bit, but the happenings of this night made me uneasy. So I went inside and locked up the cabin. I don't know what did all this, and maybe it's easily explained away, but these things all together make me think it might have been a Bigfoot. A follow-up investigation report was done. I spoke with the witness by phone on 12/22/05. The witness recounted the set of unusual occurrences in amazing detail. The remote cabin where the events took place has been in the family for over 70 years, and the witness's family typically stays there for a weekend or two, at least once every fall. The cabin has no running water or electricity and requires a half-mile hike from the nearest road. Now, the first event took place in the late afternoon when the witness, his wife, and 2 young children and 3 adult relatives returned to the cabin after a day-long hike in the adjacent area. Nothing unusual took place during the hike, but upon returning to the cabin, the group observed a small rock pile and stick formation on the back porch steps. There were a total of 3 rocks, which the witness described as being relatively flat and smooth, and about the size of an adult hand. He reported that similar stones are found in abundance and scattered all throughout the immediate cabin area. No other events took place the remainder of the weekend. Approximately 1 year later, the family of 4 and 2 adult relatives was at the cabin for yet another October weekend retreat. In the early evening, the witness and his wife went out to the back porch of the cabin with their 2 family dogs. They both immediately smelled an unusual, strong, musky odor that the very witness described as a wet dog smell. They smelled their dogs and ruled out the odor as coming from them. Nothing further happened, and the couple decided to play it safe by going back inside after a few moments. Now, approximately 2 hours go by, and the witness went out the front door of the cabin, walked about 25 feet to the edge of the tree line. While standing there, the witness heard a very loud stomping sound, but it only lasted for a few seconds. But it shook the ground around him. The witness turned toward the sound, which he estimated to be coming from the base of a hillside, about 25 yards away. As soon as the witness turned, the sound ceased. The witness mentioned that although it was a windy night, the sound did not seem to be a falling tree branch. No vocalizations or strange smells were observed in that moment. No further events have taken place for the remainder of the family's stay. The witness mentioned seeing tree scrapings in an area about 6 feet off the ground, and that bear and deer are known to inhabit the area. The witness also mentioned an abundance of wild blueberry and blackberry bushes in the area that bear fruit in August and September. The witness and his immediate family have not been back to the cabin since 2003. These occurrences took place near Keene Valley, New York, within the Adirondack Park Reserve. The cabin is actually located near the Phelps Brook High Wilderness area, a recognized ancient forest area with a top elevation of 3,700 feet, comprised of balsam fir, red spruce, and mountain paper birch. Also nearby is the Marcy Swamp, also an ancient forest area. Vocalizations and sightings have been previously reported in the entire general area, central Essex County. On June 10th, 2006, I was driving with my brother on a back road, unpaved in the Adirondack Park. We were heading for a trailhead that led into the Hudson River Gorge. This area is almost dead center in the park and surrounded by many miles of uninhabited and very rugged terrain. It was late morning on a clear day. I was driving as fast as I could on this road because we had to get back to town by a certain time. As we turned a bend, I see a very large brown, furry object lunging into the dense woods up the road at the next curve, maybe 50 yards ahead. It was obvious that the creature was in the road and was startled by my speeding SUV. I told my brother, "Hey, there goes a moose." We reached the spot in about 3 seconds, and I slam on my brakes, expecting to see the moose right there in the bushes. At that spot, though, through the bushes, was a decent-sized clearing, and then more dark woods that went down a hill. As we looked, there was nothing at all. Everything was still. We started off again and took our hike. The more I thought about it, though, the more I thought it couldn't have just been a moose. First of all, it was the wrong color, a light chestnut brown. The color was very visible because the sun was shining in the area. It was a striking shade against the light green of the brush, and moose are never that shade. They are always a dark brown. Second, the size and shape were wrong. This thing was huge, at least 7 feet tall, and the shape was not like a moose rump. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed like it was the upper back and head of something. Finally, if it was a moose, it would have not utterly vanished so quickly. My vehicle got to that spot in just seconds. Moose, at least the ones that I have seen, don't tear off into the woods. We should have seen it in the clearing. It wasn't a bear either, not even close. I wished I had stopped to investigate further. Unfortunately, we were in a hurry. Did I mention this location is in the middle of a large wilderness? There are practically no roads or trails at all in the entire area. In fact, some sections of the forest here are completely impassable due to very steep, overgrown terrain. A follow-up investigation report was done by BFRO investigator Paul Conroy. After an extensive phone interview, the witness provided the following details. The sighting lasted approximately 3 seconds, using the trees at the location that the creature stood as base. The witness estimated the animal at 7.5 feet tall and having a color described as chestnut or light brown. As this thing moved away, the witness observed the shoulders and head of the animal. The witness owns a house in the area and is very familiar with native wildlife. The color description and details provided by the witness regarding how the creature moved seems to rule out a bear. While there are moose in the area, they generally do not move in the smooth and quick manner that was described. When they are disturbed by human activity, they commonly walk away slowly. This area is also in the vicinity of the Hudson River Gorge, a part of the Adirondack Mountains, known for clean, fast-moving water sources, abundant wildlife, and dense forest and vegetation with a lot of small cliffs and peaks. This is my Bigfoot sighting. This was in early August of 2010, approximately around 8 to 8:30 a.m., right on the Cascade Lakes, New York, near Keene, and the weather was clear, with only a few clouds. I spend most of the summers camping in and around the Adirondacks in my Dodge Caravan. In this particular summer, I had stopped at Cascade Lake to spend a few days camping. I had slept soundly the previous night, and had woken up around 7 a.m. I decided to get up and start making my breakfast. I had just started the kettle on the camp stove when I looked over at the upper Cascade Lake, and I could see the mist rising off the surface of the lake. I grabbed my iPhone and walked about 50 yards to the edge of the lake to get a picture. As I approached the break wall, that's when I noticed a dark brown object on the opposite side of the lake at the shoreline. At first, I couldn't make out what it was, but it seemed to be sitting at the water's edge. I then quickly realized it must have been a bear. The animal looked like it was doing something in the water with its paws, as I could hear a faint splashing sound. I thought it would be a good idea to get a picture, so I brought my iPhone up to my face level, tried to focus in on the animal. As I was focusing in, the animal stood up on two legs. I was startled and pulled down my phone to see this with my own eyes. It took a step towards the tree line and stopped, almost methodically. As it stopped, it turned its entire upper body to the left, staring at me for a couple of seconds. It turned back and in one step, disappeared into the tree line. I immediately went cold and got scared. As I ran back to my campsite, my only thought was that it was going to go left or right. If it went right, it would have to go into the water, and if it went left, it was headed directly for my campsite. I decided that it was best to get the hell out of Dodge. I arrived back at my campsite in just under a minute. My dog was still asleep on the front seat and did not even stir. I opened the passenger side door of my van and began to throw all my camping gear into the back of the van, making quite a mess. I closed the door, jumped into the driver's side, and floored the gas to leave. As I'm driving out, I kept looking out my left driver's side window to see if I can observe any possibility of seeing it, but I saw nothing. I drove all the way into Lake Placid, parked at a mall parking lot to try and gather my thoughts and think about what had taken place. It's easy to say that I was shaken up, and I kept replaying that experience over and over in my head, just trying to understand and make sense of what I had seen. Here are my observations. I could not ascertain its height exactly, due to the distance, but I would guess that it was approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, covered head to toe in shaggy, dark brown hair or fur. I could see the sunlight shining off its back as it turned to go into the tree line, and could see the brown coloration as it turned away from me. When it turned to stare at me, I could not make out any facial features, but I knew that it saw me. The upper body was massive and stocky like a football player's build was. It had very long arms and went well below its waist. I could also make out what I assume were the shape of hands. It walked upright and paused before slowly turning its upper body to look directly at me. It stared at me for approximately 5 to 10 seconds and turned back to face the tree line. It took about 1 to 2 more steps, then finally disappearing into the forest. I could see a couple of branches move after it went into the trees. It was then I decided to leave. I did not hear anything other than the initial splashing it made in the water with its hands when I first thought it was a bear. I did not return to the area until 3 years later with a friend to camp. Nothing has happened on subsequent trips to the area of Cascade Lake. I have had 2 other odd experiences in other areas of the 80 Ks on other trips though.
This was back in October of 2017. I saw some strange creatures. I was at my uncle's house in the backyard with my parents and a few cousins. My cousin had this spinning wheel thingy that you could either ride or push around. I got on it, and while going around, I heard some dogs barking in the distance. Not unusual, as there were Doberman pinschers in the dog pen nearby. But after a while of riding around, I started hearing something else too, like an animal rustling through leaves or grass. The thing was getting closer to me, but all else remained quiet besides the animals outside. Suddenly, they stopped making noise, which made me freeze in my spot on the wheel for a second, before checking to see if anybody else noticed anything unusual. That was when I noticed I had ridden out of the yard and was a lot closer to the woods at the edge of the property than I had thought. I could still very visibly see the rest of the family, who all appeared to have not even seen that I wasn't right there. My dad and uncle were taking care of the grill. My aunt and mother busy setting up the table, and my cousins were just messing about with a Nerf gun. Even though I could have just yelled and they would have been able to hear me, their voices seemed really far away. I mean, even the dogs from down the street seemed far more quiet. I felt this weird urge to scream and run, but also like I was rooted to the spot, frozen and could not move, just stare into the tall grass that just moments before had been rustling, and now silent and still. I knew instinctively there was something there. The best way I can describe it, it would be like when you're underwater. That kind of muffled sound where you know stuff is going on around you, but you can't quite make it out. It sounded almost like there were low voices coming from the tall grass. We'd been warned not to play in that grass in this particular spot that leads into the woods behind my uncle's house, mainly because of snakes. But this did not sound like slithering or hissing. Then, the voice-like noise stopped, and there was more rustling again, like something sure as hell was moving in there. Thankfully, sounding like it was heading back into the trees, and not towards I. But I still just waited, feeling unable to move. To this day, I am unable to tell you exactly what emerged from that grass and crawled into the woods. There were two of them, both very similar in size. The best example of what they should have been, I guess, would be a deer. They looked like some sort of deer, but wrong. Deer gone wrong, horribly disfigured or mutated. That's literally the best way to describe what they were. And no, they moved like they weren't used to being on four legs. They acted uncomfortable, awkward, stilted and stunted. I thought maybe those were the injured or deformed. But in all honesty, they just looked wrong. As soon as they disappeared back into the woods, I felt like a release, and all of a sudden, all the sounds from around me came back clear, and I heard and saw my mother call and waving at me, and telling me the hot dogs were now ready, and to come wash up. I never told them at all what I saw, because frankly, I don't know. And also, they probably wouldn't believe me if I did. Just in case they had. I want to keep thinking I imagine it. It's really the only way I can sleep at night. But I have a feeling deep down what I saw is more real than everything around me. This was long before I knew what a skinwalker was. But one time when I was 17, I was walking home from high school when I just got this discernible feeling I was being watched by something, not someone. I looked around, following my instincts. I saw nothing but a bush moving out in the distance, as if something was hiding behind it. It had to be a skinwalker. And that same year, my grandmother had had a ton of encounters with these beings, and they were constantly following her around, which meant that I too was now a target for these same beings. I had gotten so used to seeing them, I wasn't just afraid, I was always afraid. Of course, the thing with skinwalkers is that unless you know about them, know what to look for, you never even knew they existed, which is the entire point. They can possess, if that is the right word, anyone or anything. I live in constant fear. I wish there was some sort of test, like you see in the movies with demons. You know, throwing holy water at them, and if they sizzle, you kinda know. But there is nothing like that for a skinwalker. And even if there was, I can't just walk about pouring holy water over people, just in case. I think you kinda understand. But I guess once you know what you're looking for, you can tell. It's often the giveaway is the eyes. The way they move, and it seems wrong. Especially if they are walking in animal form. Ever seen a dog that looked overly intelligent? A deer or coyote that didn't walk quite right, as if it wasn't used to being on four legs? How about a person in the street? Someone you've never seen before, and yet something seemed both off and yet familiar. Despite never having laid eyes on them before, they seem to turn up several times throughout your day, and yet you may have traveled miles. I've had all of those things. One of the worst and most terrifying experiences was when I was followed for almost an entire day by what I am sure was one person using many different people to walk in. How could I tell? How did I know that somebody else was using all these different people to follow me around? Their eyes and smile, every single one of those very different people. From young, old, male, female, they all had that same dead look in their eyes. That same awful smile. So yeah, I'm always afraid. I'm always glancing over my shoulder, looking in the dark corners and shadows. You would be constantly on edge too if you have ever seen a regular-looking dog smirk at you, smile in only a way that a human could possibly do, as if a human was trying to control every feature. And you want to know the worst thing? What is even worse than literally knowing if people around you are actually them or something else? That is the worst. Why are they following me? If the original target, for want of a better word, was my grandmother, who is the only person who truly believes, why did they jump from her to me? Or is more my family under attack? What do they want? I just can't find the right answers, and I don't know who to talk to. Or at least who would be willing to talk to me about this. I just want to know why they won't leave me alone. I don't want to spend my entire life being afraid, always looking behind me, never trusting anybody. It's ruined friendships, relationships. Is that what they want? I'm hoping maybe, just maybe, you or somebody can send me in the right direction, or at least tell me that I'm not alone and I can leave them somehow. I just want a normal life again. Is that too much to ask? Can you help me? When my grandfather died when I was just at the tender age of 11, he left behind an old journal that had some crazy stories written inside of it about his time on the Navajo reservation back when he was much younger. He had many written stories about these creatures called skinwalkers. Of course, I didn't believe any of them. But after what happened the other day, I'm beginning to think that these creatures are real. Not all the stories in the journal were necessarily new to me. I had heard some of the encounters before, but usually, if grandfather began to tell one, my mom would cut him off and give him the look. Sure, she wanted us to know about it and embrace our heritage, but also, she didn't want us constantly looking over our shoulders, wondering if that dog, horse, or whatever it was really just an animal. One of the stories he had managed to sneak was that one of an old lady who seemed to be able to travel remarkably quick, especially for somebody with such advanced years, who was often spotted deep in the woods whilst others were hunting, only then to be found on the reserve an impossibly short time later. To our young minds, that didn't seem particularly scary, more wondrous. She was just a little old lady, maybe with magical powers of speed. Super granny, right? But the things grandfather wrote down were far more detailed and far more frightening. depicting these people as black witches with evil intent, not just old ladies who magically appeared in places too quickly just to mess with others. These stories involved murder and malice, and if true, would be the stuff of nightmares. Even at 11, when I was just beginning to read more horror and stay up later to catch nighttime movies, I still didn't believe. Sure, to a young kid, say 5 or 6, an old lady could be magical, but to an 11-year-old, witches and these powers grandfather wrote about couldn't be real. I thought that for the next 10 years, until the other day. Funnily enough, it happened back at the family home. I'd moved away a couple of years before, but still visited fairly regularly, and was home for a birthday, actually. Since all of us had moved out, my parents had gotten a dog and wanting some fresh air, and despite it being fairly late in the evening, I'd volunteered to take her for a walk. We headed out into the woods behind the house, where we'd play for hours as kids, and I'd let her run around for a while, all whilst I just enjoyed the clean air. After only a few minutes, I heard her whimpering. My first thought was that she'd maybe stood on a thorn or something. It was dark, but there was still just enough light to see that she was on the floor, shaking and whining, which was odd, since she'll usually pick a fight with anybody, and is fiercely protective. I'd never seen her in this submissive stance before. Then, I saw why. A pair of eyes were glowing through the tree line. It was unnerving to say the least, as the eyes appeared to look human, but were low down like animal level, and I could just about make out the shape of a large dog, more like a wolf. This creature didn't make a noise, didn't bark, growl, nothing. It was stood and watched, and then it seemed to stand up. I don't mean like a dog when it begs. I mean it stood up like a man. My dog yelped, ran over to me, behind my legs, still shaking. I've seen her square up to the other dogs way bigger than her, but she was terrified. I bent down to comfort her, and when I looked again, it was gone. She barked once, running all the way back to the house, not bothering to wait for me, and I could tell you, I was right behind her. My uncle lived alone. He had become something of a recluse after my aunt had passed on. He was the closest thing I ever had to a father figure growing up, but the closeness never became a genuine thing. He loved me, yeah, but only from a distance. It was frustrating. My real dad was just a face in my memories that would come home long enough to argue with my mom, sleep off whatever he had been doing, then was gone and again, for days at a time. So, the bar was really set low when my uncle came along and would play ball with me, or visit me at school during recess. Very simple gestures, but at the time, they meant the world to me. The frustration came when I would want to spend my time with him where he lived. He had a trailer on several acres of land, mostly all untamed. Even the native plants were untouched, and nothing was mown or manicured. I didn't quite understand why he was so warm, until it came to his living space. The day came when he was sick, and he would not do well if there wasn't somebody there looking after him for 2 or 3 days. I saw my chance, and I took it. He didn't want anybody to babysit him, but it was literally the doctor's orders. I was a teenager by then, but the little boy in me was reeling with delight. He seemed to have mixed feelings about it. He was happy to see me, but there was an uneasiness that I could not source. He wasn't weird or hiding any dark secrets. So, what was his big deal about having me over? I was completely lost in the experience of being out in this amazing untamed wilderness in a home with a father that I never had. It was like another world. I was soon to find out that other worlds have things that are good and bad. However, He was nice, until I tried to talk about my aunt. He didn't want to talk about her in any detail whatsoever, even if I did something as benign as ask if a certain lamp or other item had all been picked out by her. He would answer abruptly, changing the subject. Night came, and he told me that it was very important that I stay inside. I asked him why, but he struggled with giving me a coherent answer. I wasn't sure if maybe it was the heavy medication, the illness, or something else. Surely, it wasn't any terrible secret. If he was a murderer, I wouldn't be hiding inside from anyone he killed, right? When he was asleep, I stepped outside. I wasn't going to be able to see the night sky like that back in the city. Plus, I wanted some fresh air as I thought about how I could bond with my uncle. More without triggering him, of course. That's when I heard it. Above the sounds of insects, owls, and a few wolves, there came a high-pitched squeal that echoed off everything, including the sky. All other sounds vanished, as if all the animal kingdom were afraid. I won't lie. It even made every hair on my body stand on end. I'm usually that dumb kid that wants to run and find out what the strange sound was. But even as I was hesitating, as if I needed any more convincing, I saw movement in the darkness. There was a dim light like a dying candle. I immediately thought that there could have been a trespasser on the property. But if they weren't being sneaky, maybe they needed help. I called out to them. The light source then became 2 red points that now became eyes. I thought that glowing eyes were a cheesy trope left over from 60s horror movies. But this monstrous thing had them. The closest thing I can compare it to is an elk that somehow decided it was going to walk on 2 legs. But the shape was wrong. Instead of hooves, it appeared to have hands, 4 fingers specifically on each, with claws that were curved like a crescent moon. Its mouth hung open, and the only way an elk's mouth could open that wide is if the jaws were unhinged. The teeth and gums were both long, preventing the mouth from closing at all. Ribbons of saliva dripping down into the soil. With each step forward that it took, its pace quickened. Something in my brain kept me from fleeing, though. My uncle was there for one more time. The crack of his rifle made my ears ring as he fired right next to me. The shot knocked this thing backwards and let out this horrendous squeal that was almost as loud as the gunshot itself. He quickly hurried me indoors, and with a single look, I understood why he never had me over. He made some coffee and told me a strange story I'd missed while growing him. He and my aunt had accidentally invited this creature onto their land when they had mistaken it for a stranger that needed help. He told me that something about it was able to come and go as it pleased once it had an invitation. It got my aunt and my uncle, said that it liked to torment him by imitating her voice some nights. It will stand outside his bedroom window and call his name with her voice. If I hadn't seen this creature, I would have claimed he was nuts. This monster was a predator. Surely, it would enjoy ripping the trailer open like a tin can, eating him alive. I mentioned this. He shook his head. He said that it would only delay killing him as long as possible. If he's gone, that it wouldn't have anybody to torment. My story reads like the plot to a bad movie. I guess that goes to show you just how objective and void of poetry tragedy really is. I worked my butt off during my teen years and my early 20s so that I would finally be able to start a family wherever I wanted. I didn't believe in luck. I believed in the grind. By the time I had the financial freedom I wanted, I was 32 and had 3 kids. I had money coming out of my ears, but never splurged. I still looked for the best bargain on a home. I even got an amazing deal on an estate, included a mansion surrounded by a whopping 12 acres of thick timber. It was called Vanishing Point. It's a classic storyline, too good to be true. But I was used to being 100% in control of my own world, so I didn't heed to any such warnings. I never once questioned where the estate's name came from. It was the last property at the furthest point from the township, all while still being within the city proper. So hey, I figured the land was just situated at a literal vanishing point from the perspective of being in the city still. We lived there long enough to have a fourth child before anything else began happening. My two oldest boys would go hunting with their pellet rifles. I was trying to be a good dad that didn't hold on too tight, you know? What's all that timber if you're not allowed to explore as a kid? I wanted them to have a rich, full childhood. They left with their guns, and if they didn't come home, those guns would be the only thing that the police would ever find, other than their clothes torn to rags. There was no blood, which made my mind race even more. If they weren't dead, what was being done with them? More years passed, and I got into the habit of taking my last remaining son and our daughter out hunting. I would have let them decide whether they were going to grow up like the hunt. But after the incident, I wanted them to know how to use a gun. I wanted them to know how to shoot another living thing. As if getting out from under the shadow of being a suspect hadn't been hard enough. We had another incident. It was on a hunt with me and the two kids. We were somewhere where we were at equal distance from our home and the edge of the estate. In other words, far away from anywhere. It was at a place where the timber was so thick that the sun was nearly blotted out. It was magical. Otherworldly, actually. Some piping, wheezing sound filled the woods. It made things seem a lot darker than they really were. I could feel the blood in my veins go cold. The look on my daughter's face announced she was feeling similar. I looked around for my son to see what his expression was, but nowhere to be found. I called out to him. I ran those woods until my legs could not move. He had disappeared right under my nose. That's when I started becoming that parent. After more drama with the police and the rigors of heartache and grief all over again, I flat out refused to leave my daughter and my wife out of my sight. The only exception being that my wife needed to work outside the home. So I downsized and moved all of my business affairs into our home so I could watch my family full time. My wife disappeared one night on her way home when the car quit as she was on our property. Somewhere between the dead car and our house, she had totally disappeared. But not without a trace. I had trail cams set up at very strategic points. The police could corroborate my evidence that I had not hurt anybody, but they weren't ready to buy into what the cameras were showing them. In a series of blurred snapshots, the cameras pieced together the image of a bipedal abomination with the head of an elk, the teeth and the tail of a wolf, and claws like a bear. The sheer size of this thing was part of what ruled me out as a suspect. Police weren't going to go down that rabbit hole that had just opened up. I knew what it was. This was some sort of shapeshifter, a skinwalker if you will, a witch that has full control to shapeshift through dark magic, wearing the pelts of whatever animal he or she wants to change into. The magic augments the strength of this witch, so much so that it is stronger than either a normal man or animal. Not surprisingly, wearing pelts of more than one animal supposedly lets the witch change into a mixed-up abomination. I paid out no small money of mine asking how you kill such thing. And believe me, the people that know are few and far in between, let alone willing to discuss the matter. They're afraid of jade knives. That was my first purchase. I spent more money than I should have, having it custom crafted. Second, I would need special bullets. A third, I would need the very thing I didn't believe in. Luck. All the lips that would loosen up and tell me how to kill a skinwalker would tell me that they are so fast and supernatural. They might even be able to outrun mortal weapons, like bullets in certain forms, and at certain levels of magical skill. I didn't care what kind of fairy or wand-waving magician this was, especially after it took my daughter away from me. It had cut my family down to a member of one, and it was dragging out my misery and grief. So, I spent that time wisely, finding the places that had been stashing pelts and magical charms, or so I thought. There was no point in using the police. They already thought I was nuts, and confiscated everything. It's literally down to me, and I'm gonna go after it as long as it lets me live. I don't care if you believe my story, I really don't. But I feel like there has to be somebody out there who would hear this and accept that what I'm going through is truth. Maybe somebody could reach out to me and help me kill this thing once and for all. But I don't know anybody brave enough for that. I'm going to need help. We had an encounter 2 years ago on the edge of a small town here in Arizona. I was coming home from work one night and saw something shaped like a large man, only very large, standing in the shadows across my driveway. But it looked disgusting, like I could see bits of flesh and bone, even. It didn't look right. At first, I thought it was just a large somebody who had lost their way, but as I drove closer, even though there were streetlights, I could see this was no man. So I pulled up to my house, and as soon as I stopped the car, this thing got very active, jumping around, low onto its knees and then standing again, like it was trying to intimidate. You could tell by its motions that it was not just another person trying to walk through the grass. This was something that had no use for us and wanted to do the opposite of what you'd expect. I'm sure if I had stayed out another couple of seconds, this thing would have charged me. But as soon as I saw it stirring like this, I drove in. Like many people who see these things, they're not afraid nor will run, but some want to fight them off. I cannot say that I would have done anything different in this situation, except for one thing. Huge mistake. Turns out, if they do run after you, catch you, it just takes one swipe of their hand, and you're gone. For the last 2 years, me and my family have now been looking over our shoulders, scared to death of what can happen if we see one again. I haven't really had another sighting like this since that night. But some nights, I swear, I can hear howling in the distance. I believe I have heard them near the river as well in my small town. If you listen closely when there is no wind on a clear night, you can catch something not quite right in the early morning hours. It feels like it could take practice, but if you listen very closely to the sounds of nature at those times, like crickets and stuff, you will hear it back up in pitch, like it's grading on an upward scale, higher than birds or insects can ever go. And sometimes the insects will go completely silent. That's when you know something isn't quite right. The atmosphere changes. I always feel like I'm being watched when I hear this. I'm not too scared to leave the house, but I do check the back mirror constantly when driving, always looking over my shoulder, especially at night. I have a 5-year-old son who has seen him as well. He was only around 4 years old at the time. He told me that it was scary, that he didn't want to be playing outside anymore because the monster is out there. The most shocking part of all of this is that one time, when we were a couple miles into town, we branched off from one of the streets to the other to a family's house. Now over here, there's this alleyway between a few houses where nobody ever seems to go. This thing was making noise down there. Whatever it was doing, it was waking people up very early in the morning. I think nobody would come out of their houses for hours after that. They were afraid this thing was around. It does things like startles you by being very active and moves out of sight before being seen or heard from again. I guess sometimes my family's neighbors have talked about seeing a large black shape running off into the woods at night. Nobody really knows who or what it is. Hey, I was reading your stories, and I wanted to share this one. It happened when I was a kid in front of an old schoolhouse. The place had been abandoned for quite some time, and my friends and I were out playing that day. We saw something moving around inside the building, so we decided to wait until it came out again. A few minutes later, something moved in front of the window. Just when we thought it had come out, it quickly went behind the building, and we lost sight of whatever it was. It came around again, and this time I got a clear look at what appeared to be some sort of wolf or dog, but with wide shoulders, much like a football player would have. It actually appeared to look more like a large upright coyote than anything else. It was freaky looking. At one point, we actually thought it had spotted us and began coming toward us. We nearly wet ourselves before it went back behind the schoolhouse again. From what we could see briefly, the creature was dark all over with a long snout, wide shoulders. It kind of reminded me of an ape, but very different looking. Its hair was almost falling out. It was very scary. We never talked about it with our parents, but as we got older, we would sometimes bring it up. Knowing all the things I do now, I really do wonder if it was a skinwalker. I had another friend growing up who actually just very recently shared with me his experience, which he granted me full permission to share with you. The similarities between what he saw and I did are striking. Here's his story. I was about 12 years old, and I had just gotten home after walking back from a friend's house. My friend lived next to an open lot with several trees in it. It also had a small creek that ran along one side of the property border, going into a big river that cut through the center of town. To be honest, I never felt comfortable there going by myself. You could often hear strange noises coming from over there at night, and it gave me the creeps. Plus, I'm pretty sure I've seen some pretty sketchy homeless people. Can't be too safe. Anyway, I was walking to my house and passed by that open lot when I noticed a figure moving between some trees. It moved quickly from one to another, as if it were pacing back and forth. Just then, my dog gets spooked and starts howling at the top of his lungs, trying to jump out of my arms. He somehow slips from my tight grip, takes off running down the street in a panic, away from whatever the figure was. I start yelling at him to come back, but he wouldn't listen. The next thing I know is that something starts moving toward me between two trees. It's headed right for me. I froze, and before I could even think about turning around to run, I saw it. In the darkness between those two trees, I caught a glimpse of an upright animal-like figure with long black hair, golden, staring eyes. It was like looking into death, honestly. It reminded me of a dead, rotting coyote. Gross. You could visibly see flesh missing from its face and head, and the stench was horrendous. I didn't waste a second. I turned and ran as fast as I could away from the thing, without ever looking back. This thing, though, moved incredibly swiftly for whatever it was. I luckily escaped. A few days after, I'd asked my neighbor about it. She said that the same thing had happened to her a few months earlier. She described it as the same thing that I had seen. I don't know what they are, but now I'm curious to find out if there were any other incidents like what I saw that night. Maybe there are more stories out there. The incident that happened to my friend is very real and similar to the one I had as a kid. It really makes me wonder, what sort of horrible creature I witnessed that day. We were in the area of Ridgeway in Colorado during the winter months. It was 2 days before Christmas when I stopped at a small gas station. I had forgot to get my dad a Christmas present, so I was hoping to score him a neat little novelty gift from Colorado. When I was done, I decided that I wanted to go home the long way, instead of taking the highway back up north where I live. I went towards that direction and got on 90 to head back. There's a small town called Crawford, not too far from there, I believe. The road takes you through this little valley, which has nothing on either side of it, but ranges at high elevation and hills all around. Not to mention mountain-type hills, just like big, small rolling hills. My friend was in the passenger seat. We're talking about random stuff, when she happened to look out the back window. She said she saw something in the rearview mirror. She sees behind the car and says, "What's that?" I look over my shoulder to see this big black dog running alongside the car that has made its way from behind the vehicle. I slow down, and so does this thing. So I speed up, and it speeds up. Now we're thinking, is this a lost dog or something? But then I get a better view as it stands up on two legs and violently tries ripping the door off our vehicle. I speed up again, and it jumps down. But I don't think we got away that easily. The look on this thing was demonic. Red eyes and a black muzzle, kind of like a horse's face, very elongated, more so than any other regular dog. This was like an animal from hell. It didn't just have black skin. The fur was black, but the parts of skin appeared to be grayish. We were both shocked, didn't know what to do really, so we just kept driving, looking out the back window to see if it was still behind us. It wasn't until later when my friend's mom called her that my friend was so freaked out and told her mom what had chased us. My mom's friend just says, "You guys have to be drunk or on drugs." I told her we weren't. Was this a skinwalker? I've never seen anything like that in my life, and was too scared to go back up there. I'm hoping it wasn't a skinwalker or anything. I've heard that they mark people. I've always been open to things and never thought much about spirits or demons. But after all of this has happened, I'm now just too scared to go back up there. Also, my friend's aunt is Native American, Lakota and Sioux. She said that maybe it was some kind of spirit, but of course my friend's mom is the total opposite of her sister. Firm atheist, doesn't believe in any of it. Anyway, the way it looked at us, everything, it still haunts me. It's like it was angry we were in that part of the road. I don't even recall where it came from. Since then, I have been obsessively looking up information on skinwalkers, and they're supposed to be these supernatural beings who can take any form of any kind of animal. Help me as I search for answers. This was back in the 1960s, when I worked for the U.S. Forest Service, doing fire protection work in areas covering an enormous amount of land in 3 adjoining counties. At the time, these had the highest number of forest fires per year than any part of the country at the time. If this happened today, they would have been called wildfires for sure, and it would probably be a terrorist act against our forest by some crazed lunatic who hates trees. Okay, maybe that's being a little overdramatic, but I think you get the idea. One day, when I was about 20 years old, I went out on patrol duty up one side of a mountain and down the other, keeping a check on some crews that were building fire breaks. It was hot and dry like it normally is in northern Arizona, out here in July and August when wildfire season is at its peak. I had just finished my lunch, and I heard a loud howling coming up from behind me, where there was a cliff about 40 feet up, with a rock slide at its base. This was way back before they built any picnic areas or even paved roads up there. Nobody else knew it was there. There hadn't been any elk herd around for several years due to overhunting at this point, by everybody who wanted deer, just due to the severe lack of rain we had been experiencing. Since this encounter happened almost 50 years ago now, I can't remember what time of the day it was exactly, but at first, I thought it might be some kids from Flagstaff, maybe having a good time, playing games and romancing one another in the wilderness they had found up there. But when I heard this loud howling during this dry season, without any elk around to attract them, it just didn't seem right. So I took my .38 caliber revolver out of its holster, began walking toward where these strange sounds seemed to be coming from, as fast as I could. The unusual thing about this sound is that it did not seem like any animal's sound. Rather, it appeared more human. As soon as I got there, my worst fear was confirmed. A full-grown man wearing animal skins was standing on top of that rock slide. The only ones wearing animal skins at the time that I was aware of were the Navajo, who lived in the area to the north near Lava Shell Dam, 15 miles away from this location. There were no Navajos working for the U.S. Forest Service back then or living anywhere near this mountain. I slowly walked away from him when he began making grunting noises and angry growling sounds like a bear would do when it's trying to intimidate somebody defending its territory. He quickly seemed to disappear from the cliff, and I was not going to stick around after that. Later on, I got in my Jeep and drove off to Flagstaff, where I told a friend about what had happened. He knew all about these guys because they had been terrorizing the locals, killing cattle, or just mutilating them by taking out their organs and taking off their flesh. The Navajos, from what I was aware, called them skinwalkers. Others would call them shapeshifters, but they're just human beings who can change into animals and kill to satisfy their unquenchable bloodlust. When we went back up there with the sheriff's deputy from the county, we found some of the remains of an animal that had been half-eaten. It was lying on top of a rock slide with its head and neck completely removed from the rest of its body. That's all I'll share for now, but I've had so many disturbing experiences back in the day, it's not funny, and I've learned a lot. Maybe I'll sit down and share with you more from an old ranger like me. Thanks for reading. A group of us were out by the reservoir here in Southern California. There is a story about this certain area. The rumor goes that, I guess there was an Indian res, and they destroyed it to build a dam or something, or took over their land, something like that. But some of them refused to ever leave. My grandfather told me he saw one years ago when he was just a little kid running around at night, being dared by his friends. But he didn't really believe it was true. After we had settled down for the night, there were coyotes howling. Then all of a sudden, more dogs joined in on the chorus. So my buddy Mike decided, hey, let's go see if we can see them. So we walk about 150 yards from our campsite, closer to the reservoir, and we're watching them. Mike sees a coyote turn around and look at us, then proceeds to stand fully erect on two legs. It looked straight at us, sprinting to the nearest tree and climbed right up, disappearing. We had heard the stories before about skinwalkers, but this time, I was convinced that they were there. We went back to camp and told our friends about what we saw next. Then, everybody's convinced there are skinwalkers around us. This one skinwalker must have been trying to blend in with the others. I'm not too sure how that works. We all slept with a gun right beside our pillows that night. The next morning, we had been awoken to the sounds of dogs howling again, except this time, they were much closer. I looked over at my friend Patrick, who was, at the time, out by the tent. He sat straight up in his sleeping bag, screaming, his eyes still tightly shut. I had to wake him up. He was having this violent nightmare. He later claimed that these skinwalker beings were trying to infiltrate his mind through nightmares. Take it what you will, but this was by far the most terrifying camping trip I've ever been on, and the closest I'd ever been to seeing and dealing with an actual skinwalker creature. Something I always thought was a myth and legend. Not anymore. My encounter with the skinwalker was almost 8 years ago now. The details can be a little fuzzy now and then, but I'll do my best to give you a rundown. A friend of mine, who's not Native American, and I, Native American, were out in Utah on an excursion. We parked our truck at the end of a pretty empty dirt road and hiked out from there. We were walking for quite some time, a good 2 miles, maybe more. Now, after about 20 minutes of going through the desert, we hear a strange noise behind us. I did not give it much thought at first, but my friend kept glancing back over his shoulder at the sound. Whatever was making these noises couldn't have been too far behind us. They were loud and very distinct sounding. They sounded somewhat like a dog barking, but different. More eerie, I guess you could say. Another few minutes go by and we see something running on all fours, stand up on 2 legs before disappearing again. At first, my mind did not register what it was that I saw, so I looked at my friend to say something. He just turned around and booked it. My arms seemed to move faster than they ever had before, pumping with adrenaline and fear. We made it away from the thing and back to our truck. Later that night, we couldn't stop talking about what kind of being that thing was. We were sure we had encountered a skinwalker. The next day, we drove to a nearby Navajo reservation, asked around. The people there seemed nervous and uncomfortable to talk about it, but some of them told us, yes, they're real, and we had most certainly encountered one. They said if you see this thing, you should run, because the only really way to get away from them is by outrunning them. I don't know if that's true. The gentleman that told us this was very young. So, long story short, I haven't seen or heard any more of these strange happenings since then, but this experience has changed my life forever. It's also important to mention that even though I'm Native, I'm actually adopted. Both my real parents passed away at birth, so I live in Northern California. I really have no connection or education on my Native heritage, so I'm not really connected to my culture. But after this sighting, it's kind of made me re-spark an interest in Native American culture altogether. I'm fairly certain that what I saw that night on the ranch was actually a skinwalker. I know enough about Navajo culture to understand that these are dark beings you should not be messing with, and doing your best to avoid. Here's what briefly happened. I grew up and still live in Arizona on a cattle ranch. Well, I stay there periodically. I don't really live there anymore. We've got the stereotypical cactus-covered hills, mountain ranges, hot summers, you get it. A few years ago, we had some issues with coyotes attacking our calves. Coyotes are not uncommon to have around ranches, but they usually don't hunt down large animals, like the way my calves are being hunted. I know, calves aren't large, but they're pretty protected, at least these were. They'd sneak up on them and just tear into them, leaving ravaged carcasses behind that my father and I would find while checking on the stock. It was pretty gruesome what they were doing to our livestock. So my dad had called me one night after talking to a friend, about his and about how best to get rid of these guys, when he came across a story about skinwalkers. I mean, you're talking about folk magic, straight out of a horror movie here. The kind where there are witches that transform into coyotes. Anyway, he told me to buy some special ribbon, red, I believe, and tie it all around the cattle pens at night, so that way, what he believed were skinwalkers would not attack our livestock anymore. Of course, being young and naive, I was just brash. I just explained to him, Dad, these aren't skinwalkers. these are just regular coyotes. But he told me a story of one night he saw a couple of these things changing into men. I'm not so sure I believed him, but I did what he asked. I brought him the ribbon. I guess my father also shot at one of these things, and the entire group of these coyotes all stood up on two legs and ran off, the same way a man would, even at this speed. He firmly believes that these things were indeed a pack of hungry skinwalkers. Safe to say, I believe that ranch is cursed now, if not anything, especially after shooting at it. Hello, what lurks beneath? I have some interesting stories for you. I've been trying to do some digging on the whole dogman phenomenon, and I actually found an account of one that dates all the way back to 1887, and it has to deal with a small crew of lumberjacks back in Northern California. From what I've gathered with the information, this group of lumberjacks were scouting a new logging area, and apparently, all 6 of them report seeing tall beasts emerge from the trees, running across the pathways and disappearing. They reported these as extremely large canines, walking upright, black in color, and having very pointed ears. This scared all of them very much. However, their foreman decided to press onward, and they would continue to see these creatures again and again in the same area. But they would always run away before they could do much. They referred to these creatures by several different names, one being timber beasts, the other known as the lumberjack devil. Eventually, they began seeing these creatures more and more frequently, as they began expanding in this area. The foreman did not believe them, and continued onward. And at some point, I think about 3 months into the whole process, 2 of the 6 lumberjacks went missing. Nobody could find any trace of them, and the other 4 lumberjacks abandoned the expansion altogether. The foreman was unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, not able to hire on more lumberjacks willing to do the job, but the reports were terrifying. He'd went out there himself to survey things, to try and find these missing lumberjacks, when he too finally reported seeing the same strange creatures that his crew had seen. Some information that I really wanted to fill you in on is that foreman was my great-grandfather, and I actually have written documentation of his 3-page terrifying encounters with these things. And apparently, judging from his writing, they almost killed him. And he believes he stumbled upon some of their territory, and they acted very, very hostile towards him. The geographic area was very dense timber, lots of wilderness, untouched by man, and this is more word of mouth than anything else, but I guess some of the natives wouldn't even go out here. They were too afraid of these creatures. Now, I don't know about you, but I find the accounts to be incredibly interesting. My grandmother actually holds possession of these journals, and while I read it a while ago, maybe I can pull them out and actually write you the stories written by him. I want to be careful though. I've heard all sorts of other stories about people having their photos and video evidence confiscated, or worse, being interrogated. So I want to try and keep this on the down low as much as possible. You'll be hearing from me again soon. The Buckeye Creek Wilderness is located about 30 miles outside of Phoenix, Arizona, and just south of Route 85. According to one local man who frequents the area, is known as Death Valley, and he claims there are far more coyotes and mountain lions in this wilderness. In fact, he says or claims it's infested with werewolves, but he clarifies, it's not like a movie werewolf. These are real-life dog creatures. So what did he see exactly? It appeared to look like a person running on all fours across the road. He went on to say that when he saw the creature, it quickly disappeared into some brush, then reappeared much closer to his truck, claims this thing was mocking him. The man shared that he had seen this creature 3 times now, and has gone back to the area where he first spotted it. He didn't see it again, but a lot of his friends and him saw a lot of other weirdness, including strange lights in the sky. He goes on to share that the last time he went out there, he also found human-like tracks, but they were really large and more canine-looking. His most frightening encounter is detailed. I had somebody with me, which is why we were going back. We're not going to drive all the way out there for nothing. When asked if they got photos or video footage of what he says, yes and no. We did get some pictures of stuff we saw, but when it comes to this werewolf-looking thing, no. When asked if somebody could have been playing tricks on him, or setting up a Halloween prank by dressing up as a creature, he claims that it was definitely real. When I was a kid, I had to walk up a hill every day to get home from school. Now, there is a back road, or kind of a trail that leads through the woods, and there used to be this old abandoned house. It had been long abandoned by many, many years. We're surprised that due to the weathering, it hadn't fully collapsed. Well, one day, while walking home, as my friends and I were coming down the hill, we saw something big moving around this old house. It kind of appeared to be a large person, but it had the ears of a dog on top of its head, and it was like it was crouched down, looking at us from behind some trees. I pointed out to it as we were seeing this thing, and began running back up the hill towards my house, with my friends following right behind me. As soon as we get into our houses, we ran inside our homes. We were terrified. We decided that after this day, we would never go down that road again. But years later, my friends and I decided to go back down the road where we saw what we all thought was, do I dare say it, a werewolf. The old house was still there. In fact, it looked in worse condition. Graffiti, a little bit more broken down. Clearly, at some point or another, there had been homeless activity around here, hence the garbage and graffiti. It had completely overgrown, worse than before. It was getting dark, and our curiosity and faux bravery got the best of us. So, we decided to go inside this house, just looking through it out of curiosity. We kept spooking each other, telling us the werewolf lived inside here. Of course, we got in there and everything was dusty, abandoned, and broken. We kind of searched for the first floor, just looking around, and we heard something big moving around upstairs. We froze for a brief second, and it sounded like something was slowly making its way down the stairs. That's when we decided to run out through the window of the house, back, right where we came. We did not want to know what this could have been. This was easily, probably one of the most terrifying times when me and my friends saw something unusual during our childhood years. Sure, I have no way to prove that this was indeed the same creature, or perhaps a werewolf of some kind, but it sounded unusually heavy, and like it, he or she, whoever it was trying to be extra quiet when sneaking down. But the house was so old, everything kind of creaked and groaned. Now, I will say that the creature my friends and I saw years ago was indeed something that we had never seen before. Something very out of place. It was a cold October morning. The year was 1977 when I first saw it. I was about 6 or 7 years old at the time, and my big sister, who I'll call Stacy, had just started high school. We lived in a house on the outskirts of Klamath Falls in Oregon, near a very heavily forested area we referred to as the Back 40. The Back 40 was pretty empty, but it was also next to a large farmhouse and a well-maintained gravel road. Now, we called the Back 40 because it was untamed wilderness and timber, stretching roughly 40 to 50 acres, if not more. Now, my mother owned 2 dogs at the time, both smallish mutts, one named Jellybean and another Sally Mae. That morning, I woke up before anybody else, went out to get some cereal for breakfast, and I noticed something large moving through the backyard. It was blueberry season here in Oregon, and the bushes were swaying back and forth. So naturally, I think I just assumed it was a large animal, some sort of stag perhaps. But then, something forward came out. It was a large canine. At first, I think I thought it was a neighbor's dog, but it got close enough for me to see its face, and I stopped dead in my tracks as I'm getting the cereal and felt this sinking feeling in my stomach. I, for some reason, don't remember why, but I was drawn to the back door and even stepped outside. I felt like I was in a trance-like state, and I couldn't control my own thoughts or movement. It's like something was drawing me closer to this thing. It had a snout that was more elongated like a deer, with sharp teeth jutting out of its mouth behind its lips, kind of like fangs but all over. Its eyes were very deep, very set in. The fur was black as night, and its eyes were a stark, shining yellow. It was menacing and unnatural. The creature continued in my direction. As it came closer, I could make out what looked to be a human form with animalistic features. It stood upright like a man, but its features resembled that of a wolf. It had brownish-gray fur all over its body and the face of a wolf. The creature looked much bigger than any other normal wolf should have been. And then it got down on all four, with its head roughly about 3 or so feet off the ground, and then standing back upright on two, like it wasn't sure whether it wanted to stand on two legs or be down on all four. As it approached closer and closer, I somehow regained feeling over my body. That's the only way I can describe it, running inside and telling my mom. She didn't believe me at first, but she could see I was visibly distressed, so she went outside to comfort me, and she could see this thing off in the distance, standing on two legs, just as it was before. This thing looked over in the direction of our house, and then turned and walked away towards the back 40. My mother would later call animal control, who arrived several hours later. I guess they searched almost every inch of that forest, but never found anything too out of the ordinary, except exceptionally large wolf prints, which I guess, for Oregon, were some of the largest wolf prints found. Even my sister Stacy said that her bus driver had reported seeing strange, unusually large dogs around the area. I asked my mom if it was possible that we were somehow, I don't know, living close to a portal of some kind. She quickly claimed that portals do not exist, and that at the time, I was probably just having a dream, since I should have been asleep normally, and I woke up early. This story is true, at least as much as my memory serves, and happened in Klamath Falls, Oregon. The reason I am sharing this with you is because there have been several dogman sightings reported recently in Northern California. It's got a very similar landscape to Southern Oregon, particularly high desert regions infested with thick forests and canyons. Even today, as an adult, I'm still not really sure what to make of this memory. I was on a trip to the Oregon coast when I had what might have been the scariest experience I've ever had. It was late at night, and we were driving back from Astoria. We were in a parking lot near the beach, getting ready to stop for coffee before heading home. And suddenly, this huge wolf creature coming out of nowhere. He started howling and running loudly toward our car. My son, who caught it, screamed, "Dad!" and got scared and pointed out the window where this thing had come from. The next thing I know, it's charging directly at our vehicle with its arms out. I don't know what it was, but I'm sure my doors were locked. Every time we would fly to a new location on the coast that night and stop somewhere, I would always be nervous looking over my shoulder. It's like I could still see it running from afar, running in my rearview mirror. even though I probably didn't. It was fast and incredibly strong. Whenever I sped away from this thing, it would keep up with us, finally disappearing. It gave me chills every time it came towards the window, like we were slowing down, but we weren't at all. At that point, I even let off the gas pedal. My wife, who was very confused and scared, she wasn't really sure what to make of it, other than just scream her head off that this large wolf animal was chasing after our vehicle. Once we were back at our hotel, since we couldn't make it home that night, we didn't deem it safe. My son and I could not stop talking about it. We told other people about what had happened. Of course, they didn't believe us. This creature was some huge, growling, werewolf-looking thing. It had a long snout, really large teeth, and it had this horrible screech as it got close to the driver's side door. I was in panic mode trying to get away from this thing. In fact, the whole ordeal is kind of a blur to me. I don't know what it was, but it was after us that night. And so far, I've told my story to many people who don't have a lot of interest. But this is the most accurate description of what happened. This thing definitely ran on two legs like a person, but it had features like a dog. It appeared it could jump over and get over cars across from ours where we parked. Its eyes were a bright yellow too, kind of like a wolf hybrid or something. I don't know. Maybe all these stories are connected. Whatever it is, he scared me pretty badly, and I still worry about driving on roads at night. I was really scared and wanted to get out of there overall. I honestly think this thing was just toying with us, because it clearly could have killed us if it wanted to. I'm sorry I'm not the best writer in the world. I just thought I wanted to quickly get my thoughts jotted down, so hopefully you can kind of read between the lines of my mess of writing and get the story out of it. Anyway, it's always scary thinking about how close we came to dying that night. I have always been the type of person to never really be scared of anything. But on July 18th, 2018, that all changed. I always thought people who claimed they saw things like this were just making it up. But after what happened with me, I have a completely different perspective now. Around 7 p.m., I was walking home from my job as a manager of a small convenience store here in town. It was a pretty cloudy day, and it was rather dark outside around the time I began walking. When I got about halfway home, which would be about a 10 to 15 minute walk from where my store is located in town to my house, out on the countryside. Just as I began passing by a huge field that has been vacant for as long as I can remember, this huge monster-looking dog ran out of the woods on the other side of the field. This thing came out at full speed and began chasing me. All I could see was its eyes, teeth and paws running after me, like some sort of werewolf or something. But it looked more like a wolf than anything else. I ran and screamed as it was running after me. Eventually, it stopped chasing me. After I got home, my mother told me that she could hear the screams from inside the house. It sounded like some type of weird animal scream or high-pitched noise. Another note about this story is just a few months earlier in April, I saw something very strange in my yard one morning. There were these huge footprints all over my lawn, and there were uprooted grass everywhere in two separate areas, about 20 feet apart from one another. The size of the prints were so large, they didn't even fit where my hand would be. I had placed my hand down on the ground, and these wolf prints, I assume, were much larger than I could ever imagine. I'm still pretty unnerved by all of that, as you could expect it to be. It's been almost 3 years now since this all happened, and I'm still shaken up by what it was and what it could have been. If you had asked me a while ago, I would have told you that nothing like this would ever scare me. But just thinking back on this nightmare, it gives me chills. One night, just outside of Portland, Oregon, pre-pandemic life, I was taking a walk with my girlfriend. As we walked down the sidewalk, I stopped when I heard what sounded like bushes rustling. I thought we were maybe going to get jumped, but from the corner of my eye, I saw something moving in the distance, something dark. Quick note, I'd like to start by saying that this is a true story about my encounter. I've been very hesitant to share it with others, for fear that they'll think I'm crazy. But I've always wanted more people to know what happened that night. As soon as I stopped walking, the mysterious figure froze and stared at me. It was still too dark for any detail to be visible, but whatever it seemed animalistic. And for some reason, my girlfriend insisted we keep walking, even though she saw something too. In all honesty, I can't say if it would have chased us or not, because after seeing how scared she was, and knowing her disposition towards dogs, I told her we should go back. I'd also like to note that the whole time I was facing this creature, it did not make any noise other than the rustle of bushes in a light breeze. Its eyes were extremely bright and followed us as we walked away. I'm not sure what it was or what it wanted, but I can say that I saw something dark and canine-like. I have no doubt in my mind that something odd is going on in these more remote areas. Did I mention how bright its eyes were? The rest of it was still too dark to make out, other than a general silhouette, and that it appeared to look like a large, dog-sized figure. A few days later, out of curiosity and more than anything else, my girlfriend and I took a drive back to where we had seen the creature. We went very early in the morning, so there would be nothing around us. In hindsight, this doesn't make much sense. If there was some demon dogman thing out there, walking around that early in the morning probably would not have scared it. In any case, we saw nothing but trees and brush when we arrived to our destination. After about 20 minutes of driving around aimlessly, I had a feeling of something watching us. My girlfriend started freaking out, saying she felt like somebody was behind her as well, which only made things worse. So, I started speeding up until we were almost back to my house. Once we got back home and walking inside, my girlfriend said she swore somebody followed us back. To this day, she swears it was true. I'd also like to note that both of our phones were acting very strange while we were out in this area. That includes the night of the walk and the morning when we drove back. We would get this weird cell phone staticky reception coming out of our phones. It was very strange. But that night, I did some research on dogmen and creatures similar to what I saw. There have been a lot of sightings throughout Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, to name a few, with many reports describing this odd black figure just outside windows at nighttime. Some people believe these are dogman encounters, while others are convinced that these are completely different hybrid entities. The descriptions range from an upright animal walking on all fours to something far more human-like, but still carry a wolfish appearance. I've never been a believer in things like this, but something strange was out there that night. I don't know what it was, but if you are going to go out into the forest at night, be careful, bring a light and a weapon. In hindsight, we should have just stayed inside and perhaps watched a movie. But when it comes to the unknown, curiosity really does get the better of us sometimes. I've been wanting to write to you and tell you about the most terrifying thing that I've ever experienced in my life. I have no explanation for what I saw, and I'm not normally a believer in those types of things. I read your stories, and I really hope that you can help me. I'll call myself Mike, and if there's ever a time to be proud of being from a small town, this would be it. About 10 years ago now, I was about 20, 21, working for my father in our logging business. We had a lot of work that summer, so we were plenty busy. And this particular night will always stand out in my mind as one of the most confusing, bizarre, and scariest nights I've experienced in my life. I was home sleeping soundly when I get a call about 1 a.m. asking me to come into work early. We had an extra odd amount of trucks coming in on the next shift. They needed somebody there to make sure they got hauled out properly. I woke up, telling my wife I'd be home late and not to wait up. I hopped in my truck and cleared out. It was roughly a 1-hour drive from my house to work, so it took me a little bit of time to get there. Plenty of coffee helped the drive. Once I arrived, pulling around back, everything was going, everybody was moving stuff around and getting ready. I walked in, and their attention turned towards me immediately when they saw that it was just me. Everybody had been busy, but they all had this look on their faces like something wasn't quite right. Something was unusual. They looked back down at what they were doing again, and I was asked to help park the trucks as they came in. It felt like something weird was going on. I don't know. You could just sense it in the air. I don't know why, but it just had this strange vibe over here in the office that night. You could feel it everywhere around you, which isn't normal, especially for a logging company where everybody knows each other well by now, and there are no secrets or anything weird going on. I don't know what it was, but after seeing how serious everybody looked, I knew it must have been pretty important to get people looking like that at work in the middle of the night. After being told to park some trucks, I went outside and did some of my job. Now, it was roughly 3 a.m. at this point, and I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, when suddenly, this horrible scream shouts off in the distance, and let me just say, it didn't sound like any animal I've ever heard. I can't even begin to explain how strange it sounded. It was very high in pitch and very loud, like a woman screaming but with more force and pitch behind it. I radioed over to my supervisor, who, by the way, is a man that I didn't care for, a man that my father had hired to run the area around here. Anyway, I told him, "Hey, did you hear that? I think somebody is in trouble." But he ignored my response. I got nothing from him. I even tried asking some of my fellow coworkers about it, but they refused to acknowledge it. At this point, something was definitely up. I finished my duty and headed back to the office. Several of us were scared and demanded to know what was going on. I had to sit and wait, but afterwards, my supervisor pulled me aside and explained it to me. Several of the workers on the site in the past couple weeks have all described seeing large humanoid figures just off in the darkness. I laughed and asked if this was some sort of joke. My boss looked extremely concerned, went on to say that strange screams and noises were also present. And much of the reason I was called into work this early was because of the extra work, because many of the workers are now refusing to show up due to this ongoing phenomenon. Something was going on, and at first, my boss or supervisor refused to acknowledge it, due to not wanting to cycle more fear on the employees. I told him maybe we should just call the police or animal control or something, and then it could be dealt with. He shook his head, explained that the matter is much more complicated than that. I didn't understand what he was talking about. It's like the man was speaking to me in riddles, or if I had a question, he would respond to me with a rhetorical question. Now, it wasn't until about 4:30 that morning that I saw one of these creatures myself. It was watching me, scanning a small woodpile just beyond the reach of light. But the light was faint enough that I could make out what it was. I hate to say it, and it sounds so far-fetched. It even makes my story sound null. This thing looked like a living werewolf in the flesh. It actually reminded me of the movie Dog Soldiers. That's what it looked like. It was tall, and its eyes had this glow to them. I yelled out at it, thinking it was maybe some lunatic playing Halloween. but just before I can get a word out of my mouth, it disappeared. That was enough for me, and I quickly told my supervisor I'm done and I'm going back home. That was fun to explain to the wife, and then later on that day, I had to tell the old man I was quitting the job. Now I work in a completely different field, and I've not seen or dealt with any of these things since, but it easily stands out as one of the scariest things I've ever dealt with. And to this day, I don't know what it was that I saw. I don't want to know, I don't care. I would really prefer this memory to just be forgotten. So my hope is that by writing it out, I can kind of get it out of me. Back when I was about 14 or 15, I used to live in a town which lies on the outskirts of Vancouver Island. Ladysmith, specifically, is known for its mining history and being the home of the first ever trans-Pacific telegraph cable that connected North America to Asia, as well as being heralded for its historical significance. It's also known for one other thing. Alright, so here's what happened. I was out camping in my backyard with some friends, which is basically thick forest, sparsely populated by houses. During the day, we would just play games or hang out. But at night, we usually hung around a fire till like 2 in the morning. Then everybody would go home. This particular night was no different. My friends left, but I stayed by the fire for a bit and decided I was tired enough to go to bed. Once I laid in bed and turned out the lights, that's when it happened. Since I lay with my back facing the window, and I am laying facing the wall, there was outside light being cast into my window from outside, and I could see this large shadow, this shape approaching my window, which I thought was a person. It approached very fast, and it scared me. I thought somebody was straight up running up to my window. As I turned and reacted to the movement, I just see this giant dog face pressed up against my window immediately. I nearly passed out from fear. This animal shoved its face so hard up against the window, snot was pouring out. It was the ugliest, scariest looking dog face I've ever seen, and it was looking right down at me. It had this sickly looking snarl. I was terrified. I couldn't even muster a scream. It seemed to know that it really wanted me to at least make some noise, but I was far too afraid. It just started snarling, grimacing, and growling at me through the window for what felt like an hour, staring into my eyes with that ugly face. And then it raised its hands and put them up on the glass. And I mean hands. This thing's hands kind of reminded me of a raccoon's hands. Dark, but individual fingers with claws on them. It would scrape against the glass, trying to push, and if you followed its eyes, it's like it was looking for a weak point, a way to somehow open the window. Then, it would dig its claws into the edges of the window to try and pull the window up, but you could tell it just quite couldn't get it, and it was getting frustrated. Of course, I was terrified. I couldn't get up out of bed. I sat there, completely pale and convinced this was the end. And in such a short amount of time, this creature became aggressive, like it was trying to break its way into my window. And just then, shortly disappeared into the night, with everything staying silent. And there weren't even crickets. The moment it left is when I woke up my parents. And my parents quickly dismissed any notion that this thing was remotely true. They just thought it was vivid night terrors. They suggested some crap like I drink warm milk before bed, or something. I don't even remember. They didn't even look to see the damage that was done to my outside window. They were too concerned with trying to get me back into my room to get some sleep. I never really told anybody about this, until now. I have only recently moved out of that house, but the moment my parents drove off, and we looked outside our window, there were claw marks on the edge of it, where it had tried pulling itself up in. There's no way a dog could have made those marks, unless it was as big as a bear, which is clearly impossible considering the size of dogs. This thing wasn't even regular at all. It was demonic in every sense of the way, and terrified me to the core. I don't feel like I'm the same way after that sighting. I truly believe that this was some sort of demon thing trying to get into my house. God only knows what it would have done. And part of me wonders why it never tried to go back after the back door or through my other window. And also, where did it come from that it would chase right up to my window? Why was I targeted? Why not when I was out there with my friends around the campfire? Had this thing been watching me, waiting for the right moment? So many questions that I still have to this day. This is something that happened not to me, but my aunt, who's 37. She lives alone on the west side of Fresno and works as an agricultural engineer for some farms. Let's call her Audrey. Aunt Audrey's place is close to the outskirts, and while nothing is dangerous, she still keeps fences for security and to make sure her 3 dogs do not run off. She has a pair of golden retrievers and a mixed breed dog. So, one night, this happens. One of the dogs runs off on the fence. She locks it down to make sure the others don't escape, running after the dog towards the field. If your dog disappears there, you don't know where it'll reappear, nor if you'll see it again. It was twilight, so there was some light left, but not much. Her dog is just playful, and the more Audrey chased, the faster it ran. I can't blame him. And suddenly, my aunt loses sight, but hears him barking ferociously at something. So she hurries there, and there was nothing around. She did not want to run into trouble with the neighbor's dog if it was something. And that's when she sees it. These 2 white sticks walking alone. It lacked arms and a body, but just moved extremely bizarre across the woods. And it had shiny round eyes. The dog ran after it, but did not move to attack it, just barked at it. It was bizarre. My aunt knew something was very off, so she began screaming at her dog to stay quiet and yanked him by the collar to draw him home. If some alien thing felt like hanging out, she would not want to deal with it. Aunt Audrey later talked with some neighbors. It was common to see these things moving across the fields. They don't harm people, just walk here and there at night. Some even supposedly have videos. Whatever the thing was, my aunt now swears that this was the Fresno nightcrawler that she had witnessed. Weird. I was 24 at the time of this experience, and I lived in a smaller subdivision in Central California. It was a Friday night. I was off work and ready for some fun with my girlfriend. I had invited her over for a little case of Netflix and chill, but that night would actually turn into more of a Netflix and be chilled. After making the plans for her to come up at 7 p.m. to watch movies on Netflix and some adult activities, everything, including the week and the day of, were pretty normal. Nothing out of the ordinary, and life was pretty much day to day, as is. That night, she came over, and we ended up watching a couple of movies. It was about 10 p.m. I think we were sucked into whatever we were watching. I can't remember. It was some horror movie my girlfriend put on that she told me I would like. It was strange. I remember that. She would always use a VPN and watch these strange horror movies that were not in English, so I don't remember the name. Well, the movie got to a quieter part, and I started to get handsy. Things were kind of getting hot and heavy when we were both jolted by the startling sound of a heavy, and I do mean heavy, thud that sounded like somebody dropping several sandbags on top of the roof. We both jumped, and then we hear it. Bum, 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 bum. On the ceiling, running over to the edge of the house. Then we hear another loud thud, as whatever it was dropped down onto the concrete patio and off. My girlfriend and I were both thinking, what the hell was that? Jumping up off the couch and running to the back door to see if we could see anything. I flicked on the porch light, but there was nothing there. It was terrifying. My girlfriend and I just looked at each other. There's no way it was just me. You heard it too, right? and we agreed. I'm surprised. My girlfriend, for who's terrified of spiders usually, had more balls than I did in that moment, saying we should use our phone flashlights and see if there's anything or anyone out there. I hesitantly agreed. We both walked out there together, scared beyond our wits, shining a light around, and we both found something that made both of our blood run cold. Shining the light on the ground where we had heard the thud were these two wet prints. I say wet because they were soaking wet in this liquid like slime or mucus almost. It was nasty. I didn't want to touch it. There were these large human-like prints, but human-like in the sense of they were a similar shape to our feet, but not like ours in the sense of where there's toes and there's actually discernible features about the feet. They appeared to have claws or something, but that's just speculation. The shape was there, and they were incredibly large. Not to mention, they were wet and slimy, which I didn't understand. And there was two, not four, two prints, right wherever this thing had apparently landed from the rooftop. Which means that something came down onto the roof somehow, ran across and jumped down onto the concrete patio and disappeared. There were no prints beyond this, as it was dirt, and I could not see. My girlfriend and I both gave each other a look that said WTF. We had no idea what it was we were dealing with. We went back inside quickly and locked the door, discussing it over and over again and circling and pacing back and forth like a chained-up dog, trying to explain to ourselves, okay, you heard it too? I heard it. What did you hear? That's what I heard. Trying to make rationalizations of whatever it is we heard and try to make sense of it. There had to have been a perfectly logical reason behind this happening. We weren't sure what, but we were going to figure it out. But we never did. We could not come up with a solid answer to explain away what had happened. And the thudding on the roof, it was so heavy, it sounded like whatever it was weighed 1,000 pounds. I mean, it was heavy. You could hear each run being a heavy thud. Something landed on the roof and ran on two legs, jumping down. My girlfriend and I were so terrified, we spent the rest of the night huddled under a blanket on the couch until we both fell asleep out of sheer exhaustion. The next morning we woke up, and my girlfriend wished me luck. Gee, thanks. I lived there for a few more years, but had never had anything strange like that happen again afterwards. So, looking back at the story, I cannot explain away what it was. Maybe it was some sort of being or entity, or some sort of creature. I don't know. I hate to let my mind go there, but what else could it possibly be? This is actually a story that my own father told me, who had grown up on the Fresno Reservation in California. I'm only half native and half white. I grew up more in Southern California and then moving to Northern Cali when I was older, where I still currently live. I'm not a part of the res at all, or really am attached much to that lifestyle or culture. But my own father has some pretty interesting stories of the time when he was a teenager romping around, even up till he was in his early 20s, before he too moved out of state, having a family and moving back here. Forgive me, for I don't know the exact year this took place, but I just know that he was in his later teens, probably closer to 17 or 18, if my memory serves me well. He was in a car with his friends. They were driving towards downtown Fresno, but still very far out of town. I can't remember if they were headed towards a club or something. They had some sort of destination planned, but I don't know if my father ever told me what exactly. There were 4 of them in the car, all of them roughly the same age. The driver having just got his license and was more than excited to be driving his friends around as the little chauffeur. I don't know what time of night it was, but it was already dark. My father at the time was behind the driver's seat in the second row, and looking out the window, he saw a tall figure rise up out of the side of the field and run into the road. Not in front of the car, but after it, like it was waiting for the right moment to strike and try to attack the car. Everybody in the car saw this, screamed, swerving the car, nearly going off into a ditch, but just barely missing it. They turned around in the vehicle and saw this thing now chasing the vehicle full speed. They were terrified out of their minds, not sure what was happening or why this was happening. This being was running full speed after them, and there was nothing they could do. So the friend stepped on the accelerator, going even faster, speeding like a bullet, as this thing caught up to the edge of the car, grabbing onto the back portion of the vehicle and almost slowing the car down. Everybody in the car, including my father, were all screaming, losing their minds at this demon holding onto the back portion of the car, even though they were going over 80 miles an hour. This being had no problems keeping up with it. My father would never go into too much detail of what its face looked like. He said it was too horrible to even recall, and that he's had nightmares about it ever since it happened. It's never left him. Then, this thing reaches through the windshield, shattering the glass with its long, clawed, dead hand, grabbing onto his friend right next to him, tearing open his shoulder. Before this thing let go of the car, after his friend who was driving swerved at the right angle, nearly totaling the entire car and killing everybody inside. The thing that was holding onto the car is now gone, disappeared behind the road. Completely terrified, they had no choice but to take their friend to the hospital, who was bleeding pretty badly. It looked like somebody attacked him with a knife. His shoulder had a deep gash in it, and he was losing a lot of blood. After getting to the nearest hospital, all of them were questioned. They obviously couldn't tell the true story. Nobody would believe them. My father tells me they were questioned by police for hours, after finally realizing we were just dumb teenagers, and he probably just got hurt being stupid. They thought that we did it to him at first, but he was adamant about explaining that we had no part to play in his injury. Of course, they were all scared and shaken up over the event, not wanting to go back and drive. Even the thought of driving back to the res was terrifying, knowing they'd have to drive on that same stretch of road again to get back, where the thing was seen at. And that's pretty much all that happened. They never saw it again after that night. It was the only time my father has ever encountered what he claims was a real-life, living, physical manifested demon. As I got older, and my father had retold this story to me multiple times, I had asked him at one point if by demon he meant like the traditional ones you see just in pop culture. Red, wings and horns. He would tell me no. This thing that attacked the car was very long, was like a dried up corpse, or kind of scarecrow looking, but moved very, very fast and had large black eyes, and a mouth full of tiny thousands of razor teeth. I could tell, every time I'd asked my father to retell what the story was or what this thing looked like. He hated it. He hated having to try and remember its face and what it did to his friend. This had all affected my dad in a very bad way, because he refused to drive after dark for a long, long time afterwards. Probably close to 7 years, if I remember right. He never told me what became of his friends, but I'm sure they're all fine and alive. Either way, it makes you wonder what chased after their vehicle and attacked him on that day. Irving isn't a place I would imagine something supernatural popping up. But it happened, and to me of all people, which is what scares me so much. I live near the beach, so there are relatively few residential homes nearby, even though the entire place is bustling throughout the day. I worked as an accountant for most of the day. I crafted wood pieces at nighttime. I had a whole crafting table and tools set out because I had loved it so much. I'm also quite proud of them. They look amazing. I sell them in the market for decent prices. They attract a good number of tourists, and when they come over to Irvine, I had been making animals, popular Disney characters, and custom keychains and tags for a while. Anyway, well, one night, I was walking home. There were only a few people on the beach. From what I could tell, they were teenagers. either high or drunk, as they yelled out randomly and played around with each other, slung on each other's shoulders. That was the only sound I could hear in the distance, and then I heard the rapid scuttering behind me as if it was a huge rat. I turned around and saw movement, but I couldn't tell what it was. I stared for a good minute, trying to show that if somebody thought they could mess with me, I was not having it. It became quiet. I felt chills down my back, so I began moving forward, walking towards my house again. A few steps, and there were steps this time. Lightly, but I could definitely hear it. Someone was following me. I hurried and walked quicker. I fiddled with my pockets as I took out the key and immediately unlocked the door. I took one look outside, and what I saw blew my mind. There was this skinny figure crawling on all fours, moving in my direction. It had a large bony skull and a small body. The thing that really etched into my mind was the fact that it had no eyes. I could see depressions on its face as if there were eye sockets. Somehow, it noticed me staring at it. It stopped and let out this horrible screech at me before picking up to an insane pace and running. I didn't waste any seconds. I quickly ran inside and shut the door behind me, locking it very tightly. My heart pounding into my chest, and I felt it would stop at any moment if that thing would somehow break through the door and kill me. I moved away, trying not to make a sound. My breaths were shaky, and I was sweating. There was silence, and no sound. And then it came. The banging. It began slowly, and then the banging got worse and louder and faster. I ran into my bedroom and double-locked it, calling 911, told them there was an attempted break-in. I covered my ears, and I don't know how long it was before the banging had stopped. I still did not move from my bed. It wasn't until I heard the cops' siren outside, but gathered the courage to unlock my bedroom door and check my main door. When I opened it, I could see claw marks all over. I told the cops what I saw, but they completely disregarded my story as a crackhead, said that it was likely either that or some wild animal scratching. But I will never forget that figure to this day. This event happened when I was 14. I'm an agnostic that leans on the skeptical side of things a lot, so it's not like I have a strong affinity to these types of beliefs. I respect people who do, whoever. I know the difference between being an a-hole and a not-so-believer. I grew up in California, and a lot of paranormal weird stuff is said to have happened there. And this day, I think it's mostly said to entertain people. My mom used to be a volunteer at a Chumash reservation. She used to bring me along when I was a kid, while Dad worked. I would just play with the kids, watch the adults do their things, and help here and there if somebody asked me to do it. She'd collaborate with the anthropologist, help deal with the government officials. As I grew older, I'd hang out more and more with some of the indigenous kids. Some were around the same age as I, and the adults slowly gave us more and more permission to go out and do our things, especially considering I was rather close friends with 4 kids there, and we'd often move around in groups, meaning that few were alone. You know, teenager stuff. We'd use our bicycles or hike around, going around the countryside and beaches. Sometimes the camp, if the adults allowed it. Teenagers are dumb after all, and we would try and do different things or try to go further places to explore, just to put on some bravado. People go to the area to hike and gamble at the casinos. We'd very frequently see tourists, visitors, and cyclists as we hang out. It was a pretty normal sight, after all, and we kind of did the same, minus the casino and gambling part. One day, most of the kids I'd hang out with weren't there, but my crush was. Let's call him Jay. He was 16 and my first real crush. And I was this terribly awkward teenager with a massive crush on Jay, and he was shy. I remember, I used to suspect he liked me, I'd often look to the side and find him looking at me, then immediately diverting his eyes. It was embarrassing. So that day, we decided to use our bikes and follow a trail that went around the Santa Lucia Mountains. The trail was not special or anything. Tourists would frequently go there, and we didn't feel like anything new. Plus, it was the fact that we were alone that made it so exciting, My first crush and me alone in the countryside. We'd chat here and there, and at some point, we made a stop to drink water and talk about some news. We carried our bikes to the side of the trail, just a couple of meters. There was a huge brown hill, and I remember for some weird reason, the feeling grew in my chest, like something was out of place, which was strange. We never saw anything out of the ordinary, and Jay was relaxed. So we'd talk and sat by side, next to a tree. But the uneasy feeling grew until the skin behind my neck got tense. Something was off. No one was around, and then I realized we could not hear birds or the wind. Things were quiet, unnaturally quiet. I was silent, and so was Jay. Then I realized he was nervous too. And it wasn't because of the awkward romantic atmosphere. Jay was stoic, and still is. We were being watched. I just had this ugly gut feeling. And then suddenly, Jay points his finger to the rocky hill. Two ambiguous black silhouettes were projected against the flat brown stone. They were around 8 feet tall, abnormally thin and blurry. They wore identical wide-brimmed headdresses and had some walking sticks. In a stupid moment of surprise, I had a flashback of those plague doctors from the Middle Ages. But there was no way you'd see them here in California, in the middle of the wilderness. And if the projected shadows were on the hills, then some really weird stuff was with us. We didn't have to speak. Jay stood up, looking at me. We immediately grabbed the bikes and noped out of there. No questions. No looking at the source of shadows. No doubting. Just fastly pronounced words in some weird survival mood. We went back to the res and told all the adults about it, who told us to never go alone to the mountains. We knew about the Dark Watchers, so no one was fully surprised. Like Jay, he was not the most talkative guy, but according to a man there, we did look terribly pale and scared. Those Shadow Watchers from Chumash myths don't harm people. They just stay and watch and scare you. But I really wish nobody had to go through that. One thing is to hear traditional stories while you eat food with your friends. Another entirely is to be alone and feel like something is watching you, just like we had experienced. It was summer. The heat beat down on me. I could have filled an entire swimming pool with the sweat that was dripping from my forehead. I could not wait to get down to the river. A smile came across my face just thinking about the cool water pushing against me. I turned to my friend Anthony. It was his idea to get my friend Jake and his girlfriend to come down and go swimming in the river. Jake felt it was his way of trying to get us to come along. We didn't care. We just wanted to swim. How long until we got there? I don't know, he told me. He responded, but sounded like he was upset. I didn't blame him. The heat was upsetting me too. Jake intervened and obviously trying to patch things up between us. He told me that we'll be there in no time. He turned and pointed at a conveniently placed open path, shouting a shortcut, and we all sighed a sigh of relief and headed down there. We formed a line. It was the only way we were getting down. There were trees on both sides and branches that lined the path. We were in the order of Judy, Anthony, Jake, and I. As soon as she stepped in, Judy let out a slight scream of pain. "Are you okay?" Anthony asked. "Yeah. One of those branches just cut into my arm. It's a bit deep, but not that bad. You guys be careful." She responded by holding her arm. We took that into consideration and walked down the rest of the path without caution. We all walked through the path, and the ending was less than satisfactory. Anthony let out a long sigh that was not in any way discreet. What stood upon us was trees upon trees. It was now getting dark, getting too dark. Just to go back the way we came, we decided. I said, trying to keep the calmest voice, to not offset Anthony. Do you remember all the turns we took to get here? Because I don't. He was getting mad. I was a bit upset, but I wasn't going to blame Jake. He was just trying to help. Anthony was not able to keep as cool as me and Judy. Judy's cut, and we're lost. We had to go down some stupid rabbit hole. Anthony shoved Jake, he fell, and I went to help him. Anthony caught his breath and apologized to Jake, reaching out his hand to help him up. We kept walking. It was 2 hours or so since Anthony had lost his cool, and now it was totally dark. Anthony stopped us. Hey, you guys wait here. I've got to go pee. He nodded, and we went there, away from a bit, behind a tree. While we waited, Judy turned to Jake. Hey, I'm sorry about his outburst. She pointed at her cut. This was my fault, not yours. I should have been looking. Jake opened his mouth to speak when we had heard Anthony scream out. What are you looking at, freak? We ran out there to see what he was yelling at. We got there and asked him. Those freaks out there are watching me pee. I looked out and they were staring. I couldn't see much of them, but there were definitely people out there. Will you get out of here? I screamed out. But they didn't move. They just stayed staring at me. Let's get out of here, Anthony said as he walked off. We left their view, and I couldn't stop but stare at them. They did not move at all. As they got further and further away, they did not move a single inch. Even though I could barely see them, I could see that these people weren't moving. We kept on walking, and Anthony would not stop complaining about those people he saw. He swore they were freaks, but I felt deep down it was more than that. I don't know what it was, but it was something a lot stranger than just simple perverts out there watching. The way they stood and didn't move, no matter how much we yelled. It was freaky. It was now about 6 hours since we got there. My eyes were getting heavy. I looked down at my feet as I walked. I was doing so. It wasn't until Jake borderline clotheslined me that I realized they had all stopped walking and were examining something out in the distance. What is it? I asked. Anthony put his finger to his lips, as a quiet way of telling me I needed to be quiet. He took his finger from his lips and pointed out at something I almost didn't see due to the tree. It was the watchers from earlier. It wasn't until now that I got a good look at them. If I thought they were freaky from war, I can definitely see now they're even freakier up close. Taller than any human could possibly stand. Their eyes staring off into the distance. What are those things? Judy had whispered. I had no idea. Jake answered as we all stared off in utter disbelief. Do we think they're friendly? Sounding even more afraid. They haven't approached us. I admittedly not sounding too reassuring. There's only one way to find out. Anthony, puffing his chest, before any of us could ask what he meant, he took off charging after them while screaming like a meathead jock. Judy went after him, but Jake grabbed her hand and held her back. After a bit of running and no movement from the watchers, Anthony approached them all and our jaws dropped when suddenly they had been but nothing more than an illusion. They all vanished and disappeared simultaneously. We looked at each other but did not speak. Me, Jake, and Judy walked over to Anthony, trying to find our way out, never quite acknowledging what we saw, but we all knew it was real. Something very real. So I wanted to ask you, Reddit, is what we saw that day, could it have possibly been aliens, or some sort of grand illusion that we all saw, projected out onto the earth? I know California is known for its UFO and paranormal activity, but does this fit into that category? Help me. I'm not sure what to think about this anymore. I work in a small family-owned restaurant here in San Diego, California. I really enjoy my job, since my coworkers and my boss are always so kind. Sometimes, when the day is slow and there are no other customers, we just joke around and tell stories about each other's lives. One day, I told them about an injured dog that I had sometimes saw on my way home from work. After my boss heard my story, his face would turn white. I did not understand what the reasoning was, but when he told me what it was, everything began to make sense. This is where it all began. I always walked on my way home along a quiet road near the Paradise Valley Hospital. One night, when I was walking down the road, I see a black dog from a distance. It moved in a real unnatural way. Since I loved playing with dogs, that one might be missing. I tried to call it to get its attention. It ran away. So, I just continued on my way home, not thinking too much about it. Well, a few weeks passed by. I had the same experience again. It was also the same unnatural moving black dog, but this time, it went closer to me. I was so happy back then because I thought I was gaining its trust. I managed to get a closer look. Its fur was pitch black. The thing that really stood out to me was that its hind legs were bigger than those in front of it. But it weirdly walked backwards, and it suddenly moved quickly towards me. I shouted because of fear, and it ran away once again. I have never seen such a deformed dog before. I also didn't know the reason why it was moving backwards. I assumed it was injured or there was some sort of illness. I have never been afraid of dogs before, even aggressive ones. That last encounter, though, made me fear for my life for some unknown reason. Well, after a few more weeks, I see the dog once again, still moving backwards, but at times, it seemed like it was chasing something. I noticed shortly after that, it was following my shadow. It was trying to keep up with it. At that moment, my senses went crazy. My eyes say that it was just a harmless dog, but my instincts screamed that I was in grave danger. I ran as fast as I could without looking back. That was the story that I told my boss and coworkers, while he was still pale as paper, asked me with a trembling voice if that thing had followed me home. I told him it did not. He sighed with great relief, and I learned what it actually was. According to my boss, when he was a kid, his parents told him stories about dog-like monsters that hunt in the shadows. He told us these monsters are said to have these large fangs and large eyes, blood-red eyes, large ears, unnaturally long hind legs, and they walked backwards. They feasted upon the very life force of their victims, sucking the blood out of their bodies. And they did this all from the shadow of people. These were supernatural entities, and not to be rifled with. They were to be feared. Even many of the tribesmen spoke of these things, and had a name for them. Of course, I was still in denial when I heard about the story. I told him it might just be a sick, deformed dog. The reason why it might be following me is because I always happen to carry food for me from the restaurant. But he looked at me in the eyes, one with a very straight face, asked me about something I did not even tell them. He then asked me if when the dog was around, had I smelt rotting flesh. I was speechless. The smell when that dog was around was of course a strong odor of decaying biomatter, mixed with the smells of blood. He informed me to not walk that same road again at night, that it was not safe. He even allowed me to leave work that night, early, to avoid such encounters with the thing. And my boss informed me to always carry a bag of salt for protection, as well as sage, if I could get my hands on it. A few months had passed without any encounter with that same dog. I'm still afraid, but I thought to myself that my boss's story might not be true. That thing could just be an actual dog with possible deformities. I also stopped carrying a bag of salt with me, or sage. I never thought I would regret that decision sooner. Well, one night, I was walking down the same road and I began to feel dizzy and weak. So I thought to myself, I'm just really tired and probably need some rest. After a few more moments, I noticed this gut-wrenching smell of rotting biomatter once again. I say that because it didn't quite smell like flesh. It was like a cadaver, but also dead plants, and that swamp odor that you sometimes smell. It was really putrid. It was really strong and putrid, and very musty. I turned my back slowly, and there it was, red eyes and all, staring into my soul, like this wispy dog apparition creature was. It realized back then it wasn't a dog. It's closer to a hornless goat. Its head was near the ground to its tilted body. My body was locked up with fear, but with all my might, I did my best to try and make my muscles move. The only thing in my mind was to get away as fast as I could muster. I reached my home, panting and extremely terrified. I called my boss and asked for some help. He again told me to put salt on all possible entrances to my house. So I quickly poured salt on all the places that he told me to. He informed me not to make any noise and listen for something. If I hear the sound of clapping, I need to hide and be as quiet as possible. He explained that what the creature is hunting. It makes that clapping sound to confuse its prey. It will purposefully lower the sound and eventually stop to give the victim a false sense of security. Well, not long after that, I heard the clapping sound and I hid, never moving a muscle. From there, I would hear this clapping sound circling my house and stopping for a bit, then start again shortly after. It had followed me home. I knew if I did not act, it would never stop until I was dead. So I stayed there until the sun was up, never sleeping. When I got the courage to get out, finally, I found out that my neighbor had passed away. I don't know if he became the victim. All I know is that I'm not safe there anymore. So I moved within a few weeks' time. Years have passed now, and I'm living peacefully in my new home. Although, as of lately, I worry that this thing has followed me. Because my little girl has been mentioning seeing a large black dog moving outside our house at night. I'll have to report back to you once I find out for real what's going on. Before moving to San Jose, my family and I lived in King City and Monterey County. It's a pretty great community. Lots of friendly people. One of those places you hear about where everybody knows everybody, for the most part. I have great memories from there, but one in particular still haunts me to this day. This happened on my last day of high school. My friends and I, we were a group of 5 friends. We'll call them Allie, Ryan, Thomas, and Sophia. We were all pretty excited about graduating school and never having to see one of our grumpiest teachers again. There was a party in the afternoon, sort of a farewell for our class, arranged by the juniors and school management. I suppose we wanted that day to last a little longer, so we tried to be clever, lying to our parents about which friend's house we were going to be hanging out at. I, Allie, Sophie, and Ryan had told our parents we'd be at Thomas's house. He told his he would be spending the night at mine. The party was great, mostly because of the food and no more restrictions. The music played loud. Everybody was dancing, and the teachers were enjoying. It ended sometime around 7 p.m., after the sun had set. There are 2 parks close to the high school. One was San Antonio Park. The other was San Lorenzo County Park. We knew that there would still be acquaintances and people who would recognize us at San Antonio. It was much closer to school than San Lorenzo County, which also had a huge campground and a river nearby. So, we decided to head there and goof around. We rode our bicycles and sneaked inside. We did not stop until we reached the river. It was a full moon night, which made the water look very pretty. I still remember it. It was cool and breezy, winds filling the air. There were some trees on the boundary of the river, a little farther from where we were standing. A sharp neon greenish light had caught my attention. I turned around and noticed it wasn't just me. All 5 of us were staring now in the same direction, and there was something standing under one of the trees in the dark. Nothing about it was really visible, but it was radiating this light, and we could tell it was pretty tall. We stood there, frozen for a few seconds, thinking maybe we'd been caught by the campground guards or something. The next moment, whatever it was had stepped forward into the moonlight, and we all saw it so clearly. The thing was grinning at us. It looked like a man, but it wasn't. It had its head pulled back, almost as if somebody had pulled its skin, its flesh over its skull, and it stood there looking like some sort of deformed demonic version of the Joker from Batman. We were terrified. It took another step towards us, and then another. Its pace picking up when Allie let out a scream and yelled all of us to go. None of us said anything else. We could hear each other's panicked breaths, huffs, and notice our fidgeting hands as we tried to get on our bicycles and ride away, as fast as we could make it. I turned my head to check if it was following us, but it stopped. Still, with that same creepy grin on its face. It darted off and disappeared into the night. We rode away, completely terrified by what we had seen. Is it possible that we saw the Fresno Nightcrawler? I'm not sure. I don't know what it was, but I never want to see it again. Not after that. I can tell you that this was in Monroe County, Indiana. My sighting describes something even I can't claim to understand. I had no idea what it was, but I'm guessing that whatever it was is still roaming the area of Monroe County. The date of my sighting is not exact. It took place sometime during the summer months in 92 or 93, probably June or July of that year. I can't be any more definite on the time. I do not remember for sure which time of year it was. The only reason that I think it happened back in 93 is because the sighting made me very uneasy enough about camping in certain areas of south central Indiana. So, my family and I did not camp again until 1996. Also, there were some weird things happening around our house later that year, along with other strange incidents throughout 94 to 95 that made me decide to move out of the state. I do not know how this was determined, but recently, a good friend of mine informed me that it happened in 92, stated that he is certain of the year due to having been watching television on a particular day and saw a story about a local sighting of an Indiana local news channel. Now, my only reason for placing it during the summer months of 93 was to see if there were any other reports filed after my encounter. There was a cavern I was interested in exploring that summer. I'm not sure on the name, but it was located on Lake Monroe, along the southern shoreline of Bloomington, Indiana. This cavern had many stories associated with it. It was said to be inhabited by skinwalkers, Native American ghost-like creatures, an albino deer with red eyes, or a white deer with red eyes depending on who is telling the story, and a werewolf wildman type creature that would terrorize campers and locals alike, or just Bigfoot itself worshipping in this cave due to its seclusion from human beings. I decided to check out this area alone. My brothers decided against joining me. My family always loved camping, so I'm certain they have gone back to visit this location many times. I've always wanted to go back, but never could bring myself to return alone. I arrived at the cavern sometime in the early afternoon, just in time for lunch. After eating, I took a few steps inside when my head lamp fell onto the ground due to the lack of light within the cave. No problem, I thought. I had yet another light in my truck, so off I went in hopes of finding it laying around somewhere. No such luck. All containers were empty, and still no light in sight. It was then that something occurred that would really shake me up. To this day, though many years have passed since then, it is still stuck clearly in my memory. From out of nowhere came a noise. A very loud grunt, roar, scream that echoed throughout the entire cavern. The sound bouncing off the walls, and I could feel it reverberate in my chest. It wasn't coming from behind me, so I ran to the entrance of the cavern full speed ahead without any regard for myself or what was around me. I didn't want to be in this cavern anymore if something were inside waiting. But when I got outside, there was nothing but trees and darkness. Back into the cave I went, with nerves of steel. Even though something happened, at least now I had light. This time once again, a loud roar grunt scream that shook everything. And another dash toward the outside occurred, but this time, anything might have been near and didn't make its presence known. I looked around outside briefly, and returned to the cavern for a third time, now with less trepidation because I was now not worried as about being alone in the darkness of the cave. Lighting up my surroundings became an adventure, since whatever had roared at me twice before was now aware I was back inside. The only reason it would have known this is whatever made those screams were watching my whereabouts, or could see in some way. I'm certain of this now, even though it is conjecture on my part, based on assumptions which were not confirmed until later in my life unexpectedly. But due to my own fears at this moment, these thoughts never crossed my mind until years later. The fourth time into that cave brought on the feeling of dread. I was in an area that would take me time to get out of, just in case whatever was in this area wasn't friendly. I wanted to be out of this cave ASAP. During the climb down into this area, which is very awkward without using your hands, but instead using your feet for friction against wet rock surfaces and gripping with your toes, something flew past my face so fast it nearly took my head off. I'll never forget this event as long as I live. When it happened, I thought for sure death had come along and taken me. All these flashing thoughts went through my mind. What if you die here? Will anyone find you? How will they identify your body? Who will tell your wife how you died? Who will tell your family? Etc. Once I was safe from falling on my head, I realized whatever had just rushed past me had not killed me, and a huge sigh of relief accompanied by a minute of sheer panic causing my guts to cramp up. The latter feeling lasted for a minute or two, but the exclamation of joy did not last long. As soon as the second rush passed, I felt fear again, because anything that would have done such an act could do it again no problem. That's what scared me the most. This time there was no escape route. I had nowhere to go but up and out, which was going to take some time since climbing back out wasn't exactly going to happen within a moment or two. After some time, relief came in a sense, because whatever it was did not do anything afterwards. After another few minutes passed, I had still yet to see what flew by my head. I decided maybe whatever it was down here doesn't want me dead after all. Maybe it just wants me gone. So I turned around and started going back up the way I came. As soon as I did this, a sound ensued once again, but this time further down away in the cavern. It sounded like a very another angry roar, scream, and grunt, and this time shaking my very bones. Then something that sounded like rocks being thrown hit the walls, making an echoing noise through the cave, shaking my insides with resonance once again. And of course, fear took over me, and panic set in. This time, I heard a roar, scream, grunt much closer, and I looked up and saw on the very top of a cliff to my right, about 40 to 50 feet away, sitting there, looking directly at me, were these bright red eyes, as big as silver dollars, on a shape that was as huge as an adult male black bear. At first, I didn't know what this thing was, and it wasn't until later, after reading some brochures from some caves out west where they were explored, described exactly what I had seen. It was a brochure about cryptids, but in this moment, all I could comprehend is whatever I was looking at was nothing like the Berenstain Bears. Nothing more crossed my mind. The only reason I thought it might be something other than an animal was because its shape alone, and the way it was watching me. At this moment, the creature just stared at me. It didn't move or show any signs of being fazed by my mere existence or presence in the cave. Once it stood up very slowly on two legs. It seemed like it took hours, but was probably in reality only a couple of minutes. I was so fearful and got ready to start climbing out the cave again, when suddenly, whatever it was leapt off the cliff, disappearing from sight. I felt relief, mainly due to whatever it was didn't attack me, nor did anything after seeing me either. The relief, of course, was short-lived though, because what I noticed next made the relief feeling vanish. Right where the creature had sat staring at me, there were two huge footprints in the wet mud. One was for its right foot, and the one was for its left foot. They were very wide at the top, but tapered towards the toes. The bottom of each footprint seemed to have claws that stuck out sideways about an inch or so, making imprints in the soft mud. After getting a good look at these, I got my gear together as quickly as I could and headed straight up to the mouth of the cave, climbing all the way out. By this time, it was already after dark. I'm guessing around 7 p.m. So, once I reached ground level, it was just pitch black outside. Very strange since it was only the beginning of June. I knew there wasn't anybody else in the area to help me look for this creature, so I had no choice but to make my way back to the truck by memory. I got out of there as quickly as I could, and once back in my truck, I drove home, careful not to speed or get into an accident, since I knew how strange it would look if anybody had pulled me over, driving without lights. Once getting home, I told my friends about what had happened the next day, when they were up in their turn exploring. They didn't believe me, even though they saw two what seemed to be claw marks on one of our climbs, right near the cave. But still, none of them really believed me, so they decided to go back in and see for themselves. Unfortunately, what happened next stopped any further caving expeditions with these guys. We hadn't planned on going back in that cave anytime soon, but one late night, just goofing off my house, I got the urge again and wanted to go caving. So, calling up two of my mates, we headed out once again to check this cave, even though I'd already dealt with what I just did. Now, it was nearly dark when we arrived at the entrance, which is when I realized how much more apprehensive I was walking up towards it. But still, nothing prepared me for what awaited us. I told them I'd go first, walking past me through the brush that blocked our path into the cave. I stood there watching him carefully, looking around for oncoming threats, when suddenly my friend screamed at the top of his lungs. What happened next was nothing short of a nightmare. We sprinted back to the truck and drove off, not wanting to stay in that area, even though it was now broad daylight. The rest of our trip, we went to different places, but not where we had planned to go, and never again did we ever talk about caving. It seemed like we all shared the same unspoken agreement without having to say much of anything out loud. We all saw the same large creature. My biggest question is, what are these things? Were they some kind of new animal, or did they evolve over time? Are they Bigfoots, or are they something else? Maybe they are intelligent cave-dwelling beings. I know for a fact there will be skeptics who will say I'm lying or were simply hallucinating at the time, but based on what my friends saw too, I know for sure that whatever we were dealing with was real. But to this day, it still remains a mystery as to what they are and their true intentions. But all I know is I don't go spelunking anymore. There are too many unknown things living within those caverns. I came across bipedal prints in heavy snow. This was in January of 2005 while stationed at a remote outpost in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Our mission was to search and rescue after a very bad snowstorm had passed the days prior. The tracks were fresh, no more than 3 days old, and even in the heavy snow, they were so deep, they still were not fully covered. They looked like they had been made from something walking on two very large, long legs. Along with the prints, I saw several trees that appeared to have their bark stripped off by something very big, more like clawed off. One night, my buddy came into the tent while I was sleeping, yelling, "Hey, you need to come outside and see this." So we went outside and he showed me these white objects up against one of our trucks, looking at us. It seemed as if they were glowing because of the moonlight reflecting off of them. We were not really sure what we were looking at. We stayed there in the dark for a few moments, and all of a sudden, they began growling, and I could hear what sounded like two strange alien-like voices conversing, and they were standing right next to each other. We didn't waste any time. We sprinted back into the tent, shoved our boots on, grabbed our coats, helmets, and as we got outside, another squad mate came bolting after us with his rifle pointed in the direction he had been staring only moments before. We all looked up to see this huge 10-foot figure walking through the woods past another squad of guys. We fired at these things, but they just seemed to vanish in thin air. We were completely baffled by what we had just seen. I know for certain that there are too many parts of the forest where it would be impossible to search by foot or horseback, let alone having enough men to cover a square inch of the place. I know there are also a lot of large cavern systems around here for somebody to get lost in. Maybe that's exactly where these things came from. I believe that this particular info is too deep and dark for the common person to deal with. If I thought that anybody would take me seriously while sharing this, then I would accept their ridicule and not feel so foolish. But telling people that there are things you can't see out in the woods will make you consider you crazy. Others will think you a liar. And if enough time passes, I might even start to question my very own sanity. But this is what happened to me, and it has not steered me wrong. I don't know what's out there. Me and a group of friends were hiking the infamous Mammoth Caves. They are actually the largest cave system in the United States, situated right here in Kentucky. This was back in 2009 or 2010. I was roughly 19 years old at the time, and this is something that has haunted me since it happened. It's an extremely large cave system, but there are also some very remote parts where you can actually get lost if you're not careful. Now, there are also several entrances to the Mammoth Caves, but we went through in one of the more difficult ones, known as Fat Man's Misery, which involved crawling down an almost vertical hole, roughly 70 feet high, then having to squeeze into a pretty tight tunnel for quite some way before finally reaching the bottom of that first drop. That was what most people would call the worst part. We took lots of torches as it was very dark. The group I was with were all pretty experienced cavers. We knew what to expect from the place. There was myself, my best friend, his girlfriend, another girl that I vaguely knew from school, and a couple of people who were friends with her. The other two guys went down first into Fat Man's Misery, then signaled for us girls to follow. As soon as I got over the edge and began down the small drop, everything seemed fine, but there was a strange smell lingering in the air that really bothered me. It smelled like something had crawled into one of those storage boxes, kind of like formaldehyde. The weird thing was, at the time, the smell got stronger and stronger as I went down, but at the same time it seemed to be going away. It's very hard to explain. Anyway, by the time I'd reached the bottom of this drop, everybody else was already down in the narrow tunnel, way down, about 10 or so meters or so below me. There was a torch flashing around down there, and I could hear my friends' voices echoing up from all directions. It didn't sound like they were talking to each other. They were just echoing around in all different directions. Then one of them shouted, "I could see something moving towards you." At first, I thought maybe they were just messing with me because we had been joking around a bit on our spelunking adventure. But when I looked down, roughly 10 meters below me, I could see the silhouette of something running towards me. It was all black and had a massive spider-like body. I remember thinking, "Oh no, it's got 8 legs, it's a spider." The thing that really scares me is that there were 2 huge sets of eyes on either side of this thing, which flashed red in the torchlight. It's hard to explain how scary this thing was. It did not look like anything I'd ever seen, not even in the horror movies. Even though I knew deep down that there was no way you could have spiders down here, I still panicked and tried to get away from it as quickly as possible and start climbing up again. But because my hands were shaking, I made a pretty big mistake. And once I realized what was already going on, it was too late. I'd been climbing up this abseil rope pretty quickly. I did not want to be down there in the darkness with whatever that thing was. But in my haste to get away from it, I ended up slipping and getting halfway stuck in the rope. Even though there were 5 of us down there at the time, nobody even noticed when I slipped and began panicking. They were all just staring at this thing which had arrived at the bottom of the drop-off area, right where they were standing. It was almost as if they couldn't see me struggling above them. Why would they have left me there on purpose? So, I started thrashing around with both my legs, trying to get out of that tight spot on the rope, but it was stuck. It's very hard when you are in panic mode and your life depends on being able to free yourself from a rope very quickly. This thing paused for a second, just long enough to look up at me. Then it ran towards my friend, screaming. Then it disappeared. I managed to get myself free and then dropped down below, where they were all standing in a heap, not knowing what to do. This thing had disappeared over the cliff edge, and for all we knew, there were more of them. The group in front of us had apparently seen this thing too, and it looked like whatever it was had attacked them possibly before running off towards the next chamber, in which they were shouting for help. By the time we got to them, there wasn't much left apart from their torches, which were laid out on the ground in different directions. Very strange. We didn't find either party, so that I'm pretty sure they were being taken by this spider monster thing. Everybody thought I was just making this whole thing up. Something, until it attacked us too. They stopped making fun of me, but they said that my description matched what their friends had told them about the spider monster thing, which had attacked them earlier in another chamber. The weirdest part is when we got home and compared stories with the other groups who'd been on a cave expedition that day. They couldn't believe the details. They said that another group had seen this thing before us, but did not get a good look at it because it ran off quickly into one of the tunnels. I can't believe that people are starting to see this spider monster too. What do you think is going on down there? Is it some kind of mutated creature or something that is possibly adapted to living underground in pitch black caves? And we're not talking about regular arachnids here. We're talking about human-sized, half-human, half-spider creatures here. Maybe it's some kind of new species. Either way, I don't think I'll ever touch another rope again. Now, this isn't the first time I've heard of a creature like this before. In fact, I even found an older sighting by a spelunking gentleman whose name I will still keep unidentified. But I'll share his story anyway. This was also in the Mammoth Caves in 1973 with a similar creature. He wrote, I had already passed through the narrow section of passage and was ascending the slope on the other side when I heard this screaming. It was an awful blood-curdling sound, like the cry of a banshee. I had no light with me at all, but I never carry one anyway because they all usually burn out before you get used to them properly. If they don't, then you usually end up dropping them or something, so it's not worth it in my opinion. I'd rather keep a headlamp. Anyway, I could tell that this noise was coming from down in the hole somewhere, so I knew that whatever it was needed to get out. That's why I jumped down to where they were, immediately without thinking about how dangerous the drop would have been. It was so dark down there. I couldn't see anything, but I managed to find 3 girls huddled together crying hysterically for one another, which tells you they were completely panicked, and they weren't seeing anything yet either, which is why their torches had been dropped on the ground, pointing in different directions. It turned out later that each of them thought they were being attacked by some kind of spider thing. The first thing I noticed when I finally got down there was just how quiet it was. You know, other than all the screaming. It's really rare to get silence once you're inside a cave. There's constant dripping noises and all around you. In fact, I'd say it's almost as likely as hearing a banshee. Or is that just something from Irish folktales? Anyway, once they had calmed down a little bit, the situation became pretty clear. There was a monster spider thing running around in this pitch-black cave system, and it was attacking spelunkers at random. Now, even though we were all shaken up by seeing each other in such a dark space, with very little light, we decided to press on. We figured going back out into the sunlight would be safer than staying inside, where this thing could still possibly be lurking. So there you go. 2 stories of terrifying cave monsters which are quite possibly arachnids, much like the story I shared with you. Is it possible that these caverns are either infested with them or even inhabited by them? Maybe they aren't even spiders at all, but something more closely related to another human-shaped bipedal creature. We may never know for sure. Some mysteries will remain unsolved until we perish in death. But I think you get my point. It's still scary to think back to be honest. It's been almost 20 years since this happened, and I still think about it. It was 2003, and I was traversing uncharted cave systems in the Sonoran Desert. A bit of background info on me first. I've been spelunking for years. I'm very well experienced. I know what I'm doing. At the time, I was with a team of 4 people, including me. First day we were out there, we got lost and found a cave entrance in the middle of nowhere. We passed through it and realized this cave just goes on forever. So we took a vote whether or not to keep going. All but me said no. We had no idea what we would encounter, and the fact that we would run into this demon from the pits of earth. We started going deeper and deeper. Eventually, we found a colossal-sized cavern, which had a river running through the middle of it. We saw some really cool rock formations on the other side, so we got a closer look. As I was just about to hop over the water on the other side, I heard one of my buddies screaming from across the cavern. It was him and another buddy of ours. They were both backing away from something at an extremely fast pace. As they ran past me, I turned around and saw this truly hideous creature standing where they were just a few seconds prior. This thing looked like a gargoyle from hell, with spear-like horns on top of its head and long claws on its hands that could easily tear you to shreds. It stared at me with these piercing yellow eyes. I was paralyzed in fear. I couldn't look away. It began to sprint towards me, so I grabbed my flashlight and held it like a weapon, ready to strike the hideous thing if it came within arm's reach. As soon as it got close enough, it stopped dead in its tracks about 5 feet away from me, just standing perfectly still for what seemed like an eternity. Then, all of a sudden, it turned around and looked down into the water. After that, something happened that I'll never forget. It dove headfirst, straight into the water. I wanted to run up onto the shore as fast as I could and escape, but I couldn't move. After a few minutes, it came back up. This creature reached out, grabbed one of my teammates, and dragged them down into the water with this thing. The creature submerged, and as well as my friend. I never felt more fear in my entire life than I did in that moment, watching this thing, taking my friend, and disappearing underneath the water. Without more hesitation, we fled the cavern, making our way all the way back to the entrance, immediately alerting the police. Unfortunately, there was not much they could do. I never went spelunking again after this. This was terrifying, and I don't plan on going back anytime soon. Not my story, but a friend of mine's who saw what he believes to be a vampiric creature of some kind coming out of the mouth of a large cave at night when he was camping with his family along the Raccoon River in Iowa. This was in 2007, when he was 13. He gave me permission to share this story with you. He was camping with his family at their cabin on a large plot of land that they have near the Raccoon River in Dallas County, Iowa. They were having a campfire. My friend was getting pretty bored. His cousins had already gone to bed, and his parents were talking about something other, so when he got up and went into the woods, just beyond where the firelight ended, the area you need to go through to get to the rest of the property is pretty dense, but not too terribly thick, because you can still see fairly well. My friend tells me he kept hearing strange sounds coming from behind him as he walked through these woods towards this cave mouth. This is inside a larger rock formation called Chimney Rock, and in fact, when he got to the mouth of the cave, he sees a very strange animal-like figure crouched atop the rocks above. It was only there for a split second. Then, it jumped down into the cave, ran off into other parts unknown. My friend couldn't tell what this creature looked like. It darted across the line of sight too quickly for him to be able to study it properly. But he says it was vaguely primate in shape, long arms and legs, but its whole body from head to toe was covered with dark, shaggy fur, and one leg even seemed shorter and damaged and broken, like it had stepped in a bear trap or something, is the way he related to me, which could also account for this creature the way it kind of hobbled and moved. He couldn't see much of its face, but he could say that the head was disproportionately larger than the rest of its body. And when he finally did see the face, he said it reminded him of a vampire bat, really ugly, and the fact that this thing even had horns makes it even all the more interesting. He said it had long, spindly fingers that were very, very creepy, almost as if these fingers had minds of their own, and they were possessed by some kind of magical properties. His friends and family, and me, think he imagined them for whatever reason. However, my friend swears up and down that these light grayish-white horns on this thing were very real, and this creature itself was very real. Seriously, what the heck is this thing? He wasn't able to make out any other discernible features, save for its eyes, which were large and dark, but it was definitely an interesting account. My friend also could not tell the shades of colors, because it was night, unlike a lot of other sightings you hear about when people get a good look at these things. Their eyes just seem to absorb or reflect all light, rather than rendering them invisible. So he tried to get a better look at it by walking up to the mouth of this cave, shining his flashlight into it. But all he saw was darkness, and for some reason, this would make sense if my friend's account of the size and depth of this particular cave were accurate. I've been in some pretty big caves myself. There were some that felt like you could fall over forever, or at least until your batteries run out, and never hit the bottom or reach a wall, which is why you should always bring a spare. Anyway, he shined his light around inside looking for this creature, since its movements had him believe it might be injured. He thought maybe one of its legs were hurt, or something, but he couldn't find anything. So, after a few minutes of this fruitless search, my friend decided that maybe the creature had gotten out there and he can catch up to it. As he approached one area above, he heard strange sounds that were coming from behind him, getting louder and more distinct. He turned around, expecting to see whatever made those odd noises again, only to be disappointed when all he saw was darkness and nothing else. So my friend is up there, and he's encompassed by this bright ball of light. He felt at that point it was time to get out of there. He was not alone anymore, and this weird vampire humanoid thing before might be coming back. And what was this strange ball of light? Well, the next morning after he left, his family was told about this terrifying encounter with this cave creature. The very next morning, my friend told his family about his terrifying encounter with a dark cave monster and the way it looked, although they didn't believe him at first, which is completely understandable since I probably wouldn't believe him either. But after going over the details together, they agreed that he was telling the truth about what happened. So, after consulting with one another, they decided to go back home for a spell and wait until things were better before going camping again. Even though I don't exactly believe him, it still bothers me today. Even though I never saw whatever this dark creature was with my own eyes, I've always trusted his judgment about these things. So if he says something is out there, then it probably is. Especially considering that whatever this thing was sounds like it might be some kind of vampire, or possibly a feral branch of humanity. Of course, I'm not saying that these things definitely exist, but I should say that you should exercise caution when exploring any cave systems. If you feel like venturing out into the world of cavers at all. I mean, who knows what kind of weird things are lurking in the darkness. Before I tell my story, let me give you a little bit about me. I'm what they would call an avid outdoorsman. Served in the U.S. Army for 5 years. Grew up in the woods, worked with a hunting guide service for the state of Minnesota, Ohio, and Idaho for several years. I've spent my life hunting, fishing, hiking, and camping. I will say this. Never did I expect to be so terrified like I was this day when I encountered whatever I did. I read a lot of Bigfoot stories from all over, and have done so for years. The area I live in along the Mississippi River is what you would call a Sasquatch hotspot. There's been many reports here throughout the years, which I've always taken with a grain of salt, until I had my very own experience. Now, that being said, let me tell you what happened to me on this day, in December of 2002. I was camping out, near where my property is at, right off the Mississippi River on an island named Kramer's Island here in La Crosse, Wisconsin. This is where I grew up, and currently still reside today. Me and 3 buddies planned to camp out there during these cold winter months, when one by one, they called me to say they could not make it. Well, I thought, what the heck, I'll go camping all by myself. I used to hunt down at the Mississippi River every year back in my early years, but today was about fishing, catching up on reading some good books. My old yellow lab Maverick tags along with me whenever he can. He loves being out there too. especially since he knows we'll be hanging around camp all day doing nothing much except making a fire to stay warm. So I arrive at the island just after dark. I'm using nothing but my headlamps to set up camp for my vehicle to see where I'm going, and it's pretty dark. The first thing is getting a great big dead log for our campfire, then getting that going to warm us up. I got the fire going, we'll call it about 7 p.m., and settle in for an enjoyable evening of fishing and reading books. Maverick decided to turn in early, as he was tired from the long drive. But he knew tomorrow would be a better day. We'd leave camp, set up where we are at now, and go hunting together before this night really was over. Before turning myself in, I took my .357 revolver with me outside our tent, just taking extra precautions to take out the garbage like I always do. Located a few feet away from where I'm parked, right on the other side of some trees beside my truck. At one moment, while walking back, I heard a very loud roar come from a short distance away, across a large field behind where my truck was parked. The sound didn't frighten me or anything, though I knew it had to be some kind of animal. I figure now that it's been at least an hour since Maverick and I went to bed, as we were up pretty late before crawling into our sleeping bags inside the tent. Now that being said, all this time while sitting around the campfire outside the tent reading my book, there were no abnormal sounds going on around us, which is something quite unusual for this area. Both myself and Maverick have heard all kinds of things going on in these parts, especially over the past years when we've been out hunting and camping. So I'm laying there in my sleeping bag inside the tent. Maverick is right beside me, just listening to the sound of the river as it glides by our camp, maybe 100 feet from where we're at. And suddenly, we heard a very loud splash coming from just behind us. We're both looking back there now, trying to figure out what could have made such a large splash like that. It sounded as if something heavy had hit the water. We looked for quite some time, trying to see through these pitch black woods, but nothing unusual could be seen. We gave up on trying to see anything, laying there quietly for several minutes before yet another noise came from beyond our camp, roughly 30 yards away, then stopped. It was a very loud noise, much different from the first one, which drew our attention to where it came from in the water. And this time, we heard a very strange crunching sound coming from a short distance away behind some trees. Maverick got up immediately, something he does when he hears something go bump in the night. His ears are just too darn good for him at times. We both were hoping that whatever made that second noise would show itself, so we could identify what's been going on around us this late evening. There was nothing. So minutes passed by and all is dead quiet, except for an occasional bullfrog croaking once in a while, along with an owl hooting somewhere in a distant tree. But everything is very still around us, and the air was quite cool for this time of year. I'm laying there, listening to hear if anything will make a sound again. About 45 minutes pass by and nothing else has happened, so we turn in. I myself didn't go to sleep until well after 2 a.m. I wasn't too sure what had caused those noises. I was hoping I'd wake up early enough to see whatever it was, just to find out whatever it may have been, come back during the darkness. Well, morning comes, but nothing unusual can be seen around our camp. So, thankfully, Maverick gets up and goes outside the tent to take care of his business. He's not too bright in the mornings. I was lying there already, my eyes closed but still half awake, and I hear what sounds like something really big approaching. It was making its way slowly through the dead leaves. It sounded like it weighed an awful lot. Now, Maverick is outside next to the fire pit that has wood still smoldering with smoke coming off of it. He decides to stand right beside our tent, which is beside where this thing is coming from. All I could do was sit up inside the tent, praying silently. Whatever this was would continue on down the trail, leading back to where it came from. I was in no mood to deal with whatever this thing might be. And so now Maverick starts freaking out, howling and going crazy, and he runs back in the tent while I hear this large thing approaching very closely. I sat there and waited for terror to approach my tent. It quickly encircled me, growling like a large, hungry bear. But you could tell from the sound, this was much more guttural, much more evil sounding than any bear. I readied my revolver, pulling the safety off and cocking the hammer. I could hear it right behind me, so I instantly turned around and fired one shot. Bam! And I heard this thing run off screaming. I knew this was my chance to take Maverick and get out of here now. So I threw open my tent, grabbed my dog, left everything behind, got in my vehicle, and fled. Whatever that came after me that night, I believe to be from the tunnels deep in the swamp nearby that are made by something. Hi there. You can call me Matthew. I'm an amateur paranormal researcher, but I usually just focus on collecting stories from eyewitnesses. Now, it's taken me quite a while to gather all these, and I hope you can appreciate the accounts that these eyewitnesses have to share with me. Feel free to read them on your channel too, just mention my name. Before I list them, these are all from experienced cavers, explorers, hikers, and spelunkers alike who've witnessed and seen some strange beings deep in the bowels of the earth that they can't explain. Enjoy. Edna, a middle-aged man from the UK, was over here visiting the United States back in 2014. He had an encounter down in a cave while hiking with friends that would change his perspective on life. He told me this. We were exploring this cave. We know it goes deep, really deep. No one has ever managed to get the measurements to tell us either way. But what was weird was that it got so much hotter as we went down, deeper and deeper. I know it sounds crazy, but the humidity levels were through the roof. It's not something you'd expect in a cave. Certainly not in a cold cave like this one. So anyway, I'm looking at my friend who is holding up to the rope when he just falls over into the water. I run over to him, pull him out. He was exhausted and couldn't really breathe. But what I could see is he was bleeding from his eyes, bleeding like he had been crying, which made it worse. He were badly burned too. What happened next was even more weird. We went back up, called for help. By the time we got to the hospital hours later, his eyes had completely healed over, even though what had happened was he had fell in acid. Edna then gave me all the information about going into great detail about how these strange creatures came out of the underground river below the entrance of this cave, how they were long and black with crocodilian features. He said he'd never heard of a creature before, but it looked like what many people believed to be a cave crocodile, an animal thought to be extinct for a long time. Jinja is another man, middle-aged, who hails from the US. He was on vacation back in 2015 when he went spelunking with his friend around Texas. However, something happened down inside those caves that convinced him, once again, not everything can be explained away by science or reason. Jinja told me, we walked for about 5 hours, until we found the right caverns. The place was amazing. I've never seen so many holes and passageways before. We've been in some pretty big caves around here, but this was something else. The caverns were huge. Their ceilings reached up beyond our lights at times. We could just barely see where they began high above us. And that's when we saw them. They came out of the darkness, grabbed 2 or 3 of my friends and pulled them down below before my very eyes. I tried to help my friends, but they swatted away at me, like I was nothing. Jinja said that they now believed firmly in the existence of these creatures after having seen their true form with his own eyes. He added that these, just like Edna, were these black monstrosities with crocodilian features, more aquatic in nature, coming from deep down below the earth. Yet another story sent to me by a spelunker who wishes to remain anonymous. She informed us that she loves cave diving. She says, it's always been pretty casual for us. We've seen some interesting things down there, but nothing like what happened today. We were exploring this new cave, and we saw something moving down there. It was big, because I could see its glowing eyes, and see this white flesh. She tells me she will never forget the way these creatures looked at her, this sadistic intent and hunger seeping from their eyes. She said that she thinks perhaps they were waiting for something. As soon as the creatures got back to land, the cavern began shaking. She tells me that she was trapped down there with these things for 2 days. Now, she does not even want to go caving anymore. I can't blame her. Clay, an older gentleman, who was spelunking in the state of Kentucky for over 40 years, described a creature he saw in a cave network there. One day, while I was caving with a friend of mine, we were exploring the second to lowest level of this particular cave system. It was quite large and dark down there, but our headlamps cut through darkness quite well. On this day, though, there were no bats at all. Not one single bat hung from the ceiling. We had already made it quite far into this deepest chamber when we came across an area with very small passages splitting off in several directions, almost like tributaries flowing away from a river. We both looked down one crack that seemed more narrow than any of the others before continuing on further. After about 30 minutes of crawling on our hands and knees, we saw a small opening up ahead. It was time to turn back anyway, so this tiny hole in the ground should not have been any problem. As I got closer, though, I felt that something was wrong. It looked like there were piles of bones down there. My friend looked down into it with his light and said, "Yeah, there's a lot of bones." I stood up, peeking over the edge of this rather deep pit, where the ceiling must have fallen in at some point to reveal what appeared to be an abandoned mineshaft kind of thing. There were minuscule openings all around where bats could have come in streaming from outside. I don't like this, I thought to myself, but my curiosity got the best of me. I climbed down into the pit with my friend following behind me. We both looked around in bewilderment at what we were witnessing. There was not a single bit of evidence that anybody had ever been down here before, nor were there any markings of any rocks around us. Where are all the bones coming from? There had to be hundreds of them lying about everywhere, broken up into small pieces. Some were in full pieces. Whatever it was the left. We both just felt an intense presence hovering above us, staring down at us, before either any one of us could react. Before things could escalate and get any worse, they thought it would be a good time now to retreat and get back to camp. Clay relates to his friends about what they saw, but they're kind of apprehensive about believing him. Either way, that cave system certainly. The summer between junior year of high school and senior year, I had a lot of firsts, including my own account with what I believe to be a skinwalker. After talking to my grandmother, who's half-blooded Navajo, she believes that we've had something following our family ever since we left the res. I never had any experiences myself, not until that summer, where this thing would start appearing almost everywhere I go. It first happened when I was walking back from the store one evening, visiting a friend's house. I had gotten some candy and a pop, and was walking home, just minding my own business, listening, jamming out to Spotify, when I saw this strange tall coyote figure off in the distance on the hillside. I didn't really think much of it, and kind of just shrugged it off as maybe I'm seeing things in the evening light. But I looked again, and this figure, which appeared to look like a tall coyote, walking on two legs, coming toward me, but at a diagonal angle. This only caused me to walk faster. Now I was a little freaked out, and I did not know exactly if this was a person in a costume or what I was going to be dealing with. As I picked up my pace, whatever this person or thing was also picked up their pace. And before you know it, this thing was within 30 feet of me. So I stopped, looked directly at it, in hopes to make it stop. I know that sounds incredibly cheesy, but at 17 years of age, I had no idea what else to do. I knew running would probably only make it chase me even more. And it stopped, looked at me, and it was right at that point that I could see into its eyes. They were very dark, but the irises and the pupil were almost like a glowing ambery orange, very evil looking. The face looked very sunken down, very dark, and not in a color dark way, like there was something wrong with it. And for whatever reason, I believed that what I was looking at was completely from the demonic realm. It was kind of like half man, half coyote, except the head was entirely coyote, but the body and the legs were more man-like than anything else. I kind of just quickly looked down, paused my Spotify, and slowly backed away as this thing stood still and never took its eyes off me. I backpedaled and backpedaled until I could turn around and think to myself, I'm gonna make a run for it and take a chance. If this thing follows me, I'm hoping I can outrun it. So I backpedaled some more, with this thing still staring me down, eyes on me like a dagger, and in one fluid motion, I turned around and sprinted faster than a high school track runner, all the way down the block, down a second block, down the next block, never looking back, and never hearing this thing following me. Once I'd made it several blocks, right to where near the store where I bought my candy and pop. I looked back, didn't see anything, didn't hear anything. I felt like I was safe, for the time being. So I walked home the long way, which took an extra 40 minutes from where I was at. Once I got home, I felt really uneasy the rest of the night. Like my entire night was just ruined. I was in a foul mood. Not just obvious distress, but something had disrupted me, emotionally, internally. I feel it was this point that I felt like I was marked. A couple of days go by, and I just get the feeling that maybe it's a good idea that I speak to my grandmother and tell her about what I had encountered a few days before. I knew how she was. She's what I would call very superstitious, even though she still believes in a lot of the native lore, and her beliefs very much so come from that area. I was still very worried that I would be met with conflict and a lot of doubt, but surprisingly, I just said, you know what, screw it. So I called her up, told her what had happened, and she asked that I come over immediately so she could bless me. While she wasn't anything special, like a medicine lady, she was good friends with one of the local medicine men from the res, who actually traveled over 300 miles to come to us to bless me. Well, I think that's great. We still had sightings and encounters the rest of that summer. One time, about a month later, I was spending time with my grandmother's house. At nighttime, we were outside, smoking cigarettes, joking around. This is in Southern California, far away from the reservation. I didn't think I had anything to worry about, but that was very wrong. And at the time, I didn't think anything of the lore or any of the beliefs of the Navajo. In fact, one of my good friends was actually a mix of Choctaw and Cherokee, and he thinks the entire thing is all baloney. Doesn't believe any of it. He's pretty much rooted in modern day culture though, so the only roots to his native culture are his blood. I pretty much sided with him before all of this happened, but once I started having my encounters, I kind of switched to the other direction as far as my beliefs go. Having first-hand accounts with something will definitely change the way you think and feel about anything in particular. So, anyway, we're out there, smoking cigarettes, joking around, and the sun's pretty much setting really low in the sky. We kind of just get lost in telling each other stories and talking about fun memories we have together. And before you know it, it's pretty much almost pitch dark out. My grandmother's inside, and she's probably wanting to know when my friend is going to leave, so she can spend time with me. At one point or another, him or I were mid-sentence when we both felt this distinct change in the air and atmosphere around us. It was so noticeable that as soon as it happened, I felt the change on both of our faces, like our expressions had changed from normal to now, what's going on? We both instantly began looking around us, expecting somebody to be near. But it was so dark now that we couldn't see anything, and we did not have any flashlights, only our phones, and the flashlight app on our phone isn't all that bright. I mean, you could only see maybe 5 or 7 feet in front of you. Whatever we felt wasn't good. We quickly wrapped up our conversation, threw our cigarettes down, and walked back into the house. Very quickly, he's like, "Hey man, I think I'm going to take off." And so, I didn't argue with him. I just wished him well on his way. So he heads out, and I start talking to my grandma, and maybe 30 seconds goes by, and I immediately remember I needed to borrow $20 from him So I run outside, and remember, it's pretty dark out now, and I call to him, and I hear him call back to me. So I run up to him, and I'm like, "Hey man, I forgot to ask you from earlier, could I borrow that $20? And instantly, I feel this force come at both of us. It made us both jump, and we both take off running. The only way I know how to explain it is that it felt like something very evil coming right for us, and our bodies just reacted to the emotion and took off running in the same direction. We both ran and ran until we got to a couple streets down, where him and I are panting, not knowing exactly what was pursuing us. I knew right then and there, it's exactly what I saw a month ago, the same creature. So I tell him, forget trying to run away. Let's run in a big loop around the neighborhood and circle our way back to my grandmother's house, because I'm sure at this point, she's probably wondering why I have not come back inside. So we do that, and it takes us about 12 minutes, being very stealthy, very careful, but we could still feel a change, a very distinctive change in the atmosphere. It's incredibly creepy. We make our way back to the house, praying that this thing did not follow us. We get inside, and my grandmother immediately notices both our faces are pale white, and we look scared out of our minds. She knows, and immediately calls her friend, the medicine man, and says that she knows what happened. We need to be blessed immediately. Yeah, that summer was a wild one, and since then, I try not to mess around too much with things I don't know too much about. There were other small incidents here and there, but those were the main two that were actually worth writing about. And the fact that the second time, I feel like whatever this thing was, assuming it is a skinwalker, wanted to attack me, potentially kill me. Why it had targeted me and my family, I'm not too sure. I also don't know too much about my family's history on my mother's side, which is my grandmother, who's half Navajo, and her side, which, if you keep going up the family tree, is all full-blooded Navajo. Maybe the family on her side did something, and this thing has been tracking us down ever since. This is all just guessing, of course, because I really don't know, and I have not asked my grandmother. But, even as I write this, maybe it's time I do. My grandfather was not a good man around this time of his story. He was really what you would call a disappointment. My mother even tells me, back when he was in his prime, he was hanging out at the Rez's skate park with some friends, and just overall, having the time of his life. They were drinking and trying new things, just teens being teens. It's said that they saw a figure walking in the woods. They began to harass and yell, thinking it was a person. It gets fuzzy here, but he said that it began to chase them, maybe 500 feet where they ended up behind the school in a little shed, closed the door and hid. I guess it saw them and ended up knocking around the shed and wouldn't leave. He and his friends hid from whatever it was till morning. Prior to when I was born, my mom was in a similar mental situation as my grandfather. This one is shorter. The story goes, my mother and aunt were hanging out in an empty house, drinking, and doing other things that teens do. Chillin'. And then they hear a very loud cackle, like laugh. They stopped everything, and waited to see if somebody would come out. My aunt, being who she is, laughed, and once again, it started up. My mother had freaked out, and begged her to stop. Just then, a beer bottle flew past my aunt's head, busted in the back wall. I don't recall what she did after, but I'm assuming they ran. When my uncle was around 2 or 3, he had gone missing for a few hours, and they ended up finding him where the res meets the forest. They asked him what happened, and he just said, I was playing with the little people. The little people are a legend of a lot of tribes, but have represented differently. My people portray them as tricksters, who also sometimes mean bad luck, or even death. Again, These stories are passed down to me by my elders and mom. My writing isn't the best. I still ain't got the point of posting. However, I hope you are able to understand at least some of this. Thank you. So, as a preface to this story, I was driving on the State Road 54, a road in Florida that goes all throughout the state, and for the most part, used to be all woods. It was 3:45 a.m., and I was driving to my friend's house, who lives just 45 minutes away, to carpool to our job in a city about an hour and a half away from where he lived. I was leaving the city that I lived in and was driving through more heavily wooded areas at a red light. As I was waiting for the light to turn green, I saw the glow of two bright orange eyes. The woods were approximately 25 feet from the main road. The eyes got closer, like it hadn't seen me, and it looked around 6 to 7 feet tall. Thin, quite thin. It was too dark to see any features, but when our eyes connected, the thing bolted into the woods. It just didn't look human, frankly, and at this point, I thought it might be a bear or something, as it was standing on its two back legs. And I mean, that son of a gun was quick for its size. I have no idea what I saw, but the profile seems to look like a skinwalker or a wendigo. I have no idea. Any possible help or info to explain what I saw would greatly be appreciated. This story is from my mother, her friend, and her friend's daughter. They also experienced this. I was asleep at the time. My family has a caravan, or trailer, for those in the USA, that we go and stay in for the holidays. It's up in the Victorian high country, here in Australia. It's pretty remote, with some small towns and farms. One night, at 3 a.m., my mother had gone out to the communal bathroom block. Her friend and friend's daughter were also awake. While mother was in the bathrooms, she heard what she described to me as the most horrible inhuman growl, scream, echoing all throughout the valley. It was nothing that she had ever heard before. Not any of the common animal sounds she had heard there either, like deer calls, possums, bulls from nearby farms. She said that she was terrified. My mother's friend and her daughter had heard it too. They thought my mother was going to be murdered or something. Even our dog was barking. Mother came back safe, and they all spoke about how they had heard it. Somehow I slept through it all. I was only 11 at the time. I've always been curious. I want to know what it sounds like, and what it was, although my mother tells me to this day that I should not want to know. Whenever I'm there, awake at night, it's quiet. I listen. My people are very different from the Navajo and Algonquin. I won't say we are similar, other than the big category we are thrown into. However, there's one thing that crosses from them to me. I'm not sure what exactly it is. I'm not going to ask you, but I'm going to share my experience. I'm a Seminole native from Florida. I was raised among one of the biggest res we have there. It is, however, very overgrown. It gives off a ghost town vibe. I lived by a bunch of people, so I wasn't very afraid of what goes bump in the night. I was probably around 15 when this happened. At this age, I was isolative and only came out of my room when I called. That was it. Maybe I'd get food every now and then, but it wasn't often. So, I was sitting in my room watching TV, and I heard my mom say, "Tay Gooch." That's my nickname. It means little girl. So I got up and I walked out. Asked what she needed. She got confused and irritated. Told me she did not call me. Made me go back into my room. This happened a bunch, ranging from my real name to my nickname. There was this time that I had sat with my mom and remember her telling me to grab a Diet Coke. I thought it was weird because I had just gotten her one a minute ago, but I got up and got it regardless, handed it to her. She was confused. I also was confused, and we started arguing. She took it, but I began to question my mental health. That was until she heard it too. I remember, we were sleeping on the floor together and having a rare family night. My sister and I already fell asleep, but my mom was up. I don't know what happened. I woke up to her screaming for something to leave. Go! Get out of here! Leave us alone. I asked what had happened, but since she was already made, she told me to go back to sleep. I later found out that she had heard footsteps in the hallway, which scares the everlasting life out of me. I know this could be grouped with some other thing, like skinwalkers or wendigos, but according to lore, wendigos will call to you in the voice of people you love, and I believe someone was testing the waters. I used to work on Vandenberg in Central California. My office was on top of the mountain that was ceremonial Chumash land. Whenever ground was broken, we had to have a religious leader come out, bless the ground first. It's usually pretty foggy, about halfway up the mountain. I got used to driving it every day, but you have to keep an eye out for deer, mountain lions, bears, all sorts of wildlife. One night, around 11 p.m., I was driving down the mountain, had just gotten to the point that the fog was gone. In front of me, in the clear, behind was just a wall of fog. As I got to a sharp turn, I saw what I thought was a large coyote in the road. I quickly slammed on my brakes. It looked like it had no fur, and was covered in pale, leathery skin, with a dog-like head. As I looked at it, it rose up on its hind legs. It was hunched over, maybe 6 feet tall, but maybe 7 feet tall, standing straight up. It turned and looked at me, slowly walked off the road, into the brush. At the time, I was doing a class about Native Americans for my degree. I was in touch with Chumash members for my project, so I asked them if they knew anything about it. They simply said, "We don't talk about that." This day, I'm 100% certain I saw a skinwalker that night. I've been told that my situation might be a skinwalker. I don't know if that is true, so I'm here where others know more than I do. I don't know if this has any bearing on anything, but my ancestry is Native American and Irish, with a touch of Scottish. My father was Native, his father Cherokee, and mother Mattapony. My mother was a Lynch from the Lynch clan, with a Scottish ancestor back in there too. I will try and make this short, and can fill in anything if somebody wants more information. This pretty much started in the 2000s, with some weird events. We had all kinds of, paranormal things happen. Typical experiences like objects moving, etc. It was me and my 3 children. Then, I picked up a stalker who would come to the house, dressed in all black. He would be wearing a black motorcycle helmet, would be looking in windows day or night. Sometimes he drove a black vehicle, still wore his helmet. No plates on either. My neighbor chased him off a few times, and if I saw him by the time I could get outside, he would usually be driving away. I came home a few times to weird things like every bowl or spoon in the house missing, all appliances on and plugged in, but all doors and windows closed and locked. Police did not believe me. At the same time, we were experiencing a lot of paranormal activity, disembodied voices, seeing people walk across the room, doors opening and closing, Cabinets, shower curtain being jerked open when the shower, and nothing there. We did not tell the police about those events. Then, one night, my girls, about 10 and 12 at the time, woke me up screaming that there was a man at the window. I went to the room. The blind was down, and I thought they had a nightmare because of what was going on. I pulled the blind up, and there was a man standing there. I did not get a good look, but he had to be very tall to look in the window, so I dropped the blind and called the police. We went downstairs to the family room and waited. There was a door in the converted basement, and the knob kept jiggling, like somebody trying to get in. We sat in horror for 3 hours before the police finally showed up. Outside, the girls' window, they found a blue piece of construction paper with a circle and 3 smaller ovals created out of a cornmeal-like paste. They figured it meant that me and 3 children. They did not believe me about any of it because it just snowed and there were no footprints. Not long after this, I became ill and was later on diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, fibromyalgia, and myofascial pain syndrome. The harassment continued as well, and all the paranormal activity. I don't know what else to call it. Fast forward a few years, my children grew up and moved away, and I remarried, and moved about 5 minutes away. In the beginning, not much happened. I actually felt great, physically and mentally. And then it all started again. We saw people sneaking around, windows and doors, weird things occurring on the inside of the house, paranormal type things. We have seen orbs come in one bedroom while we lay there awake, pause, and go out the other window. During all of this, my health went downhill again. This is over the last 8 years. What is the weirdest is a few times a year we hear a howl, almost like a wolf right outside. I lived in the Montana wilderness for a short while when I was in my early 20s. I have had plenty of wolf encounters. It sounds similar to a wolf, but it is louder, longer, not as guttural, I think. It is always right in the middle of the night. No specific time. It has happened at 8 p.m. as well, and woke us up. Definitely not a dog. Our dogs and cats freak out as well as the neighborhood dogs when it happens too. Then, the smell the next day is like a skunk outside but earthier. Not as rancid, if that makes sense. But it is not a pleasant smell at all. So, I just wanted to stop and have a nice, comfortable, normal life as much as that possible. Someone said this might be a skinwalker. I personally have not done anything that I know of, but maybe my parents did. I say this because my mother once told me a story after I was born. They moved down to Mississippi, where my dad was from, a very small town. The house they were to rent was not ready, so they were allowed to stay in the schoolhouse. This was a very rural area. My uncle, Dad's brother, was with them, and he was going to stay with them. I don't know if it was the first night or what, but one night, they awoke to the chanting of "Bring us the baby." They looked out, saw white figures moving in and out of view, all chanting they wanted the baby. My uncle thought it was the KKK, because they were native, and went out and told them to leave and shot at them. He kept shooting, but hit nothing, and told my mother they had no legs that he could see. He went back in, and they barricaded the door. This was long before cell phones, so they couldn't call anybody, and there was no phone in the school. They sat there, backs against, over desks as it went on until daybreak. My uncle left then, and did not hear from him for 3 years. My dad would tell me he's not going to talk about it, and if you asked my uncle, he would leave. My mother only spoke of it one time, and refused after that. I'm not saying I'm special in any way, shape, or form, but could all this be connected? Can a deal be made and then I and my children go through this because it was not completed? I'm tired. I am to the point to where I look at my husband and say, "Oh, look, the comb is moving across the sink by itself again." Just stupid things. I'm working from home now, and it is non-stop wearing on me. We just heard the howl recently, and had the smell after that. We lost our refrigerator, garage door opener, dryer, and my laptop. To give a better idea of how things are, back in the beginning of November, I was reading on my Kindle on the couch. My husband was at his desk behind the couch area. My desk was in front of me to the left of the fireplace. It was about 8:30 at night. A white weasel ran up the left side of my desk, ran across my desk, a big old metal tanker desk, and jumped down the right side by the fireplace, and just disappeared. My dog on my lap saw it, and a Siamese and Maine Coon saw it. All went over to investigate. They were all fluffed up, looked really disturbed, and checked out the desk area for about an hour. The dog hid initially after checking it out. He's not very brave. I was told the white weasel was a bad sign, but really gave no more thought to it. But a week later, my father passed away. He was in good health, so it was sudden and a shock. We have cameras inside and out, and the great room cam froze when this happened. I rarely get things because the cameras want to freeze up and have to be restarted. I do have one night where we caught orbs doing weird things in the same room, recorded on a motion-activated camera. Anyway, I'm sorry for this being so long. I don't know if any of this is related. All I can say at this point is I'm beyond frustrated. This was a few years ago, and I have not done much research on it, until very recently. My family and I had gone up to my grandparents' house. They had 10 acres of land, and only used about an acre and a half for the house and yard. They had a large dense pine forest all around their house, except for the road to it. There was forest for miles all around. They had cut down some trees to make four-wheeler paths that we could ride on when we would go up there. One day, my sister and I were riding out on the paths on some of my grandparents' four-wheelers. For whatever reason, I think it was to get a drink, but I don't entirely remember. My sister went inside. I thought nothing of it, kept riding the four-wheeler I was on. Well, 3 minutes later, I was driving past a really dense patch of forest. Over the four-wheeler engine, I heard a loud growl. I heard it clearly to my left in the patch of woods. Thinking it was just a coyote, I looked over towards where I heard the growl. I did not see any coyote. You know that feeling when you look into a forest at night, and you get scared that something will stare back at you? Well, this happened to me, but in the very middle of the day. What I was looking at still haunts me to this day. I was staring into two large yellow eyes. It appeared that they were sunken into the creature's face. The eyes were probably about 2 times the size of a normal human eye, and they were watching me. I could see by looking at the eyes alone that this was an intelligent, smart creature. I didn't get to see what it was, because it was standing in a bush. This bush was also very large, like probably about 10 feet tall. About 8 feet up this bush is where I saw these eyes. I couldn't see any part of this creature, but I did not stick around to find out what it was. I put the four-wheeler into drive, sped up to about 60 miles an hour. I ran inside and did not go back out on the path for the rest of the trip. Nobody else in my family saw anything, but I was terrified of whatever it was. Fast forward 6 years, and it is this year. I was talking with my friend about spooky things that we had seen. I told him about this story, and began to wonder what I could have possibly seen. I did a lot of research on what large predatory animals live up there in Idaho. It is northern Idaho. if you don't believe me and want to go check. After doing a little bit of digging, I found that, well, no animals were 8 feet tall. I didn't believe it. I was skeptical of anything that was paranormal. I checked again and again because I didn't want to believe it, that there was something that nobody had ever captured or been able to prove existed. The largest wolf ever found would have only been 6 feet when standing on its hind legs. The largest bear might have been big enough, but it could not have fit into that bush. So I began to research any possible creature that it could have been. Eventually, I did find one. A wendigo. It's the only possible creature it could have been. I don't know why it did not attack me, or why it let me get away. Based off the features I saw, the large, yellow, sunken-in eyes, it could have only been a wendigo. What scared me even more is that a couple of years later, my grandparents moved out of that house for an unknown reason. They say it was to be closer to the family, but the family was fine making a long drive and coming up very often. They moved only a little bit closer. It's still a long drive. What do you do if a skinwalker has seen you? I was traveling in the dark at work tonight, and I'm on a military base in a gated area where it's pitch black, except a single light post near the gate. I need to go outside to smoke. A wolf-like creature that was pitch black walked directly under the light, so I could see it fully. I thought, cool, looks like a fox because of its thick black tail. Then I realized it was around the size of a wolf, with really thin legs, a lot of hair hanging down its neck, and its tail was dragging about a foot behind it. It stopped and turned its head slowly towards me. All I saw was its shiny white eyes staring through me. I couldn't move until it looked away, and did a 180, went back into the shadows to where I could not see it. I slowly approached to go out of the gate. It had disappeared after I got outside. The gate locked. I lit my cigarette, started smoking, decided to turn on my phone's flashlight, scan the fence line where it had gone. The area it disappeared into was a lot shorter than I originally thought. The gate I went out only had about 20 feet before another gate cut the area off. The creature had disappeared, so while I was scanning slowly, I saw nothing. But I did hear a whistle that sounded like it had come from not far up directly in front of me through the gate. I slowly backed up, got into my car. Was it a skinwalker? What does the whistling mean? Last I checked, there's no dog I know that's full black with long dragging tails that whistle in the middle of the flight line on a military base. If anybody knows anything, please let me know. I'm scared writing this. We were checking on an escaped rooster in the woods that has backed our house. We took a very shanty flashlight, spotted him quite easily. Something about these woods just aren't right. They feel off, and I had a terrifying encounter with something in them that to this day is both unexplained and witnessed by the police, my neighbor, and my girlfriend. But that's a story for another day. Anyway, we were walking back after successfully locating our escaped rooster, perched in the distance on a tree branch just beyond the woodline. This is when we both noticed a gray mist-like thing in the sky, almost like an owl. The problem is, we both witnessed it vanish into thin air. We went inside for a moment to check on our daughter, and when we went back out to figure out what that was, we found nothing, or so we thought. The house next door built a shed with a motion detection light in their front lawn. We were standing in our front lawn, looking into the trees with a better flashlight, expecting to see an owl. Instead of the motion light kicks on, and we see a dog. Sorta. It was something on 4 legs, and it ran into the distance, only looking back a few times. Problem with this is the dog would have had to have been standing still for at least 10 minutes to not re-trigger the motion light, as it stays on after being activated for 10 minutes. It's like the dog appeared out of thin air, in front of the motion light. The strangest part, that it appeared right where we say the misty air creature disappears. What are your thoughts? I'm terrified. Could this be a skinwalker, a shapeshifter, or something else completely unnatural? This happened to me in the mid-1990s. I was stationed at Camp Pendleton, California, and had duty one evening. Part of the duty shift is to go around and check that certain doors and buildings were securely locked. At about 3 in the morning, I was out doing my rounds, and I saw what I thought was a big coyote in the road. Seeing a coyote in that area would be unusual, but not impossible. As I was watching it, and it watching me, it stood up on hind legs, walked out of sight between a couple of buildings. At this point, I was alarmed, but I figured I was hallucinating, since I'd been awake for something like 24 hours. Wouldn't be the first time my tired eyes and brain had played tricks on me. Later on that morning, one of my fellow Marines, I'll call him H, asked me how my duty was. One thing to understand is that the Marines seem to have a relatively large number of Native Americans. May have something to do with the pride of code talkers from World War II. And I've had one friend, H, say he joined the Marines because he could not find a warrior job anywhere else. We were infantrymen. At any rate, H was Navajo. I had known him for years, even spent a couple of weekends at his family's place near Gallup. I told him about my hallucination. He got quiet and said, I'll call him B, another Marine in my company, also Navajo, but I did not know him nearly as well as I knew H. He's a bad guy. I'd stay away from him. Now, it's always been difficult to tell if H was joking. He was a man of very few words and fewer jokes, but he seemed very serious. I told him to quit messing with me. He responded by telling me that B was a skinwalker. I had never heard that term. That came from a family of skinwalkers, and that they were like bad witch doctors. At that point, I didn't know what to believe, so I dropped it. I can say that every time I came across B after that point, he just stared at me. I gave him a wide berth from then on. He had some other odd experiences in the American Southwest Desert, as well as what was probably a jinn, and when I was embedded with Iraqi troops years later, we could see a man walking around in the darkness, but nothing with thermal or IR sights. But that was by far the strangest, and the only time I ever came in contact with anything remotely skinwalker related. My encounters with this Wendigo creature lasted all throughout high school, and it all started when I was just a freshman in high school. It was near the end of the year, around April or May, and I had gone to a friend's house party. For whatever reason, my close friend at the time decided to have a seance because he believed his house was haunted by his great aunt who had just passed a year prior. I guess he had been having some paranormal things go on in his house and wanted to contact her and speak to her himself. I joined in on the seance, and nothing really exciting happened, at least that I can recall. But after that, it changed everything for me. I live about 20 minutes away, and so while I can't say distance was a deciding factor in my experiences, I can probably say Whatever we experienced at that seance, even though I never felt or heard anything, must have followed me back home, because it was the summer between freshman year of high school and sophomore year that things really kicked off into high gear. It primarily started off with horrendous nightmares, always being chased by this tall black figure with a skeletal-like face and large antlers and horns. It was terrifying, and it was this reoccurring nightmare, the same thing, almost several nights a week, all throughout the summer. I would be walking in the woods on this trail, and this thing would come out of the woods and start barreling towards me, running on all fours, and then, as it would get closer, it would stand up on two legs and reach out to grab me. And every time, I would severely lose speed, turn around, and just as this thing would be about to be grabbing me, I would wake up. This happened constantly, the same nightmare over and over. Once fall kicked in, about September, because I had just begun my sophomore year, I started having sightings of this thing. At first, it would just start off as a typical paranormal thing. You know, seeing shapes and movement out of the corner of your eye in your house. But one night, it was before Halloween, I was staying up late, studying for a math exam, and I saw something outside my window in our yard, moving closer to the house. When I looked out, I thought it was a burglar, or somebody trying to break into our house. But as I sat there and watched, I noticed this figure did not look human as I once thought it was. And on its head, to my horror, were the same horns and antler shapes, just like it appeared in my dream. The figure was jet black, very lanky, kind of like they talk about with Slender Man, but this wasn't a Slender Man. I'm just using that as a reference to explain how long its limbs were, the legs and forearms especially, and its body was kind of slim and gaunt. It moved with much guile, and like it was some sort of secret agent trying not to be caught. I was terrified, but my parents weren't home this night. I can't remember where they were out at, so I rushed into the kitchen, grabbed the largest knife I could find, and hid back in my bedroom, making sure all the house doors were locked and nothing could get in. I looked back out my window, and I could not see it anywhere, but I could just feel this awful presence looming all around the outside of the house. It did not feel welcoming at all. I pretty much stayed up the rest of the night, and yeah, I couldn't really focus on my math exam that I was supposed to be studying for. Instead, I felt like it was far more important trying to stay alive. I fell asleep sometime in the early morning. I woke up, everything seemed fine. Fast forward to around Christmas time, maybe a week before, and I remember coming downstairs and seeing my dad, panicked, on the phone, continuously looking out the back window. When he began talking, I realized he was on the phone with 911 and was telling the operator about how he thinks he saw somebody coming up to the house, ready to break in. When he got off the phone, I began asking him what's going on, and he points out back to where we have a large bush, thinking he saw somebody coming up to the house, someone who was very large and in all black. Immediately, panic set in, and the memories of summer and what I saw back in the fall came rushing in. But I never told my father this. Within 5 minutes, an officer showed up. My father spoke with him, and he began thoroughly investigating all around our house, both sides and behind. Of course, like in every story, including ours, he never found a thing, and told us to always call again in case something happens. Well, the night went on as usual. Christmas came and went. The first of the year came and went. Now come January, and things really kick up. One night, I was sound asleep when I woke up in the middle of the night to go use the bathroom and get some water. I did that, and as I'm coming back to my room, I quickly laid back down in bed and got ready to fall back asleep. Right as I was in that in-between stage of sleep and awake, I heard something kind of tapping very lightly on my window. It kept doing it. 3, 4, maybe 5, or 6 times, enough to keep me from falling asleep. Thinking it was maybe a tree or a branch hitting my window or my side wall, I got up and opened up my blinds, and I screamed and fell back. It was this long, black, clawed hand pressing against the glass of my window, very lightly tapping with the claws. I flew out of bed, ran to my parents' room, and was so overcome with fear that I didn't even care. I looked like a scared toddler running to Mommy and Daddy's room. I burst through my parents' door, screaming, telling them there's something outside my window, and it's trying to get in. Both my parents rush up, go out, look, and they don't see anything. My father calls the police again. They come by, they take my statement, they take my parents' statement, they do a thorough search. They don't find anything except one thing. They find these large tracks leading from the back of the yard all the way up to my window, and it was snowing, so they were starting to get filled in. The police officer said whoever it was suspected to be a very large man. In a way, though, it did feel validating, knowing I wasn't entirely crazy, but also terrifying, knowing that what I was experiencing was more than real. Valentine's Day came and went, and we get to about the very beginning of March, and I start to see more of this thing. I was walking back home from a friend's house later at night, probably not too late, maybe 7:30, 8 p.m. It had just gotten dark, and daylight savings time had just happened. I was walking home on a lone neighborhood road. It wasn't deserted or anything. Everybody was just inside, very low to minimal traffic, when I got this feeling of being followed. My first fear and thought was actually being mugged, but as I turned to look, it was this shape following me, hiding behind trees, and coming after me through the bushes and anything that it could hide behind. But it was gaining speed, and there were points where I could clearly see the shape and distinctive head of what had been reoccurring through my nightmares. The same thing I had seen, the same hand I had seen on my glass, and it was getting closer. I began sprinting for my life. At one point or another, I had thought about deviating it away from my home, but then I realized it clearly knows where I live, and it would be best and much safer to actually make it home, alive, in one piece. I made it home, and I told my father what had happened. He knew there wasn't much the police were going to do. He just forbid me from going out after dark anymore. This entire time, I had been still having these reoccurring nightmares. Not as bad or as often as the summertime, but still very often and frequent. Even more horrifying than the ones in the summertime. I mean, the feelings and emotions were more intense. That walk home was probably the last time I would actually physically see it until my senior year. Until then, all throughout the rest of my sophomore and even into my junior year, and throughout the rest of my junior year, I would just see it out of the corner of my eye, see it approaching my house at nighttime, the same old terror as before, even having the constant nightmares. Everything was the same. And then, when I began my senior year, everything intensified. The dreams, the coming up to the house at night, tapping on my window, everything crescendoed up to one night when I was a senior in high school, near graduation, actually. I was lying in bed, and something woke me up out of a sleep. It wasn't the tapping sound, or the scratching, or the horrible feelings of this thing being around the house. I woke up to the sensation that something was in the room with me, and I could feel an evil presence. I immediately opened my eyes, and I just instinctively knew that this thing had somehow found a way in the house and was now in the room with me. As my brain was finishing and processing this very thought, this heavy, raspy breathing began to kick in, and I could hear the weight beneath it on my floorboards creak as it slowly approached my bed. I was frozen in pure fear. I could not move. I lay there, almost sobbing, and it almost nearly got to my bed. And then nothing. It just completely vanished, along with the feelings everything. It's like the room and the air instantly went still. I sat there for a couple more moments, terrified and completely confused. So I turned around quickly, flicked the light on. Nothing was there. The room and everything else felt completely fine. So I sat up, wondered what had just happened. Well, I tried to get some sleep, even though that was easier said than done. So the night goes on, and the very next morning, I got some very disturbing news. Remember that friend I told you about? The one whose great aunt had passed, and him and I did the seance that started this whole thing. Well, him and a couple other friends of mine at his house. He had committed suicide last night, right in the early morning hours. I was shocked and deeply saddened, but since sophomore year, him and I's friendship had pretty much completely dissipated. He went on one path, I went on the other, and he was a very troubled young man. Lots of addiction issues, we'll say, and just a lot of home issues. So now, as I'm older, I don't know if his sudden suicide and this thing stalking me, haunting my life, have any direct connection with each other. Because as soon as that happened, as soon as he committed suicide, that was the last I ever saw or felt of this thing. It's like it just suddenly vanished out of my life. I never felt the horrible feelings of it being outside my window, or heard the tapping, or saw it. It was nothing but peace. I don't really understand the reasoning for that. So the only thing I can possibly theorize is that this thing was somehow attached to him while he was alive, and for whatever reason, attached itself to me. But what I don't understand is why it suddenly vanished once he passed, assuming there is a connection between the two. But I don't know how else to explain my weird series of events. Anyhow, that's my own personal horror story, and my run-in with what I personally believe was a Wendigo demon spirit, or whatever you want to call it. I haven't seen or encountered anything paranormal, weird, uncomfortable, or strange since then, which I'm very thankful to report. Feel free to use this story in any way. Hopefully, you sharing this story will help somebody else out